Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Gave Up on Being a Hero? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku gazed into the distance, observing the large plumes of smoke swirling in the sky. They moved gracefully, almost beautifully. Somewhere in the city, a villain attack was unfolding, but he didn't rush toward it as he usually would. He felt that it was no longer his place to chase every hero fight, that responsibility belonged to those who had a future as heroes. He didn't need to exhaust himself by witnessing every display of power just for another analysis. The wind whipped against his skin harshly from the rooftop, but the sting in his ears came from something else. The words of All Might echoed in his mind, repeating like a mantra. It was good to have dreams, but they had to be realistic. Realistic? He had always known that, deep down. He had been avoiding the truth, a skill he had honed over time. Yet, it hurt more than anything to realize that even the #1 hero in Japan, the symbol of peace, could not believe in him. All Might had essentially told him that his dreams of becoming a hero were futile. It was all he had ever wanted, just like every other child born into the age of quirks. The only difference between him and the other hopefuls was that he had been born without a quirk. He lacked the one thing that everyone else had the privilege of possessing. Because of this, he faced daily bullying at school for dreaming too grandly. The bruises and scars he bore were not badges of survival. They were reminders of a boy who couldn't even defend himself. Perhaps Kaken was right. Even All Might had said it. A hero needed a quirk. He couldn't even save himself without one. All he did was create more trouble for the real heroes, forcing them to waste their time rescuing a kid like him. Sometimes, he wondered if it would have been better if he had never been born at all. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in vibrant hues, Izuku lost track of time. By the moment his mother called his phone, the colors had deepened into darkness. She was worried that he hadn't made it home yet or that he hadn't called to inform her he would be out late, as he normally did. Izuku replied that he had been distracted by a hero fight, which wasn't entirely untrue. He had been caught up in the excitement, though not from the sidelines. When he finally arrived home, the night had fully settled in. As he opened the door, he heard a clattering sound in the kitchen, followed by hurried footsteps approaching him. A figure rushed into his arms, enveloping him in a tight embrace. The sensation was overwhelming, almost suffocating. His mother exclaimed his name, her voice strained with emotion. She pulled back, inspecting him closely, her eyes filled with worry. She asked if he was hurt. He thought of the encounter with All Might and the slime villain, but he couldn't bring himself to share that. He didn't want to add to her worries. He assured her he was fine, even though he had nearly faced danger. He didn't want to cause her any more pain than he already had just by existing. His mother sighed in relief, expressing gratitude that he hadn't been caught in the villain attack with Katsuki. She finally released him, and he felt a strange mix of relief and discomfort at her touch. Confused by her words, he asked about the villain attack. He had seen the smoke from the roof, which was on the route home that some kids took when heading to the convenience store. His mother explained that a sludge-type villain had attempted to take over Katsuki's body. All Might had intervened, but there had been significant damage from the struggle. She had feared he might have been with Katsuki. Izuku realized he might have inadvertently caused this chaos. When he had grabbed onto All Might's leg, the bottle containing the sludge villain must have fallen out. He felt a wave of guilt wash over him. How could he be so useless? His mother's worried voice snapped him back to reality. He was home, safe, and no longer in danger of causing harm. His breathing felt uneven, but he tried to ignore it. His mother placed her hand on his cheek, brushing his hair away, and he fought the urge to flinch. Her concern seemed to grow with every passing moment. He felt like a burden, worrying her even more because of an incident he had caused. He thought of himself as a poor excuse for a son. He lied, saying he was fine, and decided to head to bed early. As he pulled away from her, he noticed the sadness in her eyes. It wasn't a complete lie. He felt drained from the day's events. But deep down, he felt sick not just from the day's turmoil, but from the memories of being trapped and overwhelmed. He felt guilty for the discomfort he experienced whenever she touched him. My head felt light, as if I were about to faint, and my hands were clammy despite the cool temperature of the room. I just needed to get away. She began to speak, hesitating before asking if I still wanted to be a hero. Her words struck a painful chord in my heart. I knew I would have to confront this truth eventually, but I hadn't expected to face it so soon. She continued, expressing her concerns about my dream. I interrupted her, asserting that people like me couldn't be heroes, we would only get in the way, just like today. I needed to think rationally, as All Might had advised. I told her I didn't want to be a hero. Of course, I wanted to be one, but it felt easier to lie to her. My mother smiled at me, though her expression turned sad, as if she had lost something precious without realizing it. She reassured me that we would find a safer career path for me. Safe for me. I had no idea what I would do with my life. There had never been anything else for me. I didn't even have any real hobbies aside from analyzing hero battles. I nodded, too drained for anything more. A wave of relief washed over me as I stepped away from her, leaving her standing in the hallway. Upon entering my room, an unsettling feeling hit me. It was different from the earlier sickness. This felt fundamentally wrong. Every wall and surface was cluttered with hero merchandise. A poster of the current top 10 heroes loomed over me, alongside countless images of All Might. His eyes seemed to pierce my soul, reminding me of how I had failed, how my dreams had nearly harmed a child with a brighter future. Looking at it all, I felt an urge to tear everything down, to hurl the figurines against the wall. I wanted to unleash my frustration. Surprised by my own emotions, I shook my head. Those thoughts weren't truly me. I realized I needed to rid myself of all this somehow. I would go crazy if I tried to keep it all. I lay down on my bed, pulling back the All Might-themed sheets. Normally soft and worn, they felt scratchy and thin, like they no longer fit. A chill swept through me as I lay there, prompting me to retrieve another blanket from the closet. Even after layering up, the chill remained, as if it had settled deep within me. Walking into school, I noticed how early I was. I had left home at my usual time, but the classroom was empty, even the teacher had yet to arrive. Usually, I spent my time before class watching hero battles, but today was different. I couldn't bear to stand there, watching everyone else in awe. It left a bitter taste in my mouth and a sinking feeling in my gut. Each punch and fearless smile felt like a reminder that I could never be a hero. Reality had finally set in. The teacher arrived shortly after I did, glaring at me and muttering something about me not being worth the oxygen. One by one, my classmates entered, each carrying a delicate red flower, a spider lily. They smiled sweetly as they placed the flowers on my desk, creating a small bouquet of 18 red blooms. The only one who didn't participate was Bakugo. He sat at his desk, glaring at the other students with a more intense look than before. The boy with the long finger quirk handed me the last flower, smiling in a way that seemed unfit for an aspiring hero. He leaned over my desk, taunting me about my helplessness and questioning why I couldn't even say thank you. His proximity made me uncomfortable and I felt sick. When I didn't respond, he leaned closer, gripping my hair roughly. The sensation made me want to recoil. He mocked me, suggesting I should acknowledge the person who had set this all up for me. I realized it was him, not Bakugo, who had orchestrated this. Bakugo had always preferred being the center of attention. The spider lily, a flower symbolizing final goodbyes, felt like a cruel joke in this context. If it had been Bakugo, he would have said it outright. The boy shoved my head to the side, laughing at my discomfort. He taunted me about the hopeful hero I once was, implying that I should have taken Bakugo's advice and ended it all. A new voice chimed in, one of Bakugo's friends, suggesting I would never be a hero and that there was still time to follow through on that dark suggestion. The boy knocked the lilies from the table, and the three of us watched as they fell to the floor, scattering red petals like stains. He remarked that this implied we cared enough to visit a grave. The boys laughed together as they walked away to their desks. I turned my head slowly to the front, careful not to hurt my neck further. There was nothing in my heart, no sadness, no anger. I sat there while the class laughed at my expense, seemingly pleased with their actions. But I couldn't bring myself to care. I felt numb. It wouldn't be hard to do what they asked, to finally be good for something. But it would break my mom if I did. I couldn't hurt her like that or leave her thinking it was her fault, which she undoubtedly would. I had already been a bad enough son. I couldn't do that to her as well. The bell rang loudly, signaling the end of the school day. Everyone rushed to pack their bags and head for the door, eager to start their weekend. I lagged behind, less eager for freedom and unsure of what to do with my time. Normally, I would seek out a hero fight, but that wasn't in the cards today. I mumbled to myself that I needed to stop by the store for boxes, stamps, and maybe some sheets. All the hero memorabilia in my room needed to go. It hurt too much to be constantly reminded of a dream I could never achieve. Throwing it out would be the easiest choice, but that felt wasteful, so selling it was the next best option. As I walked from the room, a hand landed on my shoulder, pulling me back. The hand was warm, almost too warm, accompanied by a sweet, burning scent. It was Bakugo. I turned slowly, uncertain of what I would find but not wanting to cause any more damage to myself. Bakugo had been unusually quiet that day, perhaps the quietest he had ever been. His hand remained on my shoulder, steadily growing hotter. When I looked into his eyes, they seemed to burn with a hatred I couldn't understand. He accused me of thinking I was better than him just because I had been attacked. There was enough fear in my body that I couldn't feel the sick sensation that usually accompanied such moments. I stuttered, confused about where this was coming from. How could I think I was better than him? He had done almost nothing wrong in anyone's eyes, while I felt like a perpetual screw-up. Bakugo yelled at me, his hand lifting from my shoulder and moving toward my neck. The pressure brought on a choking sensation, as if I were suffocating despite the lack of real weight behind it. He accused me of acting superior while ignoring everyone, calling me weak and quirkless. An aggressive sound punctuated his words, sending a wave of pain through my neck, causing me to crumble to the ground. The scent of burnt flesh lingered in the air. He kicked me in the back, reminding me of my place as his footsteps echoed down the hallway. How could I forget my place when the evidence was permanently inscribed on my skin? I had been nothing more than a target all day, enduring whatever pain others decided to inflict. I had given up on trying to talk my way out of it. It wouldn't help. In a way, I felt I deserved the pain. After all, it was my fault Bakugo was like this today. I lay on the ground, writhing from the pain coursing through my body. Black spots danced in my vision as I looked around the room, seeing my things scattered around me. Drawing myself up, I noticed a wet sensation dripping down my neck. I lifted my hand slowly to touch the spot, wincing from the pain. When I looked at my fingers, I saw blood. I wouldn't be able to hide this one. All the other burns and bruises had been in places that were easy to conceal, but this one was different. The moment she saw me, she would know. I stumbled to the bathroom and went to the first sink by the door. I knew putting water on a burn would only make it hurt longer, but I needed to wash away the blood and soot from the explosion. My ears rang from the blast, drowning out the sound of running water. I had burn cream in my bag for obvious reasons, so I dried my neck and applied it. Bubbles were already forming in the areas most affected, while other spots had skin peeling away, causing the blood. I wrapped bandages around my neck like a choker, trying to hide the damage. The worst of it was in the front, and I knew I had no way to conceal it properly. Leaving the school, I walked to the convenience store. It was close to my apartment and the school, making it an easy stop. The store had everything from cooking ingredients to clothing. It was a strange place, with high shelves and small step stools to reach the upper items. Normally, I would head straight to the hero merchandise section, but today I walked right past it. After all, purchasing more hero merchandise would be a bit counterproductive in this situation. The storage and mailing supplies were located at the back of the store, near the office supplies. There, the protagonist found some packaging envelopes and a variety of cardboard boxes along with packing tape and stamps. On the way to the registers, they picked up a pack of dark green sheets. The man at the checkout gave a curious look. He was a full-time employee and had grown accustomed to the protagonist's enthusiasm for heroes and their usual merchandise purchases. Seeing them arrive with bandages and packing supplies was likely not what he expected for the day. Upon returning home, the protagonist discovered that their mother was still at work. Her job had peculiar hours, but the pay was decent enough to supplement what their father's monthly checks could not provide. That was the extent of his involvement in their family. Heading to their room, the protagonist began organizing the hero merchandise. They took pictures of all the posters while they were still on the wall, ensuring that the lighting complemented their color schemes. After finishing that task and removing the posters, they carefully rolled them up and secured them with rubber bands. The same process was applied to the figurines. They were photographed, wrapped in tissue paper, labeled, and placed into one of the cardboard boxes. This routine continued with the rest of the merchandise in the room. As the protagonist surveyed the now organized space, it felt like the first time in 24 hours that they could truly breathe. By the time they finished posting pictures of the items on a popular hero collectibles site, the sound of the front door opening reached their ears. Footsteps echoed down the hall, followed by their mother's voice calling out. Touching the bandages at their throat, they winced from a sudden jolt of pain. For a moment, they considered pretending not to be home, but they knew they would have to leave their room eventually. Scanning the room, they spotted an old dark green hoodie that had been destined for the trash. It was too small now, constricting around the neck. Reluctantly, they slipped it on over their pajama shirt and stepped out to greet their mother. There she was, smiling at them with an air of uncertainty and excitement that felt out of place for someone returning from work. She extended her hand, and that was when the protagonist noticed the small bag she held. Inside was a composition notebook, a blank one. The hero notebooks were the only items related to heroes that they had chosen to keep. They had spent years crafting and updating those notebooks, filled with analysis as their skills improved. Even though they had given up on becoming a hero, they could not bring themselves to discard those cherished creations. Their mother explained gently that she thought a new notebook might be useful for whatever new path or hobby they decided to pursue. The protagonist couldn't help but feel that hobby was too gentle a term for their obsession, though they kept that thought to themselves. Grateful yet struggling to smile, they attempted to express their appreciation, but it came out more like a grimace. Their mother noticed their reaction and looked at them sadly, but she remained silent. Returning to their room, the protagonists stared at the now bare wall and the blank notebook in their hands. The cover was a deep green, reminiscent of emerald. Unsure of what to do with it, they placed the book on their desk and turned their attention to their homework. The following days unfolded in a similar manner. Bakugo's friends found new ways to remind the protagonist of their perceived inferiority, seemingly believing that if they missed an opportunity, the protagonist would forget. Bakugo himself remained silent, only glancing at the visible bandages on their neck. The protagonist couldn't understand his change in behavior but chose not to question it. It wasn't their place to do so. After returning home each day, the protagonist completed their homework before checking the online hero merchandise shop to see if any items had sold. When they finally discovered that something had sold, they boxed it up and filled out the necessary mailing information. Their plan was to take the accumulating boxes to the post office the next day since it was Saturday and they had the time. Rising early the next day, they made their way to the post office, carrying a stack of boxes taller than themselves, with one box containing just packing envelopes. Upon returning home, they remembered to check the computer, realizing they had forgotten to do so before heading out. However, when they booted it up, the computer emitted an angry noise, and smoke began to billow out as if it were in distress. The monitor appeared fine, but it was clear that a simple reset would not resolve the issue. The computer was older than the protagonist, and it was no surprise that it had malfunctioned. Looking down at the smoking device, they contemplated whether to sell it for parts or take it to a repair shop, but both options seemed too costly. They simply did not have the money to buy a new computer or fix the current one. Using their phone, they searched for information about the computer's problem. After some investigation, they discovered that the motherboard had likely overheated due to an electrical issue. They watched several tutorial videos on how to fix it, engrossed in the process. By the time their mother returned home and entered their room to check on them, the protagonist was covered in grease, with computer parts scattered across their once tidy space. The room smelled of smoke, but they felt a sense of interest and contentment rather than happiness. Their mother, exasperated, called out to them. Her eyes scanned the room, taking in the chaotic scene. It certainly looked overwhelming from an outsider's perspective. She asked about the mess, clearly puzzled. He explained that he had returned from the post office, where he had shipped some hero merchandise he sold online. Her expression remained confused, indicating he hadn't mentioned his plans to her. When she questioned why he would sell items he once cherished, he realized he hadn't shared his decision with her. He turned his gaze away, unable to face the disappointment in her eyes. He admitted that he could no longer bear to look at the items that reminded him of painful memories. His mother's expression shifted from confusion to sorrow as tears began to form. She moved to embrace him but hesitated, recalling the grease and mess surrounding him. Apologizing for her earlier outburst, she gestured at the disarray in the room, clearly concerned. He explained that he had attempted to fix his computer, which had malfunctioned, and that led to the current chaos. She asked if he could repair it, and he nodded, detailing the issue with the motherboard and his plans to clean the other components before replacing it. He pointed to the organized piles of parts he had already cleaned. His mother, looking at him with a mix of hope and concern, asked if he enjoyed working with the computer parts. She suggested that while it wasn't hero work, there were support courses in hero schools that could allow him to explore this interest further. She believed it could be a safe hobby that kept him away from danger while still being involved in something meaningful. He pondered the idea, reflecting on how he felt a sense of calm while working with the materials. It wasn't the thrill of being a hero, but it was a feeling he could accept. He realized he could find a way to survive like this. He decided to share his thoughts with her, acknowledging that while he wasn't sure about pursuing it as a course, he was open to it as a hobby for now. He didn't want to raise her hopes too high. Her relief was evident as she smiled, and when she left to prepare dinner, he returned his focus to the parts in front of him, allowing a sense of tranquility to wash over him. He whispered to himself that he could survive like this, even if he knew deep down it was a comforting lie he had told himself for years. Later that Sunday morning, he woke up on the floor after a night spent trying to piece together his computer without the new motherboard. Realizing there was little he could accomplish without it, he had fallen asleep while watching tutorials. It had been a decent way to spend the weekend until he remembered the homework he had neglected. Sitting at his desk, he pulled out the thick packets of assignments he had yet to complete. With 10 months until the entrance exams for high school, the teachers had still assigned review packets for the weekend. There were 5 subjects, each with numerous questions. Resigned to his fate, he began with the math packet. Normally, he would check his work thoroughly, but time was against him. He usually managed to score B's, but with his current state of mind, he feared he might end up with a C or worse. After several hours and a growing headache, he finally finished the last of the questions. The writing portions in English and literature had taken longer than expected. By the time he completed his work, it was nearly time for a late dinner. Though stress had dulled his appetite, he still made his way to the dinner table and picked at the food on his plate. His mother noticed his lack of appetite and asked if he was feeling unwell, her gaze penetrating as if she could read his thoughts. He glanced at his food, realizing she was right. I barely touched my food that night and skipped lunch to finish my assignments on time. Reflecting on it, I realized I hadn't eaten much lately, but I didn't feel the need for it. A lot of food and energy were essential for building strength and enduring hero training, but since I couldn't pursue that path, food seemed less important, and physical strength had never been my strong suit. She expressed her concern, mentioning that she had even made my favorite dish. I looked down at the katsudon, surprised that I hadn't noticed it before. Here I was again, causing unnecessary trouble. I considered eating some to make my mom happy, but the thought alone made me feel nauseous. I claimed I wasn't feeling well and decided to go to bed early to sleep it off. After clearing my plate, I headed to my room. A strangled breath escaped my lips as I walked through the door. Once inside, I removed the small hoodie I had been wearing, revealing the bandages beneath. I hadn't examined my neck much since the burns. I only checked before leaving my room to ensure the bandages covered everything. Driven by morbid curiosity and with time to spare, I carefully unwrapped the bandages. As I peeled them away, I focused on the ground, not looking up until I heard the soft thud of the bandages hitting the floor. When I finally glanced at myself in the small mirror, I realized the burns were worse than I had thought, wrapping around the back of my neck. Small bubbles formed on the skin in the most affected areas, while scabs appeared where the burns were less severe. The sight was unsettling, and I knew these marks would leave scars. A burning sensation coursed through me as I stared at the angry red skin. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to scratch at it. Instead, I reached for the burn cream in the top drawer of my dresser and applied it roughly. I resolved to cut my nails the next day to prevent any impulsive actions when I looked at my neck again. With a heavy sigh, I lay down in bed, letting the wounds air out. I didn't plan on falling asleep, but the day had drained more energy from me than I had anticipated. School passed without any significant issues. Most of the students ignored my presence unless the teacher reminded them of it, usually when I seemed too comfortable in class or when they were bored enough to poke fun at me. Bakugo mostly left me alone, only making a few comments here and there, but he never laid a hand on me since that day after school. However, the others didn't hold back. With Bakugo toning down his treatment, his friends took it as an opportunity to fill the void. One day after school, the boy with black hair cornered me on my way home, dragging me into an alleyway with a cold laugh. He remarked that this was going to be fun while another boy held a hand over my mouth, allowing the first to punch me in the stomach. I could tell he had grown stronger since the last time they had done this. Last year, Bakugo and his friends had cornered me in this very spot and beaten me up, just like this. Bakugo had let his friends take their shots at me then. I felt powerless to fight back. Both boys were stronger than me, likely training to get into a decent hero school. Even if I had wanted to fight back, there was no way I could win against both of them. All I could do was wait for the right moment. When the boy holding my mouth shifted his hand, I seized the opportunity. I bit down hard enough to draw blood, causing him to yank his hand back, cursing loudly. At the sound of his screams, the other boy paused and looked worriedly at his friend. I knew I couldn't let this chance slip away. I dashed forward and ran home. Throughout my time at school, sports had never favored me. I lacked the natural talent that other kids possessed, and I was never allowed to play with them anyway. But running was something I excelled at. I had spent years pushing myself to outrun those who tried to hurt me, and I had clocked the fastest mile time in our class. Now was no different. As I ran, I could hear their shouts behind me, each accompanied by the sound of their footsteps pounding the pavement in pursuit. I hoped they would be slower to recover. Without thinking too much, I changed my direction. Leading them to my home wouldn't be wise. I ran until I reached an area that most locals knew to avoid. Dagoba Beach. Once a beautiful beach, it had become an illegal dumping ground long before I could visit as a child. No one wanted to come here for that reason. Ignoring the overwhelming smell, I looked over the railing, searching for a safe place to jump. The entrance was too far away, and the footsteps were too close. Jumping was my only option. I spotted a car with a crumpled hood and some trash bags on top. It was tall, close to the railing, and would make for a soft landing. Seeing this as my best option, I jumped over the side of the railing, fighting down the urge to GG at the smell of old garbage. Instead, I focused on finding a secure foothold to get down. Staying here would make him a sitting duck. He spotted a slender pipe that looked promising and aimed his feet for it as he descended. It should have been an easy jump, even for someone like him, but there was some type of residue on the metal. It was too slippery, causing him to lose his footing. As he fell, a sinking feeling gripped his gut, and he watched the sun disappear behind piles of trash. Footsteps drew closer, stopping at the railing far above him, though the sound was muffled by the pounding of his heart. One of the boys shouted, his voice distorted by the surrounding refuse, but the anger was clear. It felt like a scene from a low-budget movie. Another voice wondered if he had been reckless enough to go into the trash, while the first voice dismissed the idea of following him. The conversation faded away, and he waited a few moments to ensure they were truly gone before attempting to escape the hole he had fallen into. To his left was a microwave, and to his right, an open fridge. He used these as handholds, pulling himself up and out of the mound of trash. A shard of glass grazed his uniform, but he pressed on. Once at the top, standing on the refrigerator, he realized just how out of shape he was. He could endure a beating but lacked physical strength. Another reason he couldn't be a hero, he thought. Looking around, he saw that the wall was too high to climb back to the car and escape. Just his luck. The only way out was to cross the sea of trash and make his way to the entrance. With a tired sigh, he began his journey anew. By the time he made it home, he smelled of garbage and had enough scratches on his skin to resemble someone who had lost a fight with an alley cat. He needed to clean them quickly. While he was okay with the idea of death, infections were not a desirable way to go. They were messy and painful. With that in mind, he headed straight to the bathroom across the hall and grabbed some rubbing alcohol. There was no telling how many scratches adorned his body, so he removed his uniform to assess the damage. None of the cuts seemed deep, but it was hard to tell beneath the dirt and muck. Saving the rubbing alcohol for later, he stepped into the shower and turned the water on as hot as it would go. The water at his feet turned an odd brown with hints of red from the blood. He scrubbed his body harshly, not caring if he aggravated the wounds. The only area he treated with care was his bruised stomach and sides, still tender from earlier. After showering and drying off, he gently treated the wounds with the rubbing alcohol, the sting a familiar sensation. Most scratches weren't serious enough to warrant bandages. After wrapping his neck, he crossed the hall to his room to get dressed for the night. His mother wouldn't be home for a while, so he tossed his uniform in the washer, planning to sew it up after school. She didn't need to know about the damage or how it happened. Noticing the sorry state of his backpack, he emptied it, adding the yellow bag to the load. In the morning, he woke to a dull beeping that sounded like his alarm clock, but it felt distant. When he opened his eyes, a wave of pain washed over him, causing a groan to escape his lips. It had been a long time since pain had affected him this way. Everything felt hot, and he couldn't muster the energy to move the sheets off. He didn't notice when the door opened or when the beeping finally stopped. A cool hand touched his forehead before quickly withdrawing. He tried to get out of bed, knowing he needed to go to school, but something pushed him back down before he could even pull the sheets away. He thought he heard someone mumble something, but it was unclear. The world darkened again, perhaps the blinds closing. Something cool was laid on his head, the sensation soothing enough to draw him back to sleep. When he woke again, evening light filtered into his room. He groaned slightly, sitting up and throwing off the sheets, only to replace them with his hoodie. Everything felt slow and heavy, as if life were moving in slow motion around him. Stumbling out of his room, he clung desperately to the walls. The world spun slightly, making him feel as though he might collapse. Suddenly, his mother rushed toward him, her face filled with concern. She exclaimed that he shouldn't be out of bed and asked how he was feeling. Startled by her loud voice, he took a moment to consider her question. It wasn't hard to answer. He felt terrible. The response was blunt, but he lacked the energy to be polite. His mother chuckled lightly, seemingly amused by his honesty. It was strange for him to speak so freely, and her reaction was an unexpected surprise. "Why don't we walk you to the couch? I'll make you some soup afterward," her mother suggested. She nodded and allowed herself to be guided to the couch, a TV remote placed in her hands. While her mother busied herself in the kitchen, she searched for a decent show to watch. Most programs these days revolved around heroes, even foreign dramas featured characters in heroic roles. It wasn't quite what she was in the mood for. Eventually, she settled on a movie about a criminal who stole a former scientist's suit and became a hero. Though it was a pre-quirk film with lower quality, it was still engaging. The man's abilities stemmed from technology rather than innate powers. She pondered what it would be like to be a hero like that. The soup was warm and comforting as she sipped it, a remedy her mother always made when she was unwell. More often than not, however, it was an excuse to avoid school rather than actual illness. Instead of joining her on the couch as she had hoped, her mother returned to the kitchen and came back a few minutes later with a small plate of cookies. "Here," her mother said, placing the cookies beside her. "They're fresh from the oven. I was planning to take some to the Bakugos tomorrow and check in on Katsuki to see how he's been since the incident." She noticed her mother referred to it as an incident rather than an attack, perhaps to lessen the emotional weight of it. She could see the worry etched on her mother's face, not just for her but for Bakugo as well. She suggested her mother go now since it was still early and they lived nearby, hoping to ease some of her mother's concern. Her mother shook her head. "I can't leave you right now. You can't even walk on your own." She sighed, glancing at the movie, which had about 20 minutes left. "I was just planning to finish the movie, take a shower, and head back to bed. Really, it's fine." Her mother ruffled her hair gently before smiling and returning to the kitchen, mentioning something about making a call and packaging up cookies. She continued watching the movie, slowly enjoying the cookies her mother had given her. By the time the movie reached its end credits, her mother had left. She figured her mother would be a while at the Bakugos since Mitsuki was her best friend. Not rushing, she stayed to watch the last few scenes. When she finally got up, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and black dots danced across her vision, though it was much less intense than when she had first entered the room. She reasoned that she must not have cleaned her cuts well enough or perhaps caught something from being around trash. Other than a trip to the beach, she hadn't done anything unusual that would cause her to feel this way. Whatever the issue was, it didn't matter much. Skipping school today meant she would face consequences when she returned. Convincing her teachers to provide her missing assignments would be challenging enough without her classmates missing their favorite target. Hurrying through the shower, she was careful not to aggravate her wounds. Once finished, she cleaned them again before heading across the hall to her room to get dressed. She turned on some music, a song about how a good song never dies. The music was loud enough that she didn't hear the bedroom door open until something crashed to the floor, breaking. Inko rang the doorbell, waiting impatiently for someone to answer. Normally, she would spend at least an hour visiting the Bakugos, but she didn't want to leave Izuku home alone for too long in case something happened. He had never slept through an entire day when sick. Loud yelling echoed from inside the house as she waited. The Bakugo family had one of the most unique dynamics she had ever encountered, and with Mitsuki involved, a quiet home was never an option. When the blonde woman opened the door and recognized her, she smiled warmly. "Inko, what are you doing here?" She embraced Inko as she always did during visits. When they pulled apart, Inko held out the basket she had brought. "Just came by to give Katsuki some cookies and check in on how he's been doing." Mitsuki smiled. "How thoughtful, though you've always been this way." She motioned for Inko to come inside, taking the basket before calling out, "Katsuki, get down here. We have a guest." "Shut up, you old hag," Katsuki shouted back. Definitely a household unique to her. Soon, the sound of footsteps tumbled down the stairs. Inko held out a cookie as a peace offering before Katsuki could think to yell again. "Auntie!" Katsuki exclaimed, surprise evident on his face as he numbly accepted the cookie, glancing around the room as if searching for something. "Izuku isn't here," Inko informed him, noticing the relief wash over his features. They must have had a disagreement. "He's at home sick." "Ah, that's horrible," Mitsuki said, leading them to the couch. The two women chatted for about 30 minutes, with Inko occasionally checking in on the awkwardly seated boy. He seemed to be doing well since the incident, proving to be quite resilient. She left not long after, eager to return home. Upon entering her house, the first thing she noticed was that the TV was off, but music was playing from Izuku's room. She hadn't thought to check his fever before leaving, but she guessed his temperature was still high given how it had been that morning. She wondered how he had managed to get so sick. Filling a glass with water, she listened for footsteps but heard none. He must already be asleep. She took the water and some medication to Izuku's room, knocking lightly on the door, but there was no response. I cracked the door open, ready to call out to him, when I was met with a sight that filled me with dread. I couldn't pinpoint when the glass slipped from my hand or when the water splashed onto my legs. All I could focus on was my son's back, marred by a disturbing array of scars, both old and new. When Izuku turned around, flinching at the noise, my heart shattered further. His chest and stomach bore dark bruises, disappearing beneath the waistband of his shorts. Scars dotted his skin, and an angry red mark on his shoulder seemed to be waiting to join the others. Thin, deep cuts lined his skin, still fresh and not fully healed. The most alarming sight was the burn encircling his neck. Together, we watched as his bandages fell to the floor, fluttering down like the first snow of winter. I rushed forward, wanting to embrace him as tears filled my eyes, but I hesitated when I noticed how he flinched and looked away from me. It was clear that whatever had happened to him caused this reaction. Izuku sat on the floor, almost collapsing, avoiding my gaze and remaining silent. He wasn't even mumbling like he usually did. How had I not noticed how quiet he had become over the years? How could I have missed the signs? My son, who once excitedly talked about heroes, now sat on the floor, trembling in silence. His body bore the marks of someone who had faced far too much for a child. And there was nothing I could do to help him. The thought of the bullying crossed my mind. Had it never stopped? When Izuku was younger, he would come home from school and the park with bruises, telling me about the boys who hurt him. I had thought that the teachers had intervened when he stopped sharing those stories and returned home without injuries. Now, I couldn't help but wonder if the bullying had simply shifted to less visible places. He shook his head, offering no further explanation. I resolved to look into online schooling for him that weekend. I wouldn't send my son back there. I knew he might feel sad about being away from Katsuki, but I had to prioritize his safety. Izuku spoke for the first time since I entered, stating firmly that Bakugo wouldn't be a problem. The mention of Bakugo sent a chill through me. I recalled how relieved Katsuki had looked when Izuku didn't accompany me, how guilty he seemed while I was there. Could he have been involved in this? I glanced at the burn marks on my son's body, which resembled small explosions. I decided then and there that I wouldn't bring Izuku to the Bakugos anymore. I didn't want to leave him, but I knew he wouldn't move from his spot on the floor until I did. When I returned with a towel, Izuku had put on a shirt and was wrapping his neck with the earlier bandages. He didn't say anything or even look at me. He simply crawled into bed when he finished, resembling a small child trying to escape a nightmare. After Mom finished cleaning up the glass, she left the room. I barely managed to hold it together until the door clicked shut. In that instant, panic surged through me, and I gasped for air, struggling against the attack I had been fighting since she walked in. My lungs screamed as I desperately tried to breathe. She knows. Thoughts raced through my mind like projectiles. I couldn't shake the image of her horrified expression when I turned around or the betrayal in her eyes when I flinched away from her. I had spent years trying to hide this from her, not wanting to burden her with the truth of what happened at school, the torment inflicted by her best friend's son. I had learned to treat my own wounds and endure the pain alone to spare her from my struggles. And now she knew. Desperately, I scanned my room, trying to ground myself by identifying 5 things I could see: the green sheets beneath me, the brown dresser against the wall, the box of hero merchandise by the closet door, the burnt notebook on my bookshelf, and the red pill on the floor. Gradually, my breathing steadied as I went through the exercise I had learned over a year ago. I curled my hands into fists, feeling my nails dig into my palms. It was a pain I could control. Looking at the situation with a clearer mind, I wondered if this could be a blessing in disguise. With Mom insisting on online schooling, it could be a fresh start. I wouldn't have to return to that place. I wouldn't have to face those people again. I wouldn't have to endure the pain of their bullying. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad. As Saturday morning dawned, I began searching for online schools. I needed to find one quickly to avoid returning to Aldra. Most options came with their own set of challenges. One school offered a hybrid model, requiring students to attend in person every other day. I would still be surrounded by people like those at my old school. Another school had a similar setup, with students working from home on individual studies on Mondays and Fridays, but attending in person for group projects on the other days. That wouldn't work for obvious reasons. All the other schools I found had similar conditions. The only legitimate option was a completely online school where students could work at their own pace, completing quizzes and tests every 2 to 3 weeks. The only problem was that the school required an entrance exam. School had never been a strong suit for the protagonist. During lessons, they seemed to grasp the material well enough, almost as if they had always known it. However, when it came to homework and tests, the grades rarely exceeded AB. The thought of passing the entrance exam felt daunting. The website indicated that the exam would cover a mix of subjects based on the student's grade level. The protagonist struggled to perform well in class, so the idea of a cumulative final exam, requiring them to relearn everything independently, felt overwhelming. Determined, the protagonist printed out the information from the school website and approached their mother, who was sitting in the living room. For the first time in a week, they felt free enough to leave their room without hiding in oversized clothing. Although still hesitant about revealing their scars, they found comfort in knowing that their shame was not a secret they had to keep. As the protagonist entered the room, their mother was on the phone, seemingly on hold, with the television muted. They sat down next to her and laid the brochure in her lap. She glanced at it, reading through the information, and a small smile appeared on her lips. The protagonist felt a mix of emotions at her approval but pushed them aside, believing that feelings had never helped them before. The protagonist pointed at the phone to draw her attention back. She pulled the phone away from her ear and whispered that she was calling the school to withdraw them. The protagonist felt a surge of confusion. They knew their mother wanted them out of their current school, but they didn't even have another school to transfer to yet. They reminded her that it was Saturday. She nodded and explained it was a monthly teacher workday. This revelation made sense. Their teacher always seemed angrier on one Monday each month. On those days, his frustration was palpable, affecting everyone in the class. No one dared to ask about it, nor did anyone seem to care enough to find out. Returning to their room, the protagonist found themselves surrounded by homework packets designed for the entrance exams. Even though they no longer had to complete them for school, they decided to test their usefulness. The protagonist spent all of Saturday studying diligently, moving between their desk, the floor, and the bed. They worked through each packet, even revisiting ones from previous weeks. They isolated themselves in their room, determined to prepare for the test. They were resolute in not returning to middle school, especially after everyone knew they had tried to leave. Passing this test was their only option. The next day, their mother entered the room with a disappointed expression. The protagonist wondered if the past few days had been a fever dream and if she was upset about their late-night studying. However, their worries were unfounded. With a heavy sigh, their mother urged them to leave their room at some point. Her gaze fell on the scattered packets, and her concern grew. The protagonist realized they had been in there for quite some time. They tried to explain their dedication, but their mother raised her hand, cutting them off. She acknowledged their studying but emphasized the importance of balance. Overworking their brain would be as detrimental as not studying at all. Frustrated, the protagonist groaned and ran their hands through their hair. This wasn't helping. They sat in silence, each waiting for the other to make a move, like a tense game of checkers nearing its end. Finally, their mother decided it was time for a break. She suggested they go outside, drop off packages at the post office, or get ice cream, anything to step away from studying. The protagonist sighed again, feeling the weight of their life's monotony. After changing into something more appropriate than a pajama shirt, they packed the envelopes into a large box and headed to the post office. Weighing the packages and adding postage was necessary before sending them off. At the counter, the woman who had assisted them previously greeted them with a smile. She recognized them from their last visit, and although she was friendly, the protagonist felt a pang of guilt seeing her. The box contained more items than before, and they recalled how long it had taken last time. The woman remarked on the new load, and the protagonist quietly confirmed it, rubbing the back of their neck nervously. The feeling of dread grew stronger with each passing moment as the woman observed my expression. She pointed toward the door behind her and suggested that I take my box into the back, mentioning that her son, Hitoshi, would assist me this time. The people in line cast me annoyed glances but chose to remain silent, grumbling amongst themselves. I was accustomed to such reactions. I nodded, lifting the large box once more and heading in the direction she indicated. As I stepped through the door, soft music floated through the air. I scanned the room for the source and spotted a boy with headphones, seated at a small table cluttered with textbooks and papers, reminiscent of my own earlier setup. He had tall purple hair and wore dark clothing that made the color stand out. The boy at the table was oblivious to my presence, his music loud enough to drown out the sound of the door closing. I approached him, deliberately stepping heavier than usual to catch his attention, but the music was simply too overpowering. Setting the box down beside me, I contemplated the best way to get his attention. Ultimately, I decided on a non-physical approach, mindful of my own discomfort with touch. I moved closer to the boy and waved my hand between his face and the table. He jolted back in his seat, nearly toppling over. A startled gasp escaped him, followed by a string of exclamations that sounded almost melodic. He expressed his surprise with a frustrated shout, clutching his chest as if he feared his heart might leap out. I understood that his outburst wasn't directed at me, it was merely a reaction to being startled. Deep down, I recognized that such responses were natural in situations like this, and I was the one who had startled him. Despite this awareness, I couldn't help but flinch at his reaction. The boy, who had looked at me with a hint of disdain, seemed to realize something in my response. His expression softened, and while many would interpret it as pity, I sensed it was different. It was understanding. He looked at me and saw the same struggles reflected in my eyes. We stood in silence, each aware of the other's situation. For once, I found myself at a loss for words. Unable to maintain eye contact, I turned my gaze to the floor, suddenly fascinated by its pattern. Stealing a glance at him, I noticed he was similarly distracted, his eyes fixed on the wall beside us. He eventually apologized for his outburst, his voice lacking its usual strength. I nodded in response, offering my own apology for startling him. He returned the nod, studying me for a moment as if searching for something before clearing his throat and glancing down at the box at my feet. He mentioned that I must be the one his mother had told him about the boy with all the hero merchandise. I felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of being a topic of conversation. That was me indeed. The boy looked back at the box and then at the books and papers scattered around him, seemingly calculating how quickly he could finish his work. Curious, I inquired about what he was working on, noting that he appeared to be struggling. He admitted he was working on geometry and that it was proving to be quite challenging. I proposed a deal. If he helped me with the contents of the box, I would assist him with his math. Though I wasn't entirely confident in my ability to help, it was certainly better than lugging the box back home only to return another day. The boy assessed me thoughtfully before a sly smile appeared on his face as he extended his hand. He introduced himself as Shinso. I hesitated for a moment, bracing myself for the discomfort that often accompanied physical contact, but I accepted his handshake. I introduced myself as Midoriya. As we settled onto the floor, we began working through the geometry problems. We needed space to spread out the notes and papers that Shinso seemed to have in abundance. He had a cumulative exam approaching, and despite his intelligence, he struggled to retain the material due to lack of sleep. He asked about a tangent, and I confirmed his answer with a nod, careful of the almost healed wound on my neck. I watched as he smirked triumphantly, stretching his arms above his head. After working for a while, it was clear he deserved to take pride in his accomplishments. Seeing him stretch made me consider doing the same, but it felt like too much effort. Instead, I flopped down onto the ground, finding it much more appealing. Not long after, I heard another soft thud beside me. When the narrator looked to the left, they found purple eyes fixed on them, accompanied by a proud yet weary smile from the other boy. They lay there for a few long moments, neither wanting to move as exhaustion enveloped them. The narrator remarked that the other boy looked dead, not caring if it was rude. The boy, who was unaware of the narrator's quirkless status, had no reason to harbor any dislike yet. However, the narrator feared that once the boy learned the truth, his gaze would never be so soft again. The other boy, Shinso, had dark bags under his eyes, his pale skin giving him a resemblance to a vampire rather than a middle school student. He chuckled lightly, pointing out that the narrator's own bags were worse. The narrator rolled their eyes, knowing their sleep schedule was poor, but still believing their bags couldn't compare to Shinso's. Just as they were about to respond, the office door opened, interrupting them. A voice inquired about what was happening in the room. They both glanced at the source of the noise, barely lifting their heads. The narrator shushed the voice, declaring they were corpses, eliciting a light laugh from Shinso's mother. She responded that the corpses needed to return to their tombs as they were closing up. They reluctantly got up from the comfortable ground, gathering the scattered papers around them. The narrator handed Shinso their stack of loose papers, allowing him to clip them into his binder while they retrieved his textbook. Shinso's mother suggested he walk the narrator home, which made the narrator uneasy. They felt safe in this space, where no one knew their secrets. The thought of returning to the real world together filled them with dread, fearing Shinso would discover their quirkless status and think they had deceived him. The narrator tried to protest, not wanting to be alone again or form another friendship that could end in rejection. However, their words went unheard. Shinso offered his overstuffed bag to his mother, who took it with a skeptical look. As Shinso began to walk toward the door, he glanced back, asking if the narrator was coming. The narrator hesitated, contemplating fleeing or arguing further, but the moment for that had passed. They agreed to go. Together, they exited the now empty building, Shinso's mother following closely behind. She waved goodbye as they parted ways, and they headed toward the narrator's apartment. The narrator led the way, knowing the route better. They walked side by side, sharing small, inconsequential conversations that would likely fade from memory by morning. It was a peaceful moment, but peace rarely lasts. Suddenly, Shinso stiffened as two new voices joined them. Two boys, taller than them, halted their conversation with taunts. They cracked their knuckles menacingly, revealing bruises that hinted at past fights. The narrator felt a surge of instinct to flee and reached for Shinso's sleeve, hoping to get his attention. However, before they could make contact, Shinso stepped in front of the narrator, shielding them from the two boys. Despite being bigger and stronger, the bullies seemed slow, both physically and mentally. The narrator knew they could escape if they ran now, but Shinso's protective stance confused them. One of the boys made a comment about Shinso being protective, while the other suggested he might be the narrator's boyfriend. The narrator could see a sly smile forming on Shinso's lips, accompanied by a dark look in his eyes, as if he were ready to confront the bullies. Shinso asked if the boys were finished, his voice carrying an unusual power. The two bullies exchanged glances, their smiles unwavering, and chose not to respond. Panic flickered across Shinso's face as he realized his provocation had not worked. The boys advanced, and Shinso began to retreat, but it was too late. One boy lunged at Shinso while the other seized the narrator's arm, pulling them away from Shinso's grasp and dragging them into the alley from which they had emerged. The boy watched as his friend Shinso was thrown against the alley wall. When he tried to rush to help, his friend pulled him back, growling for him to wait his turn. The muffled sounds of Shinso's pained groans filled the air as one boy kicked him while another covered his mouth. The boy staggered to his feet, feeling all too familiar with being thrown around. He glanced outside the alley but saw no one who could help. Shinso caught his eye, silently urging him to run. However, the boy hesitated, knowing he hadn't excelled in school. As he continued to scan the area, he spotted an old baseball bat lying on the ground, its top broken off. It was useless for baseball, but he realized it could serve another purpose. He lay to the side, stretching out his arm to grab the bat, moving stealthily to avoid detection. He had learned to make himself small when he didn't want to be found by classmates. This skill helped him sneak up behind the boy who was attacking Shinso. He tapped the boy on the shoulder, causing him to startle and turn around. Once the boy faced him, he swung the bat, striking him on the head with a loud thump. The other boy, who had thrown Shinso aside, stood up with an angry grin. He seemed to challenge the boy, questioning why he hadn't waited his turn. The boy replied that he had never been good at following orders. He lunged at the attacker, swinging the bat upward and hitting him under the chin, causing his head to snap back. Shinso watched, his expression a mix of emotions that the boy couldn't quite place. After dropping the bat, he extended his hand to Shinso, who took it without hesitation. He helped the purple-haired boy up and glanced at the other two, who were still recovering but wouldn't be out for long. He grabbed Shinso's sleeve and pulled him out of the alley, jogging until they reached his apartment building, stopping only at the stairs. As they climbed, Shinso began to speak, but the boy gave him a look that silenced him. He gestured for Shinso to follow him into the apartment, where they entered the kitchen without encountering any questions from his mother, who wasn't home yet. He left Shinso in the middle of the small room while he grabbed a Ziploc bag and filled it with ice. Shinso called out to him, and the boy turned, placing the ice bag on Shinso's face. He waited until Shinso took it before stepping back. Shinso pleaded for him to talk, but the boy looked into his eyes, seeing the worry reflected there, similar to his own in the alley. He raised his hand as if to comfort Shinso but then pulled back and playfully slapped him instead, expressing his frustration. The boy felt a pang of guilt as he saw the hurt in Shinso's deep purple eyes. He acknowledged that it was the first time he had fought back to help someone else. He pulled Shinso down, resting his head against his neck, and firmly told him that it should never happen again. He felt Shinso nod and hug him back, surprised to find that the usual discomfort he felt with physical contact was absent. They pulled apart, and Shinso asked why others called him mind freak and why he hadn't just run away. The boy suspected the answer but wanted to hear it from Shinso. The other boy looked away, admitting that his quirk allowed him to control people's minds when they answered his questions. The boy nodded, confirming his suspicion and commenting on how useful that quirk could be. Shinso's expression shifted from vulnerable to one of contempt as he questioned whether it was considered villainous. The boy shook his head, explaining that a quirk itself isn't inherently heroic or villainous. It's merely a tool, and it's the person wielding it who decides how to use it. He acknowledged that not everyone has the luxury of being born with such abilities. A small smile broke across Shinso's face, the brightest the boy had seen from him all day, as he expressed his gratitude. The boy nodded, feeling a mix of happiness and apprehension about what would come next. Shinso then asked about the boy's quirk, to which he hesitantly replied that he didn't have one. Shinso's face fell, and as he raised his hand, the boy instinctively braced for a hit, but it never came. Instead, Shinso's fingers traced the bandages on his throat, understanding the pain behind them without needing words. Shinso left shortly after, but not before they exchanged numbers. The boy sat on the couch, staring at his phone when a text came through. It read, "Thank you for saving me earlier." He looked at the message in disbelief, processing the word, saving. I just cut the beating short. Despite it all, I learned something about myself that day. I realized that I wasn't content with merely surviving as I had thought. I still wanted to fight, to save people, to help them. I sat down at the computer, a calculator and scratch paper to my right and snacks to my left. It was my first day not going to school with Bakugo, and for the first time, I felt it. Mom had already left for work by the time I woke up. She had left a note on the fridge with some money underneath it, telling me to buy myself a congratulatory or condolence gift depending on how today went. I was taking the online school's entrance exam today. Well, failing it would probably be the better term for me to use. I opened the school website and navigated to the entrance exam page, reading through all the instructions and information one last time. The test consisted of multiple-choice questions, with an equal number for each section. A score of at least 70% was required to pass and gain admission. The results would be sent automatically via email right after the test was submitted, and the computer would be on a lockdown browser to prevent searching for answers. I could feel the dread pooling in my stomach as I filled out the personal information and hit the start button. I worked through the questions, reading the passages, solving the math problems, and trying to remember historical events. Everything began to blur with time. I answered question after question until I finally reached the last one. The submit button loomed before me, daunting and final. Every question was answered, and the time in the upper right corner was running out. The only thing left to do was hit the submit button. The moment I clicked it, it would be over. What was done could not be undone. I stared at the button until the letters started to blur. With one last breath and all reservations signed away, I clicked it. My fate was sealed. A notification from the school appeared on the screen when I checked my email, the results arriving just as promised. I couldn't bring myself to look just yet. Instead, I glanced at the time. School would be letting out in a few minutes. I shut down the computer and grabbed my phone from the bedside table, already pulling up my messages before even sitting down. I received a reply shortly after asking if I was free after school. The response came quickly, mentioning that the sender was considering sleeping but would be interested if I had a better offer. I felt a small pang of satisfaction, as I had expected something like this. I suggested ice cream, and the reply indicated that they would run home to change and pick me up soon. If I had been a different person, living a different life, I might have smiled at the message on my screen. But I was me, and the smile refused to form, even if I wanted it to. A knock came at the front door about half an hour later. I hopped off the couch, turned off the TV, and tossed the remote back onto the couch. When I opened the door, a boy with tall, dark purple hair and a black backpack stood outside. Shinso was there, and I greeted him with a simple acknowledgement, asking about his backpack. He explained that he would buy ice cream if I helped him with a new math unit. A sly look appeared on my face as I walked out the door and locked it behind me, teasing him about being confused already. He admitted to having fallen asleep in class, and I joked about his eye bags looking shallower than before. He shot me an annoyed glance, but I could tell he wasn't truly upset. It felt nice to talk to someone like this, to express my thoughts freely without fear of being hurt by my words. I finally understood why people enjoyed having friends. Later, after hanging out at the park near my house, Shinso walked me home. It was the first time I had been there with someone else since childhood. The walk was slow, as Shinso was still recovering from the previous day's events. As we reached my apartment door, he remarked that while he had enjoyed our time together, he was curious why I wanted to hang out all of a sudden. I ignored his assumption, unsure if it was accurate. My life had been a mix of unwanted spontaneity and wrongful stability. I looked away from him and mentioned that I had taken an entrance exam that would determine my admission to the online school. He asked if I was avoiding looking at the score, and I nodded, knowing he would understand. When he inquired about my reasons for switching schools, I sighed heavily. I knew he was aware of the bullying, having experienced it himself, but our similarities ended there. He still had a fire in his eyes, a strength I had lost long ago. I explained that some people were stronger than others, and I was not one of them. Some of us break and give up. Shinso took in my words thoughtfully and offered to look at the scores with me. A warm feeling spread through my chest as I nodded, and we headed inside the apartment. He followed me down the hall to my room, his expression shifting from blank to confused when he noticed the emptiness of the space. I rubbed the back of my neck and sat down at my desk, explaining that I had been selling everything that used to decorate my room. He nodded in acceptance, not pressing further, before settling behind me. When the protagonist turned around, they felt someone lean their arms on the headrest of their chair. They sighed and expressed a desire to get things over with. Logging into the computer, they opened their email, and their breath caught in their throat. A gentle hand patted their shoulder, cautiously. The voice of the other person held a hint of a smile, even if it wasn't visible. A bright green mark of 95% appeared on the screen, accompanied by an acceptance email. The protagonist received congratulations from their companion, who they recognized as Hitoshi. As they stood up from the chair and turned to face him, Hitoshi requested to be called by his first name. The protagonist was taken aback, questioning why. Hitoshi shrugged, avoiding eye contact, and explained that since the protagonist was his only friend, it made sense. They both understood the bond they shared, having accepted each other's differences. The protagonist agreed, inviting Hitoshi to call them Izuku. They walked downstairs together, discussing plans to hang out again. Outside the apartment building, Izuku thanked Hitoshi for the distraction, acknowledging that the day had been enjoyable. Hitoshi nodded, but instead of simply reciprocating the sentiment, he removed his backpack and pulled out a thick black circular object that resembled a collar. He explained that it was the thickest one he could find and offered it to Izuku as an alternative to the bandages on his neck. Hitoshi pointed out that surviving in a difficult environment required its own kind of strength. Izuku stared at him in awe, contemplating the meaning behind his words. While surviving was indeed a form of strength, Izuku questioned what it mattered if one didn't feel truly alive. He expressed gratitude to Hitoshi, who responded with a casual acknowledgement before walking away. Izuku watched him leave, twirling the choker in his hands. Meanwhile, Bakugo was taking out the trash, feeling that the day had been strange. He learned that Deku had transferred schools, and some classmates were upset after a confrontation involving a nerd. The nerd had simply walked away, and Bakugo felt a sense of unease instead of relief. He had treated the other boy as he thought was right, yet something about Deku's absence didn't sit well with him. As he walked home, he overheard a familiar exchange between Hitoshi and Izuku, which piqued his curiosity. He noticed Hitoshi calling Deku by a nickname, and the expression on Deku's face was one of trust and honesty, reminiscent of their childhood. This sight stirred something painful within Bakugo. On another day, Izuku sat on the floor of his room, surrounded by parts he had collected for a project. He was attempting to build a remote-controlled blimp but was struggling with the motors. After packing up the extra pieces, he decided to search for different components at the beach. On his way, he was unexpectedly bumped into by a small girl with light blue hair and a single horn. She clung to his side, trembling, and he noticed the numerous bandages covering her arms and legs. No child should have to endure such injuries. As he reached out to comfort her, a voice called from an alley, searching for the girl named Eri. A man emerged from the shadows, his calm demeanor contrasting with the anger in his eyes. He demanded that Eri return, apologizing for her behavior while casting a forced smile at Izuku. The man referred to Eri as his niece, leaving Izuku puzzled. There was no way they could be related. Quirks could cause various physical changes over generations, but children usually resembled their family members in some way. This girl, however, looked nothing like the man in the alley. What was the plan here? There was no way he was going to take the girl with him, but stopping him was another matter entirely. He didn't know my quirk, and I didn't know his or hers. That uncertainty could work to my advantage. With a convincing smile, I squinted my eyes slightly to make it appear genuine. Most people revealed their intentions through their eyes. I bent down as if to speak with the girl, intending to convince her to leave me, but instead, I pulled a small motor and a remote from my pockets, quickly activating them. The contraption began to shake and emit smoke, resembling a possessed machine. Normally, I would have wanted to destroy it, but right now, it was just what I needed. I tossed the device lightly, letting it skid across the floor as more smoke billowed from it. A small fire ignited on the contraption, fueled by the cloth I had intended to use for the balloon portion of a blimp. The man instinctively jumped back as the flames grew, just as I had anticipated. With the girl in my arms, I ran, changing direction every few streets to make it harder for anyone to follow. I continued to run until my legs trembled from the weight, but I pushed on. I didn't take her to the police, the hospital, or my apartment places where one would expect to find us. Instead, I headed to a small clinic in a less affluent part of the city, a place that provided medical supplies to street kids in exchange for chores. "Where are we, mister?" the girl finally asked, her voice trembling. I set her down but quickly noticed her bare feet and picked her up again. The ground would be too hot for her. "It's a clinic. They're going to check to make sure nothing is wrong with you," I explained, choosing honesty over sugarcoating. This would also give me time to figure out what to do with her. "Are they going to hurt me?" she asked, her trembling. Returning, I crouched down to meet her gaze, looking into her red eyes. I shook my head. "They're going to help you." She nodded and reached for my sleeve, gripping it tightly. I suppressed a sigh. It seemed I wasn't getting rid of this child anytime soon. "My name is Izuku Midoriya," I told her gently. "Eri," she whispered. I nodded and carried her inside. Eri looked around with fearful eyes as I opened the door to the clinic. Her gaze was understandable. She was dressed in an old hospital gown, likely the only thing she had been allowed to wear. Entering a clinic was probably one of the last things she wanted right now, but I needed to know how serious her condition was. "Let's just get this over with." I approached the front desk, Eri still in my arms, and looked at the man sitting there. He appeared middle-aged with a kind face, but I knew looks could be deceiving. "Good day," he greeted. "What seems to be the problem?" I pointed to the girl. "She's injured and needs to be looked at," I stated directly. His expression remained calm, but his eyes grew serious as he nodded and led us to a small examination room. I set Eri down and attempted to step outside to give her some privacy, but she grabbed my wrist with surprising strength, stopping me. I glanced at the doctor, who observed the scene with interest. He tilted his head toward the chair next to the examination bed. I squeezed Eri's hand before moving to sit down. She let out a small breath of relief when I did. The doctor began the examination, and it went smoothly until he touched the girl's bandages. Eri's eyes widened in fear before she seemed to withdraw into herself. I looked away to give her space, allowing her to cope with whatever trauma she had experienced. I knew this visit wouldn't resolve everything, but if it helped her get through the exam, I would let her be. Then the doctor pulled out a needle for blood work, and Aries' fear returned. I quickly moved to her side as she scooted back on the bed, trying to distance herself from the doctor and the needle. I blocked her view, speaking calmly as I gently patted her head. "It's okay," I reassured her, turning to the doctor and positioning myself so Aries could see me. I extended my arm to the doctor, indicating he could take my blood instead. He complied, drawing a small sample. "See," I said, trying to ease her anxiety. I watched Aries' eyes as they flickered with uncertainty, but I could tell she was more relaxed than before. A frown creased my lips at the sight. I didn't want her to trust me. Aries looked like someone who had been hurt her entire life. I didn't want to be just another person who let her down. She leaned back, trying to make herself small. He won't hurt me," she asked, echoing the question she had posed earlier. I leaned closer, erasing the frown from my face as I met her gaze. A cold look is always better than one filled with hurt. The doctor assured that he would not harm her, but instead help. The girl took a moment before nodding slightly in response. The remainder of the visit proceeded without incident, though the doctor's expression grew increasingly troubled. The doctor turned to me, indicating he wanted to speak privately. I noticed Aries gripping the sheets on the bed. I reassured her that I would be right outside the curtain and urged her not to touch anything sharp, not wanting her to get hurt. She nodded again, swinging her legs slightly as she sat on the edge of the bed. We stepped out of the small room and walked down the hall, ensuring Aries couldn't overhear our conversation. The doctor sighed heavily, dragging a hand down his face. He explained that Aries was not sick in any way and likely had not been exposed to many things that could make her ill during her life. It seemed she had been kept in a very sterile environment. He noted her malnourishment and the scars covering her body, suggesting she had been used as some sort of test subject. I couldn't help but sigh, having anticipated something like this since I found her. The doctor then inquired about her quirk, to which I shook my head. He speculated that her quirk was the reason she had been used in experiments, likely because it posed a danger to living organisms or could be manipulated to do so. I suspected it was connected to the horn on her head. I sighed again, asking what he wanted in return for this information. The doctor clarified that he did not charge for such matters, but Aries would need to be admitted to a quirk facility until they could determine the nature of her quirk. I felt a sense of resignation, realizing I lacked the resources to care for her as they could. If her quirk activated and she couldn't control it, they had the means to manage it, while I did not. The thought of sending her to one of those facilities troubled me deeply. I had witnessed how society treated those who were different, and I knew how Hitoshi was treated at school. I didn't want to send an already hurting girl to a place that might cause her further pain if her quirk turned out to be dangerous. The doctor interrupted my thoughts, assuring me that it was one of the better facilities. He would never send a child to a place that would only increase their suffering. He also mentioned that I would be able to visit her daily. I nodded, feeling a bit more assured, and decided I would tell Aries myself. Returning to Aries' room, I found her playing with the hem of her dress. I noted that I needed to buy her some proper clothes. I sat down on the bed beside her, swinging my legs in time with hers. She looked at me with sadness, asking if I was sending her away now that I knew who she was. I shook my head, assuring her that I was sending her somewhere to help her learn to control her quirk, and that I would visit every day if she wanted me to. I emphasized that it had nothing to do with her past. Aries whispered that she felt cursed. I shook my head again, telling her she was not cursed. If she wasn't ready to believe that just yet, I suggested we could be cursed together. When I finally looked at her, I noticed the shine in her eyes. She was looking at me the way people looked at heroes, a gaze I felt I did not deserve. Finding amusement in the moment, Aries kicked her feet with a bit more energy and thanked me for saving her. I wanted to tell her that I had simply done what anyone else would have done in that situation, but I didn't want to dampen her spirits. Later, I called my mom on the way to the nearest clothing store, explaining the situation while omitting some of the more concerning details. The doctor had provided Aries with shoes and an old dress, But the quirk facility allowed patients to wear their own clothes, so we needed to buy some before taking her there. As we walked, Eri did not smile, but I could sense her good mood as she held my hand, swinging our connected arms and taking in her surroundings. I chose less busy streets to avoid overwhelming her. My mom joined us at the first store, looking at Eri as if she were the most adorable thing she had seen in years. We picked out 7 outfits and a couple of pairs of pajamas, along with other basic necessities before heading to the facility. I discreetly added some of my own items to the mix. I kept a close watch on Eri to ensure she was all right. She appeared wary of my mother, sticking closer to my side when she arrived, but she didn't seem to dislike her. It was during this time that I noticed Eri's eyes light up as we passed a bakery. I tapped my mom on the shoulder and led us inside. I told Eri she could pick anything she wanted, my treat. She hesitated before pointing to a shiny red candy apple. I bought her 2, one for now and one for my visit later. I saw my mom smile as she watched Eri enjoy the sweet treat. I realized I had gained a little sister. That night, I put on the dark green hoodie and black goggles I had bought during our outing and snuck out of my window. I sat on the edge of a tall city building, gazing out at the bustling streets below. The sun had set long ago, but the city was still alive with noise. Normal people should feel scared sitting this close to the edge, but after 3 months, I had grown accustomed to it. I sat there, absorbing the sounds of the city until a scream echoed from a nearby alley. Most people believe that all crimes occur during the day, and they are partially right. Major crimes that are classified as villain attacks happen in broad daylight, the kind that heroes handle while the citizens watch in awe. These public battles often overshadow the darker crimes that unfold in the shadows, where no cameras are present. I descended the building's fire escape, retrieving the weapon concealed on my person as I moved almost silently. I paused at the corner, crouching down to peer around the side of the building, assessing the situation. A tall, muscular man had a young woman pinned against the wall, his hand covering her mouth to stifle her screams, while his other hand roamed inappropriately. Disgust surged through me as I observed the scene. I crept around the side of the building and aimed my weapon at the man's back, firing without hesitation. The bullet struck him squarely, prompting him to turn around, anger etched on his face. I quickly adjusted my aim and shot again, this time hitting him in the head, erasing his furious expression. The woman looked at me, fear evident in her eyes as she glanced between me and the man on the ground. She stumbled away from him, her hand trembling over her mouth, caught between horror and gratitude. I decided to alleviate her concern. I informed her that he was not dead, explaining that the paintballs contained a strong tranquilizer. He would be unconscious for the next hour, and I urged her to call the police to report what had happened. I waited for her to nod in acknowledgement before continuing. I asked if she needed first aid, keeping my distance as she moved closer to the fallen man. We both observed his chest rise and fall for a moment before she replied that she was fine, stating that he hadn't done anything to her yet. I nodded and extended a gloved hand toward her, raising it slowly so she could see my intentions. I crouched down and rolled a small object to her feet, watching her flinch slightly as it landed. I instructed her to take it, emphasizing its importance. She leaned down and picked up the paintball. I knew that some quirks could shorten the duration of their effects. As she stood, I had already vanished from her sight. I sprinted through the streets, the sounds of the city filling my ears once more, adrenaline surging through my veins. I was not a hero, that was a title I could never claim. Yet I was too selfish to abandon my aspirations. Instead, I was the closest thing to a hero without truly being one a vigilante. Even that term felt inadequate. The Japanese government defined a vigilante as someone who uses their quirk illegally to perform heroic deeds. I lacked a quirk, which meant that label didn't truly apply to me. I was merely a shadow of a hero, just as I was a shadow of a person. As I ran, I glanced up at the clear sky. It felt liberating to run like this. The only other times I had run before these past few months were when I was being chased. I stopped at one of the taller buildings and climbed its fire escape, making my way to the edge of the roof. A chill ran down my neck as I surveyed the area. I noticed a shadowy figure on the adjacent building, partially concealed behind the air ventilation. I could see a slight irregularity in the shadow. I settled down on the edge of the roof, waiting for them to reveal themselves. I didn't have to wait long. The figure approached and complimented my earlier actions, noting my quick and efficient response, as well as my impeccable aim. I sighed heavily, recognizing the voice. It was Eraserhead. In my relatively short time in this world, I had yet to encounter any actual heroes, and the thought was exhausting. Not all heroes were good people. That was a hard lesson I had learned. Some wore the guise of role models while hiding their true selves. With the heroes in the limelight, it was easier to discern their true nature if you knew where to look. However, underground heroes were a different story. Few knew they existed, making it difficult to predict how they would react to someone like me. Eraserhead acknowledged that he had been following me and inquired about my identity. I simply stated that I was nobody, emphasizing my lack of importance. He sighed, clearly weary. He reminded me that vigilantism was illegal, but I countered that he couldn't arrest me since I hadn't used a quirk. He seemed to find that frustrating. He sat down next to me on the ledge, still not looking my way. He questioned my motivations, suggesting there were plenty of actual heroes without someone like me complicating matters. I shrugged, indifferent to his concerns. I had endured worse injuries at school than I had while doing this, and death didn't faze me much. Eraserhead's expression tightened at my words, clearly disapproving. I stood up from the ledge and checked the time on my pocket watch. It was already 3:30, and I needed to head back home. I calmly explained that heroes typically didn't arrest vigilantes unless they became dangerous. The worst that my opponents faced was a concussion from a fall, and I suggested he shouldn't waste his time trying to convince me to stop. It would just be a waste trying to help someone like me. This was the only time that I truly felt alive lately. The man sighed as she walked away, noting to keep that in mind. She descended the fire escape and made her way back home, crawling in through the window as she did every night. As she lay in bed, the familiar cold feeling in her chest returned, a sensation that only seemed to fade when she was out running the streets, engaging in activities she knew she shouldn't. She sighed, feeling a chill in her bones, and closed her eyes to sleep. Aizawa observed the rooftops, scanning for any signs of trouble in the otherwise calm night. He was preparing to head home for some much-needed rest before facing a classroom full of energetic students when a scream pierced the silence, causing him to halt. He turned and moved toward the source of the scream, aware that the scene awaiting him would likely be unsettling. Crime did not vanish at night. It merely transformed into the petty offenses that often went unnoticed in an age dominated by heroes. This was one reason why so few heroes patrolled after dark. He approached the building with the alley where the scream had originated, pausing at the edge to assess the situation before making his move. Caution was essential in this line of work. Recklessness could lead to harm not just for oneself but for others as well. At the end of the alley, he spotted a large man pinning a woman against the wall. It was a situation that, while disturbing, was all too common and typically straightforward to resolve. Just as he prepared to leap down, he noticed a figure lurking at the corner of the adjacent building. The shadowy figure remained concealed in the darkness behind the building, observing the unfolding scene. Initially, he appeared to be just another suspicious individual, but then he stepped out from his hiding place and fired a projectile, striking the man in the back. The figure's movements were fluid and precise, suggesting a level of training. The man, hit, turned around and glared angrily at the shadowy figure before collapsing face-first onto the ground. The figure approached and struck him lightly on the head with the same object he had used to incapacitate him. The girl nearby reacted in shock at the sight of the man on the ground. The shadowy figure reassured her, stating that he was not dead. His voice sounded surprisingly youthful as he explained that it was merely a tranquilizer, which helped calm her down. The figure then retrieved something from his pocket and rolled it toward the girl, explaining that it was another paintball, just in case the man regained consciousness too soon. His actions were efficient and executed without endangering anyone involved. He even inquired if she needed first aid, covering all necessary bases in a situation like this. As the figure departed, the woman leaned down to pick up the paintball from the ground. I decided to pursue him. Such work made me wonder if he was someone who had flunked out of hero school. Many vigilantes were either unable to enter hero school or had failed, yet still believed themselves to be heroes, taking it upon themselves to fight crime. There were a few exceptions, but they were rare. I glanced back at the woman, who was already calling the police while carefully holding the paintball, ready to use it if necessary. I made my decision and chased after the figure. He was fast, that much was clear. The vigilante had only been running for a few moments, just enough time for me to look at the woman, yet he was already a considerable distance away. I couldn't help but smile as I ran after him. It had been a long time since I encountered someone so intriguing. I navigated through the city, following the shadowy figure below. I watched as he climbed one of the fire escapes of a nearby building and settled on the ledge. He didn't seem skilled enough to leap between buildings just yet. I was about to approach him when a chill ran down my spine. The figure paused in the middle of the roof, and I noticed a slight shiver run through him as he turned to face the exact spot where I was hiding. Did he sense me? I shook off the surprise and hopped to the next building, landing silently on its roof. I complimented the figure on his earlier performance, noting how quick and efficient he had been, with perfect aim. He sighed deeply before acknowledging my presence, unfazed by my sudden appearance. He greeted me calmly, recognizing me as Mr. Eraserhead. He knew who I was? Underground heroes were rarely known or acknowledged by the public, and often not even by their fellow heroes. To be recognized so quickly by a civilian masquerading as a hero was unusual. I approached the figure, stopping just behind him while trying to shake off my unease. I asked him who he was, curious about his identity. "Nobody," he replied tiredly. He seemed quite young. "Nobody" was not a typical response from vigilantes. Most were eager to announce their names. This one, however, wore ordinary dark street clothing and a pair of goggles, lacking the flamboyance of typical heroes. I sighed, realizing the situation. I pointed out that vigilantism was illegal, observing the weariness in his expression. "And yet, you can't arrest me because I didn't use a quirk," he replied smartly. He was correct. Until he used his quirk, there was nothing I could do to stop him. It was a loophole I hadn't encountered before, as most people felt compelled to use their quirks daily. I sat down next to him on the ledge, maintaining enough distance to react if necessary while respecting his personal space. I questioned why he was doing this, pointing out that there were plenty of actual heroes without someone who had flunked out of hero school complicating matters. He was just a child with his whole life ahead of him. Why choose a path that could lead to arrest? The boy looked at me as if I were foolish. I tried to reason with him, expressing concern for his lack of training and the potential dangers he faced. I mentioned that he could get hurt or even worse. He dismissed my concerns, stating he had experienced worse injuries at school than he had while doing this, and that death didn't bother him much. His words left me with a grim expression. What kind of life had he lived that made such thoughts seem normal? Why did the idea of getting hurt or killed not seem to matter to him? The boy stood up from the ledge, retrieving something from his side. Normally, I would intervene in such situations, but he didn't appear to pose a threat to anyone except petty criminals. When he revealed a pocket watch, I noticed the weariness in his demeanor as he glanced at the time. Heroes don't usually arrest vigilantes unless they get out of control and start causing serious harm, he said calmly, putting the watch back in his pocket with a smooth motion. The worst that happens to the people I fight is a concussion from a fall. The boy insisted that it was pointless to try to convince him to change his ways. It felt like a waste of time to help someone like him. The narrator couldn't help but sigh again, feeling a mix of frustration and concern. They decided to keep an eye on the boy as he walked toward the fire escape, contemplating their options. Let him face the consequences of his actions or step in to guide him. Looking up at the roof, the narrator realized they would need to teach someone else the art of parkour, a small grin forming on their face. The boy mirrored every gesture the narrator made, his green eyes and hair reflecting their own. He wore the same simple dark clothing, blending into the background just as the narrator did. This boy was a reminder of the past, a reflection they had long avoided. The collar around the narrator's neck, a gift from Shinso, felt familiar yet burdensome. They hadn't seen the boy who had given it to them since their last day at the old school, but thoughts of him lingered, haunting the narrator like a ghost. After a quick glance in the mirror, the narrator left the bathroom and entered the living room, where their mother sat at the kitchen table sorting through the mail. They stood behind her chair, waiting for her to finish reading before speaking. They informed her that they were going out to see Eri and would be home late. Their mother smiled gently, pleased that she had formed a bond with the blue-haired girl. Eri deserved a caring figure in her life, and the narrator's mother deserved a child to nurture, even if Eri's quirk was more dangerous than they had anticipated. Eri's quirk allowed her to rewind the state of living beings, a discovery made when a doctor attempted to take a blood sample. Eri's powers activated unexpectedly, causing a brief moment of chaos but no real harm. The doctors were now hesitant to conduct tests without the narrator present. The mother asked the narrator to say hello to Hitoshi, her knowing smile suggesting she understood more than she let on. The narrator felt too weary to inquire further and turned to leave. However, their mother called out to them just before they could exit. She handed them a letter, handling it with care as if it were fragile. The narrator accepted the letter, knowing it was from only one person, and headed to their room. They opened the door wide and tossed the letter aside, deciding to deal with it later or perhaps never. Their mother watched with a sad expression as they left, but the narrator chose not to acknowledge it. Upon entering the bookstore, the narrator scanned the room filled with books, searching for the perfect spot. They spotted a flash of color near the front and moved silently toward it, instinctively quieting their footsteps. Approaching the boy with purple hair, they leaned over his shoulder to see what he was reading. Startled, Hitoshi dropped his book and expressed his annoyance, though he quickly lowered his voice to avoid drawing attention. The narrator felt a rush of exhilaration from the playful interaction, a rare moment of feeling alive. Hitoshi sighed, picking up his book and commenting on the narrator's chaotic nature, likening them to a cat. The narrator took the remark in stride, knowing Hitoshi had a fondness for cats despite not having one of his own. They continued down the shelves, with Hitoshi following closely. The narrator mentioned they were looking for a book of fairy tales, prompting another sigh from Hitoshi as he settled in beside them. More twisted stories? Every time Izuku visited Eri at the quirk facility, he made sure to bring her a story to listen to while the doctors conducted their tests. The stories kept her distracted and calm, preventing any incidents. Hitoshi, who had been with him, whispered Eri's name with a hint of bitterness. Izuku sighed and picked up a promising book, assuring Hitoshi that he would meet Eri once she was cleared. Hitoshi had been feeling left out since they found her, unable to meet the girl that both Izuku and his mother cared for. The facility only allowed family members to visit, which added to Hitoshi's frustration. He grunted in response. Izuku then took the book Hitoshi had been carrying, insisting they go to a bakery where they picked up a candied apple that had been set aside for them. They continued down the street, talking quietly until they reached the post office, where Izuku dropped Hitoshi off before heading to the quirk facility. The nurse at the door greeted him, reminding him that he knew the way. Izuku nodded and walked through the brightly colored hallways, a nurse following him. Upon entering the room, he was met with expectant red eyes from the child-sized bed in the corner. He greeted Eri, sitting down on the floor at the foot of her bed. Eri responded comfortably, her eyes shining with joy, a significant improvement from the first time he found her. She excitedly shared how another child at the facility had taught her to play checkers during their free time, her excitement growing as she recounted winning most of the games, almost shy about her success. Once she finished, Izuku opened a book to a story he had read on his way from the post office, ensuring it was appropriate for her. He told her about a mermaid who befriended another mermaid, singing magical songs together. The story unfolded with the mermaids befriending a prince and their adventures in the human world before it was outlawed. The tale took a darker turn when the mermaid was tricked by her friends and transformed into a sea witch, vowing revenge on the new king and his wife. Eri found the story strange but enjoyable, snuggling deeper into her blankets as sleep overtook her. Izuku tucked her in and left the candied apple on her bedside table for later. The nurses nodded at him as he exited. When he got home, Izuku retreated to his room, kicking an unwanted letter further inside. He completed his homework at the computer until the light in his mother's room went out. After a moment, he turned everything off and donned his vigilante gear, ignoring the yawn that slipped from his lips. Sleep had never been his ally, and he felt little need for it now. He crawled out the window as he did every night, carefully making his way to the fire escape and descending the steps quickly. The moment his feet hit solid ground, he took off running through the streets, relishing the cold air against his skin. It reminded him he was alive, even when his heart felt heavy. He ran until he reached the heart of the city, where running was only acceptable in the back alleys. The city buzzed quietly as everyone settled down for the night. Most businesses closed. Everything seemed fine until he spotted a dark figure clinging to the side of the bank, slowly making its way up. Izuku wondered why someone would attempt such a bold act in public, knowing the risks involved with cameras and quirks. As he searched for the fire escape, planning to let the burglar reach the roof before intervening, he noticed another figure moving through the night, heading straight for the would-be thief. The man was quickly ensnared in a scarf-like trap, leaving him with no chance of escape. Izuku climbed up the escape to watch what the pro-hero would do next. Upon reaching the top, he saw the burglar unconscious on the ground while the hero called for backup. Izuku turned to leave, not wanting to be questioned by Eraserhead again, but something caught at his feet, pulling him back the capture scarf. He had a knife, but he doubted it would cut through the scarf's metallic properties, so he went limp, accepting whatever punishment awaited him. Pain was an old friend, after all. Eraserhead asked why Izuku hadn't simply jumped from rooftop to rooftop. Although Izuku felt a desire to hit the man, he answered anyway, explaining that he couldn't. The pro-hero hummed thoughtfully, stating he would teach him. Izuku turned to the man on the roof, hoping the darkness concealed his surprise. Eraserhead wanted to. A million thoughts whirled through the protagonist's mind as they stared at the pro-hero across from them, none of which were positive. In the end, one thing became impossibly clear. The hero was only willing to help because he didn't know how worthless they felt. Curiosity led the protagonist to ask why he was trying to help, genuinely puzzled. Even if he wasn't actively trying to catch them, he had no reason to offer assistance. "You don't even know me," they pointed out. The man sighed, a habit they both seemed to share. "Do I need a reason to help you?" he replied, his voice maintaining its usual monotone. "Everyone has a reason for everything they do," the protagonist responded bluntly. "Maybe I just don't want to see a kid die," Eraserhead said calmly, though there was an underlying intensity in his tone. The protagonist felt their body freeze, as if they were suddenly incapable of movement. Death was something they were all too familiar with, often feeling its presence in everyday situations. Standing on rooftops, they would remind themselves of the pain it would cause their loved ones if they acted on their darker thoughts. Perhaps the hero didn't want to see them die, but there were moments when they felt that way themselves. After a moment of contemplation, the protagonist finally agreed to start training. "Where do we begin?" Aizawa took the kid to the skate park, where the stone slopes were just high enough to teach him how to move properly without risking serious injury. They stood atop one of the middle slopes, not much taller than the boy's waist. Aizawa observed how the kid stood at the edge of the concrete slope, seemingly unbothered by the potential danger. The kid appeared serene, his expression suggesting a carefree attitude despite the risk of falling. It was not the look one would expect from a child. "So now what?" the boy asked, eyes still closed as a gentle breeze tousled his hair. Aizawa hesitated for a moment, reconsidering whether this was the right lesson for him, but decided to proceed. "You fall," he instructed simply, "and roll when you do." The kid nodded and, without hesitation, jumped off the ledge with the grace of a bird taking flight. He fell to the ground, already preparing to roll. The boy executed a side roll, landing with one leg kneeling while the other seemed ready to spring into action. Aizawa felt a wave of shock at the sight. The kid was far too proficient at this movement, far beyond what he had anticipated. "Was I supposed to land like that?" the boy asked, his tone revealing a hint of uncertainty. "I'm used to being pushed down a lot, so I learned to roll and land in a way that I could run right after." He began to mumble, over-explaining himself. Right, the kid was a vigilante with some experience, and getting knocked down was part of his routine. Learning to roll was only natural. "No, you did well, kid," Aizawa reassured him. They continued training, gradually increasing the height of their jumps. The boy adapted quickly, tackling each new challenge with ease. Throughout the session, Izawa noticed that the kid never used a quirk. Everything he did was pure talent and training. He moved swiftly, practicing repeatedly until he perfected each maneuver. If only his students showed half as much determination. The more time Izawa spent with the boy, the more he wondered what had led him to this point instead of being in a classroom. Perhaps he was in a hero class but was too eager to wait for his chance in the field. Yet, deep down, Izawa knew that wasn't the case. This kid didn't seem the type to pursue this path for fun when he had other, legal options available. It was clear that his skills stemmed from raw talent and experience. Later, they sat on the ledge of one of the shorter buildings in the city. The boy kicked his feet lightly, finally acting like a child since Izawa had first met him. He wore his goggles, but Izawa could still see his eyes through the lenses, which were closed as he leaned back to gaze at the night sky. "Why did you take the time to teach me this? You're a pro hero. People could have gotten hurt while you were wasting your time on me," the boy asked, never looking directly at Izawa. "Kid," Izawa began, noting the way the child spoke as if he didn't value himself at all. What had happened to make him feel this way? "It wasn't a waste of time," Izawa replied honestly, though he knew he was bending the truth. "It was my day off anyway." The boy made a humming noise, suggesting he didn't fully believe either statement, which was understandable given the circumstances. "Hey kid, what should I call you?" Izawa asked, realizing he couldn't keep referring to him as kid. He needed a proper name or at least a vigilante alias. So far, the boy had kept a low profile, avoiding any actions that would draw attention. The only connection they had was the traces of tranquilizer found in the criminal's bloodstreams. "I'm not giving you my real name, Mr. Eraserhead," the boy replied, a hint of defiance in his tone. The boy spoke firmly, addressing Eraserhead with a serious tone. Eraserhead responded casually, asking the boy for the vigilante name he had chosen for himself. Many vigilantes were individuals who had failed to become heroes but still clung to the belief that they deserved that title, often giving themselves code names. The boy appeared confused by the concept of naming himself. He hadn't even considered that he could choose a name. Eraserhead sighed, explaining that he could indeed name himself, questioning why the boy cared about breaking rules when he was already breaking the law nightly. The boy seemed ready to argue but held back. In his hand, he rolled one of his tranquilizer beads between his fingers. He had other gadgets on him, including small smoke bombs attached to his belt. Clearly, he was inventive. Eraserhead remarked that the boy reminded him of Daedalus, not expecting him to know the reference. To his surprise, the boy responded, explaining that Daedalus was the Greek inventor who built the labyrinth to trap the Minotaur beneath the city. This was a story that had been shared by Mike during a lesson on Greek mythology last school year. The boy admitted that he felt more like Icarus. Eraserhead, intrigued, asked about Icarus. The boy explained that while Daedalus was the inventor, Icarus was his son, held captive by King Minos as a form of insurance to ensure Daedalus wouldn't escape. Eraserhead recalled the story vaguely and asked if Icarus had indeed tried to escape. The boy nodded, recounting how Daedalus built wings for both of them, allowing them to fly away as guards pursued them. He shared how Icarus, despite his father's warnings not to fly too close to the sea or the sun, had ultimately fallen because he didn't heed the advice. The boy reflected on Icarus's fate, noting that he had been born in captivity and had never known freedom. When he finally experienced it, he flew too close to the sun and crashed into the sea. Those words resonated deeply, carrying a weight that felt heavy for someone so young. From Izuku's perspective, the phrase, "flew too close to the sun, crashed into the sea," echoed in his mind. It mirrored his own struggles in pursuing his dreams, which had nearly cost him everything. Eraserhead slowly considered the name Icarus, acknowledging that it wasn't a bad choice. For the first time, Izuku looked at him directly, stepping back to prepare for a leap. Eraserhead mirrored his movement moments later. Izuku agreed that Icarus was a fitting name as he ran toward the edge of the building, jumping off the ledge. The sensation of weightlessness felt akin to freedom as he leaped to the next building, landing gracefully on the roof. He could embrace that identity. The late afternoon sun warmed Hitoshi's skin as he sat on the park bench, waiting for a certain green-haired teen to arrive. Over the months he had known Izuku, they had always met to hang out in the afternoons. The boy seemed to sleep through the day most of the time and stay up through the night like a nocturnal creature. Hitoshi couldn't judge, though. His own insomnia made his sleeping schedule just as erratic. Little kids ran around, their laughter echoing through the park as Hitoshi sipped his coffee, quietly enjoying the summer breeze. With the UA entrance exams less than 4 months away, he felt less prepared than he had anticipated. The academic portion of the test would be challenging, but he felt more confident about that than the practical portion. He noted with a hint of frustration that he had less muscle mass than Izuku, which felt somewhat embarrassing considering that Izuku rarely left his house for school. Suddenly, a hand waved in front of Hitoshi's face, jolting him from his thoughts. A flash of green in his peripheral vision revealed the source of the distraction. The smaller teen settled onto the bench beside him, snatching the coffee cup from Hitoshi's hands and finishing the last sip. Izuku had a habit of getting Hitoshi's attention this way, waving his hand without touching him, a quirk he had maintained since they first met. The only times he ever made physical contact were when Hitoshi was prepared for it. Izuku explained that he had called Hitoshi's name, but he had been too lost in thought to hear. Hitoshi offered a brief response, mentioning the entrance exam. They had shared similar conversations before, so Izuku understood without needing further elaboration. Hitoshi could hear Izuku sighing tiredly as he slumped down on the bench. He reassured Hitoshi that he would do fine. It was the kind of support that would typically be accompanied by a warm smile, but that was one of the few things Izuku struggled to express. Hitoshi shot back that Izuku didn't even have to take an entrance exam, as he was enrolled in an online school and only needed to choose new classes for the upcoming year. Izuku shrugged in response. Hitoshi lamented that he couldn't even fight, recognizing that his struggles were largely his own doing. He wished he had taken martial arts classes or participated in some sport. Fingers snapped in front of his face, pulling him from his spiraling thoughts. A cold voice commanded him to snap out of it, but the tone somehow warmed his chest. Izuku cared deeply, often to the point of shutting himself off to avoid being hurt. Izuku reassured Hitoshi that no matter how he performed in the practical exam, he would pass the written test. He would get in, and if he didn't make it into the hero course on the first try, he could always transfer later. UA used their sports festival to assess who they truly wanted in the hero course. The second chance. Sighing quietly, Hitoshi stood up, catching Izuku by surprise. He insisted that he still needed to get stronger, his voice slightly above his usual monotone. Izuku nodded in agreement and stood up as well, slapping his knees as he did. He remarked that self-realization was a useful skill. Hitoshi shot him a small glare. Izuku continued, instructing Hitoshi to meet him at the same time the following day and to wear running clothes. Hitoshi didn't question him out loud, knowing how stubborn Izuku could be. But one thought lingered in his mind: he hated running. As Izuku walked away, Hitoshi regretted his life decisions. Izuku made his way to a nearby trash can, weaving through the crowd without touching anyone, almost unnoticeable unless one was looking for him. Watching him in moments like this made Hitoshi wonder if there was more to Izuku than he let on. Yet, whenever he did something nice for Izuku, the boy would give him the strangest looks, causing those thoughts to fade. Izuku returned, joining Hitoshi for a walk around the park as they talked about their day and what had happened since they last spoke. It was a pleasant experience, something Hitoshi never thought he would have before meeting Izuku. It felt like a chance to be happy, something he had never believed he deserved. Izuku moved effortlessly from rooftop to rooftop, rolling out of the motion when necessary. It felt as easy as breathing after months of practice. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that his skills were wasted on someone like him, who had no future of using them legally. But he was human after all. Humans are selfish. They take things that aren't rightfully theirs and continue to take as much as they can until someone or something finally intervenes. Until they fall from the sky down to the sea below. The warm summer breeze kept me company through the long night as I broke up small drunken fights and stopped people from trying to pickpocket others wandering the streets at such an absurd hour. That was when I saw him. A boy was walking down the street, red bat-like wings protruding from his back, wings that no longer had the strength to lift the plump teen off the ground like they used to when we were children, back when no one cared if the other kids trained their quirks illegally. Subasa. He was one of the children I played with before quirks became an issue. He had been close with Bakugo until middle school when he went to a different school than most of the other kids in the area. He was also the grandson of Dr. Subasa, the doctor who diagnosed me as quirkless when I was 4, the reason the whole school knew about my condition within a week. What was he doing? The teen had stopped, leaning against an alley wall, smoking a cigarette. That wasn't unusual. Some of the boys who hung around Bakugo tended to smoke after school. What was unusual was how he seemed to be on edge, moving his head from side to side as if he felt like he was being watched, not just now but for a long time. He looked like someone on the run, someone who should have known better than to be out alone. Jumping down from the building I was on, I dug my knife into the wall close to the bottom of my fall to slow my momentum, landing softly on the ground. I was prepared to follow the boy if necessary, but when I yanked the blade from the wall and turned to look at Subasa, he was gone. He had vanished. I stared at the spot where he had just been moments before, jogging over quietly. There was no one in the alley or on the street except for me. The only thing I saw was a still smoking cigarette but on the ground and a swirl of purple on the wall. The purple swirl was a smoky substance, but it too disappeared before I could analyze it further. Here and gone, just like Subasa. Some type of teleportation quirk? My mind wandered through the possibilities of what could have caused this situation, logical or not. Icarus? I spun around quickly, my knife still gripped firmly in my hand. Eraserhead stood before me, raising an eyebrow. He asked what I was doing. I looked back at the plain wall behind me before turning fully to face him. I explained vaguely that I thought I saw something, tucking the blade back into its rightful place. I asked if anyone had gone missing lately. The adult blinked, momentarily stunned by my blunt question, but he recovered quickly. He mentioned that there had been 1 or 2 more cases than usual for such a large city, but the police and some underground heroes were looking into it. He asked why I wanted to know, concern evident in his voice, something I was only used to hearing from my mother and more recently, Mrs. Shinso. It felt strange to hear it from a hero. I didn't like making him worry. I shrugged, deciding it was best not to care too much if he was concerned or suspicious of me when I had no solid evidence to provide. I lied, saying I was just curious, knowing he wouldn't believe me. Eraserhead looked down at me, placing his hand on my shoulder, forcing me to meet his gaze. I flinched slightly at the contact, but I made sure not to draw attention to it. He warned me to stay out of this, his voice serious. He didn't know what I had stumbled across, but it was a lot more dangerous than stopping small-time thugs on the street. The implication hung in the air. I could die. I agreed easily, causing him to raise an eyebrow at me again. I raised my hands in mock surrender, promising to stay out of it. Of course, I was lying. Lying in the grass, staring up at the clouds above with a passive gaze, I heard the soft shuffling of grass as someone approached. It was a familiar step, one I recognized better than my own after spending 6 months with him. Hito, I called out in lieu of hello, lazily rolling over onto my stomach to sit up and face him. I could have jumped to my feet ready for action, but that was beside the point. I asked what he was wearing. I tilted my head, taking in his appearance. Hitoshi was dressed in a sweatshirt, jogging shorts, and running shoes, a decent outfit for running in the cold. He pulled at the hem of his clothes self-consciously, asking what was wrong. I pointed out that it was summer, my voice filled with confusion. He defended himself, saying it gets cooler at night. I reiterated that it was summer. He sighed, defeated. He decided it was too late to change and asked if we could just go. Sure, I said, standing up, amusement slipping into my voice. I pulled my leg up, stretching it out before nodding at him to follow my lead and do the same. We warmed up for a minute or two before I took off in a light jog around the park area, Hitoshi trailing behind me. I maintained a slow pace throughout the run, noticing how the other teens struggled to keep up. As we reached the second lap, I stopped and placed my hands behind my head, observing as he collapsed to the ground, desperately removing his sweatshirt before lying back down. I noted his features but didn't dwell on them. I opened my mouth to speak but paused when I saw him raise his hand. He seemed to convey that he didn't need to hear me say he was right. He already knew. I hummed softly in agreement and lay down beside him, feeling the warmth radiating from his body. I couldn't help but tease him, saying that I had indeed told him so, despite his grumbling in response. We exchanged playful banter until he regained his breath. It was almost enough to distract me from the events of the previous night and the secrets lingering between us. Almost. The moon shone brightly as Izuku made his way through the shadows of the night. The sounds of the city were a distant hum in his ears as he ran through the streets, keeping an eye on every movement around him. Most nights, he ran aimlessly, not actively seeking trouble, but allowing it to find him instead. Typically, he patrolled a populated area that had become familiar to him over the months, but tonight his running had a purpose. For once, he was the one looking for trouble. Subasa was a name that lingered in his mind even after days of searching. He had been roaming the streets at night, not so much looking for crimes but for the missing teen. He focused on the neighborhood they had grown up in, surveilling the spot where Subasa had disappeared and the surrounding area. Knowing Subasa as he did, and understanding the tendencies of those with quirks despite not having one himself, Izuku considered the possibility that Subasa hadn't been taken at all but was simply playing around with his friends and their quirks, just like they used to do as children. Yet, he couldn't shake the image of Subasa standing there that night, glancing around as if he were being watched. That scene made it hard to believe that what happened was just typical juvenile mischief. So here he was, canvassing the areas again for any trace of Subasa or the person who might have taken him, knowing that criminals often return to the scene of the crime to cover their tracks. However, his efforts had yielded little. He had been searching these areas for days, but nothing unusual had turned up. With teleportation-type quirks or similar abilities, it was likely that those involved had left little evidence behind. This was one reason the government kept a close watch on individuals with such quirks. A silent sigh escaped him as he walked away from the area where Subasa had been taken, finding nothing once again. Yet, his heart raced with each step as he headed back toward the apartment. But he wasn't returning to the apartment complex, he was going to the neighbor's house nearby. Walking quickly, he navigated through the rows of houses, searching for one he barely remembered from his early childhood. It was a decent house, located near the Bakugos, in the back corner of the neighborhood, suitable for Subasa and his parents, both of whom had wing-type quirks. By the time he found the house, it was late enough that most people should have been asleep, yet almost all the lights were still on inside. One of the kitchen windows was cracked open, allowing the warm summer air to flow in and the voices from within to escape. Creeping closer, he crouched down below the kitchen window, pressing himself against the wall and into the shadows. He could hear Tsubasa's parents talking at the dining room table, concern evident in their voices. His mother spoke, her voice cracking with barely restrained emotion, urging someone to call if they heard anything. He could imagine Tsubasa's father asking if there was any news, and he could picture his mother shaking her head in response. So, they didn't know anything. Izuku had hoped that Subasa was simply asleep in his room, but it seemed that he truly was missing. He left the house, finally heading home as dawn approached. Tsubasa's father reassured his wife that they would find him, but there was a lack of conviction in his words. Meanwhile, Eri hummed softly as Izuku attempted to braid the young girl's light blue hair, struggling since he had never practiced on long hair before. He asked her about her day, and she replied with genuine emotion that the doctor said she might be able to leave soon. Izuku was surprised. Eri had been in the facility for nearly 6 months, a long time for children with quirks to gain control over their powers. Most kids in the facility had temperamental quirks that made it difficult to find that balance. He felt a small burst of pride for her progress. Eri nodded gently, careful not to disrupt his work. He told her how great that was, and it truly was. He and his mother had already painted the spare room a bright yellow and collected furniture whenever they found it on sale. They even had a small collection of stuffed animals waiting for her when she finally came home. For all intents and purposes, they were ready for her to come with them. To come home. Izuku switched to the other side, listening to the little girl share her excitement about the children's story she had read mostly on her own that day. He had to get home soon, as the closing hours had passed and the nurses were becoming restless. As he got up from the bed to tuck the girl in, a small hand gripped his sleeve with surprising strength. He turned back to the small girl, sinking down onto the bed as he noticed the serious expression on her face. Eri looked up at him, her voice now devoid of the earlier joy as she asked if her scars were bad. Izuku pulled his legs onto the bed, fully facing her. She seemed sad, staring down at her covered arms, her finger absent-mindedly picking at her sleeve. She wore the long-sleeve nightdress they had picked out together, a reminder of her pride in choosing her own clothes. Where did this sudden change come from? Izuku recognized the shift in her mood, one he was all too familiar with. Sometimes, he would feel fine all day, only to catch a glimpse of his own scars and feel the weight of similar emotions. He shook his head sadly at the little girl, who was far too young to bear such feelings. He asked if someone had said something to her, perhaps one of the other kids, and she nodded slowly, not offering any further explanation. He chose not to press her. With a heavy sigh, he slowly removed his jacket, catching Eri's attention. Her eyes widened as he revealed the old short-sleeve t-shirt underneath, worn soft from age but displaying scars that few had seen since his mother had walked in on him changing. Long ago. The scars covered his arms, telling a story that could never be fully expressed. They were remnants of small explosions, marks left by others that would forever be part of him, alongside the neat lines that disappeared beneath his shirt sleeve. He traced a finger along his collar, revealing the scars around his neck, a reminder of the past few months. These marks were permanent, a stark truth that could never be erased. They did not tell beautiful lies but instead screamed 1,000 harsh realities, whispering their truths in the dead of night. Yet, amidst all that, they conveyed something else, the message of survival. He told Eri that how she got her scars could never be erased. They were proof that she had endured something terrible, but they also demonstrated her strength. They were evidence of her survival, and he asked how something like that could ever be considered ugly. Eri looked up at him, tears glistening in her red eyes, but a small smile began to form on her face. It was subtle, easily missed by anyone who didn't know her well, but it was there. Izuku got up and lightly patted her head as he moved toward the door, leaving her to find her own peace. Outside the facility, he paused to ensure everything was in order. He felt like a hypocrite for not removing his jacket, but he accepted that label. He had been called worse before, and he had called himself worse too. In that moment, he noticed something across the small walkway. An older man was wobbling away from the main children's hospital, heading toward the street instead of a car. It was Dr. Garaki, Subasa's grandfather. Izuku waited a moment before following the man from a distance as he walked away from the hospital. At worst, he would just be following him home and feel awkward about it. At best, he sensed that this was the right choice. A sense of danger filled his gut with each step. Falling into the shadows out of habit, despite appearing like a normal teenager at a respectable hour, he trailed the doctor for a few blocks, pausing at turns to give him space. After about 10 minutes of following, the doctor disappeared. Izuku found himself in a run-down part of the city, an area he frequented during his nighttime activities. There was no reason for a doctor to be here. Even the homeless avoided this place due to the high crime rate. Yet, when he turned the last corner, he was alone. What was going on with this family? Dr. Garaki hobbled away, cursing his quirk for making him move so slowly. He sensed a presence behind him. A boy had been following him for several blocks, maintaining a deliberately slow pace that only made him stand out more. An amateur. Picking up his speed slightly, he used the little energy he had left to turn a corner quickly, taking advantage of the moment when the boy foolishly hesitated to duck into the building he had been heading toward all along. It was an older base of his boss, a place they planned to vacate in a few months. Once a small hotel, it had fallen into villain hands generations ago, a situation his boss had overseen back then. Approaching the still-functioning elevator, he glanced over his shoulder before stepping inside. The child was no longer present, likely still wandering outside. The elevator creaked as it descended to the building's lowest level, a stark contrast to the outdated exterior of the former hotel. At the bottom of the ride, a remote-controlled chair awaited, a thoughtful addition from the boss to spare me the effort of walking after my daily trek. I settled into the chair and maneuvered it deeper into the dimly lit room. Machines whirred and clanked around me as I approached the only other living being in the space, a man connected to enough machinery that he almost resembled one himself. All for one, the most formidable villain in this peculiar society, remained largely unknown to the public. I began my work, checking his vitals and assessing the lasting damage from his confrontation with the blonde hero. The machines were not merely decorative. I adjusted a wire and addressed him, noting his unusual demeanor. He responded with a low hum, prompting me to share my earlier experience. Someone had attempted to follow me on my way here. The villain's interest piqued, and he inquired about the individual. I described the child to him, detailing what I had observed. He found it intriguing, nodding as best he could. A flicker of sympathy for the child crossed my mind, but I quickly dismissed it. I needed to maintain my focus. As I completed the routine checkup, All for One shifted the conversation to his grandson. I sighed, contemplating the workload ahead. I reported that the boy was responding well to the treatments and modifications, estimating he would be ready in about 5 months. I knew the boy's quirk would align perfectly with the boss's plans, making him an ideal gift for the villain's protege. The villain's smile deepened in approval. Izuku stood, surveying the aftermath of his recent actions. A small-time thug lay unconscious at his feet, his hands secured above his head to a dumpster with zip ties. The only evidence of their earlier struggle was the slight redness on the man's jaw, mirroring the light bruises on Izuku's knuckles. He activated the thug's phone, dialing the emergency services to report the location of the incapacitated criminal. The operators recognized his voice from previous calls and refrained from asking for his name. After ensuring the thug would be dealt with, Izuku departed swiftly, eager to avoid any unwanted attention from the arriving police. Despite having patrolled the city for nearly 7 months, he had only encountered Eraserhead, one of the few underground heroes operating at night. Most heroes preferred daylight patrols, while the police worked tirelessly around the clock, confronting both notorious villains and lesser threats lurking in the shadows. Unfortunately, they were not particularly fond of him. On quieter nights, he would retreat to a neighboring rooftop, observing the police as they apprehended criminals and gauging the effectiveness of his tranquilizer. He often overheard their grumbling about the chaos he had caused, referring to him as the pesky vigilante. So, he made his escape before they could arrive, spending the remainder of the night seeking out the mundane dangers that the mainstream heroes overlooked and the police couldn't always reach in time. Yet, the search for Subasa remained at the forefront of his mind, even as he dedicated more time to his regular patrols. It had been 2 weeks since the winged teen had gone missing, a duration that felt far too long. Izuku berated himself for his inability to locate Subasa, lamenting the time wasted on unproductive leads. Following the doctor each night had only familiarized him with the city's abandoned areas. He had hoped to uncover something significant, only to discover that Dr. Garaki's home was on the opposite side of the deserted part of the city, making his nightly activities seem less suspicious than Izuku had initially thought. With no new leads and still no sign of the missing middle schooler, he was left feeling frustrated. Suddenly, the sounds of grunting and a body being forcefully slammed into a dumpster reached his ears, a familiar noise that stirred memories of his own past encounters. He observed the scene below, analyzing the behavior of the individuals involved. The criminals appeared typical, dressed shabbily and using their quirks to assert dominance. Among them, 3 bore signs of conflict, while one seemed paralyzed by fear. A distant alarm echoed from the banking district, a haunting melody as he continued to watch the unfolding chaos. The men below transformed in my mind as I carefully jumped down, rolling out of the moonlight from the short 2-story fall. 3 criminals and 1 accomplice who clearly didn't understand the danger he was in tonight. Landing just a few feet away from the chaotic scene, I felt the weight of their stares on my skin, studying me as I had studied them earlier. Whatever they found did not seem to impress them. The leader, snarling like a wild animal, warned me that this was no place for a child and suggested I leave before it became my place. With a sigh, I walked toward them at an easy pace, sliding my brass knuckles onto my fingers. One of the lackeys noticed this and stepped forward, interpreting it as a sign of aggression. He appeared to have a quirk resembling a porcupine, as a long, thick needle sprouted from his arm like an instant blade. He expressed that he had no qualms about hurting children, especially arrogant ones like me. With that, he swung at me, aiming for my throat. Surprise and amusement flickered across his face when I nimbly dodged the attack. Wasting no time, he swung again, but I lunged at him, rolling beneath his guard and coming up behind him. Instinctively, I slammed my fist into the back of his head, hoping it would daze him long enough to deal with his friends, who watched with passive gazes, clearly accustomed to such violence. The way he fell to his knees suggested that it might have worked. The last two remaining criminals exchanged swift nods before charging at me from across the alley. The one on the right, another lackey, transformed his arm into a whip, scoring a hit on my side before I realized what he was doing. The other, the boss, grew slightly in height and strength, delivering a punch to my stomach that made me crumple slightly from the blow. Whipman raised his arm again, a cruel smile on his face that reminded me too much of someone I used to know. I froze under his glare, watching passively as he pulled his arm back before swinging it forward with renewed vigor. In pain, I curled up on my side to minimize the space he could hit, silently observing as he brought his arm down in a cruel arc. However, the blow never landed. A white piece of cloth-like substance entered my field of vision, wrapping around Whipman and encasing him from shoulders to hips, trapping his arms by his sides. Eraserhead. A surge of relief filled my head, almost making me forget about the leader. But he clearly did not like being ignored. He aimed a kick at my head, but I rolled away just in time. I saw Eraserhead run forward and knock Whipman out cleanly with a single hit to his face while I played the wrong end of whack-a-mole. Rolling to my side, I noticed that Whipman suddenly shrank back to the way I had first found him. Seizing the opportunity, I aimed my tranquilizer gun at the leader, carefully shooting him in the stomach as he had done to me. As the minor villain fell to the ground, Eraserhead turned to me with a fiery glare that intensified as his eyes flared red and his hair stood on end. I sensed his anger but couldn't discern the reason behind it. Thoughts of him discovering my lack of a quirk flooded my mind, but they were interrupted by his words. He questioned why I had taken on 3 people with quirks I didn't know, without any backup. Was he upset because I almost got hurt? From Aizawa's perspective, he watched in frustration as the kid's brows scrunched together in confusion. The boy looked like someone unaccustomed to anyone caring about him, bewildered by the very idea. He finally declared that he would have found a way out of it, crossing his arms in quiet defiance. Aizawa's frustration only grew as he asked what would have happened if he hadn't. The boy shrugged, as if the possibility of getting hurt or even dying meant nothing to him. Just as Aizawa was about to confront the child vigilante again, the short teen suddenly raised his gun, pointing it at Aizawa's head, though the aim was off. When he pulled the trigger, a strange paintball-type bullet was fired into the mouth of the alley. When the narrator turned around to see what Icarus had just shot, they noticed a porcupine-like person whose quills were slowly retracting into his skin. They were uncertain about the cost of this moment of observation. Upon turning back, the teen vigilante had vanished, leaving behind 3 unconscious or incapacitated criminals and a 4th man, who appeared to be a criminal as well, indicated by the blue dye on his fingers. A sinking suspicion settled in the narrator's mind that they wished to ignore. Icarus did not seem like someone who wanted to live. The narrator decided to let the kid go, knowing they could easily find him again if necessary, but not wanting to provoke the clearly troubled child. After calling the local police to report the situation with the 4 criminals, they headed to the station to recount the events and complete the dreaded paperwork, which they loathed almost as much as the thought of dealing with a new group of students in less than 3 months. The police station buzzed quietly upon their arrival, calmer than usual, as about half of the officers on night duty seemed to be absent for various reasons. The woman at the front desk appeared to be listening to music to stay awake as she gestured toward the hero report forms on the counter. Not that she needed to, they hadn't changed their location in years. The narrator filled out the information quickly, detailing the recent events as best as they could remember before dropping the form into the basket with a loud sigh. With their patrol hours nearly over, all they wanted was to go home and collapse on the couch with their cat, but there were still tasks to complete before reaching that point. Detective Tsukachi awaited them in his office, already holding out a cup of hot coffee before the door was fully open. This sight had become familiar over the past few weeks, as the narrator had been visiting almost every night to discuss the same case. Tsukachi inquired if there was anything new while refilling his own cup of coffee. The narrator took a sip, grimacing at how weak it was but needing the caffeine to make it home. They replied that there was no new evidence or leads, just the same old mess. The detective sighed, sounding too much like the narrator for either of their comforts, lamenting the months of searching with no signs of the missing people. The narrator ran their hands through their hair, careful to avoid their goggles. Between this case and Icarus, they hadn't had a break in months. Tsukachi then asked about the vigilante, his tone revealing his disapproval. He had never liked the narrator's involvement with vigilantes, and his dislike seemed to have intensified. The narrator explained that Icarus claimed he wasn't investigating the missing people, but they had been following him at night and he hadn't found anything either. Tsukachi ordered the narrator to bring Icarus in, wanting to understand what led him to this conclusion and to ensure the boy didn't get caught up in something beyond his control. He emphasized that if the kid truly wanted to be a hero, he should pursue it through legal means. The scene shifted to Izuku's perspective. He felt his heartbeat return to a normal rate as his breathing slowed after the recent exertion. Hitoshi lay collapsed on the grass beside him, his chest rising and falling in a way that seemed unhealthy after their recent mile run. Izuku sat next to the taller teen, drawing his knees to his chest and looking down at him, asking if he was okay. Hitoshi responded with a weak thumbs up, prompting a small hum from Izuku. They allowed the silence to linger, watching the sun set before them, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. It was a beautiful sight, enhanced by the small pond nearby, the kind that artists occasionally visited, foolishly believing it to be an original idea. Hitoshi slowly sat up, still gazing at the changing colors, which darkened into a sight that Izuku had become all too familiar with lately. Hitoshi cautiously suggested that Izuku could likely make it into general education with his intelligence and transfer into the hero course later if he wished. Izuku sighed heavily, shaking his head firmly. This was a conversation he had never anticipated having, and certainly not one he wanted to engage in. He interrupted Hitoshi's speech, urging him to stop. Hitoshi shook his head, reminding Izuku that he had helped him sell all his old hero merchandise and knew he had once aspired to be a hero. Izuku tried to cut him off again, but Hitoshi continued, listing off his strengths and insisting that with some training, he could achieve his dream. Izuku felt a pang of hurt at Hitoshi's expression, a look he didn't like but knew was necessary at that moment. The truth was, he could probably pass the UA entrance exam if he truly wanted to. All he would need was a bow staff or something similar to handle whatever challenges they might face. He had been practicing with an extendable bow staff at home, getting accustomed to the new weapon before using it in combat. He could pass, but they wouldn't let him in. As All Might had said, a hero's job was dangerous, too dangerous for someone without a quirk. They would never allow someone like him into the hero course, perhaps not even into the school itself. He wouldn't want them to there. He knew where he belonged, and it wasn't there. Not with the things he had done and the laws he had broken that only didn't count because of how he was born. He told Hitoshi that while it was a nice idea, it was merely a pipe dream. Hitoshi lowered his head in response. Izuku stood up and extended a hand to him. "Come on," he encouraged when Hitoshi hesitated to move. Weekly dinner at his place was important. His mother would be sad if Hitoshi didn't come. The other teen's lips quirked slightly as he took the outstretched hand, careful not to pull too hard and aggravate the small gash on his side from the whip. It was crucial to avoid that. All for one listened to the doctor report that the boy had stopped following him, a relief to hear from the old man's mouth. Dismissing the man, he tuned into the constant quiet beeping of the machines surrounding him. It was interesting to think that the boy would follow the teen at all. "Just who are you really, Icarus?" Izuku sat in his room, tinkering with the black boots he had grown accustomed to wearing on his nightly patrols. They were metal-tipped and packed a powerful kick when needed. However, tonight, he was more concerned with the bottom of the shoe. The man at the shoe store had told him that the shoes were hollow to counteract the added weight from the metal and to allow for swifter movements. The hollowness provided another added bonus. Taking out a switchblade he had acquired a few months ago from a common street thug, he carved a hole into the bottom of the shoe, just big enough to hold the collapsed bow staff he had made earlier. He wasn't planning on using the staff in fights. There were much more efficient and less violent approaches. Still, he knew it would come in handy if he ever ran out of tranquilizers. He fashioned a small hatch on the bottom of the boot, similar to those found on children's toys to hide batteries. After sliding on the boots, he stood up and shook one harshly. The boot made no sound, the hidden weapon staying securely in its new home. A small trickle of warmth spread through his chest at his small success. It would have been a waste of time and shoes if it had failed. He liked how it was hidden in a way that no one would ever think to look for it, where no one would know to miss it until it was too late. He felt his body go still, his mind racing as he realized he had finally found the tool he had spent an hour searching for, laying out in the middle of the room for all to see. Muggers tended to grab men and women off the street who were walking alone at night, the ones whose faces would not be remembered or thought of when they suddenly vanished. With newfound purpose, he made his way to the computer, searching online faster than ever before. He searched until the sky outside his window began to lighten, something he didn't pay much attention to. He was right. It was the first time he didn't want to be right. There were always cases online of people going missing in big cities, but most of those people had someone to mourn them and draw attention to their sudden disappearance. Signs and posters would be put up in nicer store windows, and people would begin to notice the absence of others on the street. They had people. That's why those without anyone were the easiest targets. There were too many reports online of coworkers going missing, only reported days after they had vanished. In some cases, others only seemed to notice when the person returned, seemingly changed in some fundamental way. He figured many cases went unreported because those around them thought they had simply left. Whoever was doing this was targeting those who didn't have anyone to miss them, which eliminated typical abduction motivations. Something made Subasa special, the same thing that made them all alluring targets beyond their easy availability. But what? The detective's words weighed heavily on Aizawa's mind as he went through his normal patrol route. The night had a cool touch to it, almost as if it were rejecting him just as much as he was rejecting his orders, to capture the vigilante and bring him in. Capture the boy who had shown too many signs of needing help, a teen who was slowly learning to trust him, one he had promised not to arrest. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. Of all the things he had been conflicted about in his life, this was tearing him apart more than ever. Icarus clearly needed help. The fact that he was out alone at night risking his life was a significant red flag. Arresting the teen would only hurt him more and leave a mark on his record. Sometimes he really didn't like his job. It had been about a week since the meeting with the detective. A week where the small vigilante hadn't shown his face even once. While it wasn't uncommon for them to go a few days without seeing each other, a week was pushing the limits of irregularity. Something dark twisted in his gut at the thought of what the problem child could be getting into this time. He didn't want to catch him, but maybe if he did, he could find a way to get Icarus some help along the way. That thought was the only thing that kept him searching for him that night. After conducting continuous research for the past week, Izuku decided to go out and patrol. He wanted to put his boots to the test to see how well they held up against jumping from rooftop to rooftop. The answer was positive. The hatch remained securely in place throughout the night as he ran, the bow staff inside the boot making no sound. The new weight felt a little strange at first, but it was placed on my dominant foot for a reason. On my way home, I sensed someone following me. The presence was subtle, typical of someone who was used to blending into the background. However, after being on edge all night from my research, I noticed. I paused on a random rooftop, waiting for the shadow to catch up, and turned to face whoever it was. The pro-hero landed silently before me, his eyes glowing an intense red as his hair stood on end. Eraserhead wore a somber expression, as if he was being compelled to do something against his will. Eraserhead addressed me, his voice colder than I had ever heard it. He told me that I needed to come with him. I stumbled back, surprise overwhelming me. He had promised he wouldn't do this. My voice trembled with emotion as I reminded him of his promise. He sighed, preparing his capture weapon, his tone heavy with regret. The capture swung toward me, and I barely avoided it, instinctively sprinting away from him. He became the embodiment of all the rules I had broken over the past 8 months. I ran until my breaths turned into ragged gasps, pushing myself further until I reached the beach I frequented for scraps, hiding among the piles as my mind struggled to keep pace. I found myself back where I had been months ago, hiding from someone stronger than me. A quirkless nobody who had somehow lost one of the 2 people who believed in me, who wanted to help me. I remained there until dawn, and then I stayed a little longer. Lugging my exhausted body home, I snuck in through the window and collapsed onto my bed as the morning light streamed into the room. I curled into myself as memories of the night flooded back, being chased through the darkness like an animal, hiding from someone I never thought I would have to evade. I didn't leave my room that day. It had been a few weeks since the encounter with Eraserhead, since he had tried to catch me. The UA entrance exams were just under 2 weeks away, and I was relieved that I didn't have to go through them, especially considering Hito's recent study coma. I had kept up with patrols during this time, but I would be lying if I said I didn't actively avoid the areas where I knew Eraserhead would be patrolling. That was how I found myself in the red light district on the first day of the week while my mom was away on a business trip. The red light district was an area of the city largely abandoned by the general populace, overrun with small-time villains and crooks unaware that banding together only made them targets. It was more of a training ground than anything else. Authorities often stationed teams of rookies and their mentors to observe different parts of the district, waiting for whatever dealings were in the works that night. I handcuffed the 3rd small-time dealer of the night with zip ties and walked down the street in a relaxed manner. If someone were to attack me, I was ready to defend myself, using the skirmishes as a way to learn street fighting in a somewhat safe environment. No one here was dangerous enough to require pro-hero intervention, so with my tranquilizer at the ready, I felt free to let loose. However, I was not prepared for the familiar swirling purple gate to appear beneath my feet, nor the sinking feeling in my gut as my body suddenly felt weightless while an inky darkness enveloped my mind. Frustration coursed through me as I clawed at my neck. Kurogiri had left on some errand for Master nearly an hour ago, and neither Master nor Kurogiri would share the details. The misted man had simply said he would be back later, which tested my patience. After nearly throwing my gaming console in irritation, I stalked into the empty bar. I reached behind the counter, careful not to touch the surface, and grabbed the nearest bottle without caring what it was. Just as I twisted the cap off, a disembodied voice echoed through the television hanging from the ceiling of the bar. Master's voice announced that he had someone for me to meet, a vigilante of sorts. Kurogiri's signature warp gate opened in the middle of the bar, and a small green-haired boy, no older than 15, stumbled through, collapsing onto the floor as if the ground had vanished. Kurogiri appeared moments later, lifting the boy into his arms hidden beneath the dark mist and laying him down carefully on the couch. Looking at the boy, he didn't seem like any kind of fighter. The most he had in terms of weapons was a small gun and a knife at his side, which confirmed my assumption. I couldn't understand what was so special about this freckled teen that warranted his presence here. I questioned the term vigilante, finding Master's wording strange and cryptic. Wasn't being a vigilante akin to being a villain? You either were one or you weren't. Master explained that the boy was just starting out in that role, which only deepened my confusion. A newbie NPC was as useful as a helpless citizen. Master called out to Kurogiri, gaining the attention of everyone in the room who was awake. He instructed Kurogiri to put the boy in one of their guest rooms, accompanied by a light, vindictive chuckle from the other side of the screen. Master added to ensure the boy was comfortable. For once, the meaning behind the villain's words was something I didn't want to know. From All For One's perspective, he was aware that the tiny vigilante was being placed into one of the bar's better rooms while his protégé stormed off to his own quarters, clearly annoyed by the new presence in their little game. That was fine. The man's anger and will were qualities that All For One always sought to encourage and grow, even if it was directed at him at that moment. The pair would have plenty of time to learn to get along during the vigilante's stay. Using one of his many quirks, All For One was able to perceive the small vigilante. Although he was given a nice room, All For One knew there was no way the boy could escape, even if he tried. He mused to himself about Icarus, calling him a pitiful excuse for a vigilante and an even worse son, wondering if time would reveal any improvement since he was 4. From Izuku's perspective, soft sheets pricked at his skin as he slowly opened his eyes to a dark room. His body jerked upright, instinctively trying to move into a fighting stance. The color of the room immediately told him he was not in his bedroom back in the apartment, where light always greeted him after sleepless nights. A painful snag at his wrist prevented him from moving freely. Looking down, he found a thick manacle on his right wrist, chaining him to the wall with chains far too sturdy to bend or break. On his other wrist and both ankles were thick mechanical brackets that delivered sharp shocks whenever he tried to touch them. He felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether to be angry or resigned. He realized that whoever had taken him wouldn't bother doing so if they planned to kill him, though death might be preferable to whatever they had in mind. Yet he couldn't be too angry. These were the people who had taken Subasa. The method they used was similar to what had been used on the other teen, who had vanished without a trace since his abduction. Accepting the grim reality, Izuku thought he probably wouldn't be going home at all. It was a dark thought, but at least his absence would spare his mother from his problems, and once Eri was out of the hospital, she would have a replacement child. Not long after he woke, the door to his room creaked open hesitantly, as if the intruder couldn't decide whether to be sneaky or creepy. A tall, pale man, no older than 20, slipped into the room. He had light blue hair, reminiscent of Aries, and angry red eyes that brought the little girl to Izuku's mind. The man flipped on the light switch with one finger, curling the rest into his palm to avoid touching anything else. Izuku noted the man's quirk must be touch-related. They studied each other for a moment as the taller man scratched angrily at his neck. Izuku, sitting against the wall with his chained arm resting on his knee, raised an eyebrow at the thin male, who seemed intent on figuring out how to approach him. Izuku broke the silence, advising the man against scratching his neck, which caught his captor off guard. The man shot him a seething look, as if questioning his right to speak. Izuku shrugged, admitting he was just bored and didn't care what the man did. He pointed out that the label of hero type didn't quite fit his situation. The blue-haired man retorted, accusing Izuku of being just another All Might copycat like every other hero wannabe. Izuku suppressed a flinch at the accusation but responded with sarcasm, pretending to be enthusiastic about the idea of being like All Might. The man leaned forward, curiosity replacing some of his anger as he asked if Izuku disliked All Might. Izuku admitted he didn't particularly like him anymore, though he kept that last thought to himself. A cruel smile formed on the man's lips, as if he had finally found someone who understood him. The man inquired if Izuku liked any heroes at all. Izuku carefully considered his answer, knowing better than to lie to someone with power. He mentioned one hero, recalling a figure dressed in dark clothing, tainted by memories of avoiding him and the sting of betrayal. But despite everything, I knew he was probably still one of the best heroes around. The red-eyed man, known as Eraserhead, nodded at my words, as if my response was one of the few acceptable ones. He seemed to think highly of the hero. I agreed, surprised by the camaraderie in the room, but the friendly atmosphere was interrupted by a polite knock at the door. A new figure entered, appearing to be made of mist. I recognized the deep purple hue surrounding him from my previous encounters with the quirk user. His glowing yellow eyes met mine before shifting to the other man in the room. The mist man greeted us with an overly polite tone, announcing that he had come to take us to see Master. The other man, Tamura, expressed both annoyance and excitement at the news. The misted man confirmed that he meant both of. He produced a key from his vest pocket and approached me, unlocking the chain at my wrist. I sensed the two villains in the room expected me to make a run for it now that I was free, but I knew better than to try. With the warp gate user and the shock bracelets on me, it would be a futile effort. The pair exchanged nods, and the misted man opened a new warp gate, motioning for me to step through, with Tamura following closely behind. As I crossed to the other side, the beeping of machines filled my ears. In the center of the room, surrounded by an array of machinery, sat a man in a fancy chair, connected to each device with a respiratory mask covering what remained of his face. He wore a well-tailored suit, and a smile that was meant to be warm but fell short of that expectation. He greeted Tamura, seeming to look at him despite the ruined area where his eyes should have been. It was as if someone had poured acid over his face, leaving grotesque tissue exposed. When he turned his head toward me, I felt a strange familiarity in his voice, like a long-forgotten song playing on the radio. Tamura greeted the man, who introduced himself as master, and asked how the boys had been getting along. Kurogiri, the mist man, stepped closer and reported that we appeared to be getting along well, with no signs of conflict. The villain chuckled lightly, as if amused by Kurogiri's words. He expressed his dislike for family disputes, prompting both Tamura and me to question the term family. To my surprise, the villain used my birth name, Izuku, and laughed, asking if it had been so long that I didn't recognize my own father. My body felt cold and frozen as I stumbled back, colliding with Kurogiri, who placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. The word father escaped my lips like a forgotten curse. I glanced at the third man in the room, only to find his red eyes focused intently on mine. Tamura seemed to regard me differently now, and I couldn't tell if he was pleased or not. The man continued, explaining that he had found Tamura when he was just 5 years old, having taken him in after Hero Society had discarded him. I mumbled about a business trip to the States, not expecting anyone to hear me. He referred to it as a necessary lie, startling me further. He gestured to his disfigured face, explaining that he couldn't return home after what All Might had done to him. I agreed silently, knowing that if he had returned in such a state, my mother would have asked too many questions. I realized this was likely why he had switched to letters 5 years ago. I then asked if he was the one who had given All Might that injury, and I felt the weight of 3 gazes on me, though my focus remained on the man who had not stopped smiling since we entered. He praised my intelligence, calling me son, and I felt an uncomfortable warmth spread through my chest at his compliment. Every child seeks acknowledgement from their father, after all. He informed us that Tamura and I would have time to get to know each other later, but for now, he instructed Kurogiri to take me to the failed Nomus for training. In that moment, I felt a deep sense of dread. When gravity was suddenly stolen from beneath me, I rolled to the side as I landed, watching with disdain as Tamura emerged from his own warp gate created by Kurogiri. I couldn't tell if they didn't trust me to walk through willingly or if they simply enjoyed watching me fall. It was a toss-up between the two. A surge of annoyance quickly faded, replaced by a cold fear blooming in my chest as loud banging noises echoed from deeper within the room I had been brought to since my abduction. The darkness enveloped us, with little light filtering down from the flickering ceiling lights above. Cages filled the center of the room, and I counted at least 5 at first glance. Each of them contained a large mass that moved energetically, one after the other. As my eyes adjusted, I could see what these masses were. They had skin as dark as freshly poured tar, with bird-like features attached to their unmistakably human eyes and exposed brains. Nomu, the villain, had called them. They appeared to be biogenetically engineered, sharing a similar appearance, but my father had described them as failures. Some of the creatures sat quietly in their cells, almost as if they were waiting for orders, while others were loud, banging against their cages like wild animals trying to escape. I realized that these must be the people who had gone missing over the past year. With only 6 cages present, I wondered what had happened to the others who had been taken from the streets. I wasn't naive enough to think they remained unchanged after all this time, given the humanoid creatures before me. Tamura shot me a strange, inscrutable look as he sat down on a small stool next to a messy desk in the corner of the room, almost seeming to hide there. A part of me wanted to be angry at him, the person I was supposed to trust according to my father's twisted logic. However, I understood that in a situation as warped as this, self-preservation took precedence over the boy I had only learned about the day before. The man made of mist approached me before heading toward the center of the large room, motioning for me to follow. I wanted to run, but I knew that if I did, the restraints on my wrists and ankles would react far worse than a mere shock. We reached the farthest left cage, where a Nomu sat calmly in the middle, resembling a misshapen doll that no one had the sense to discard. The creature didn't react when Kurogiri opened the cage door and let me inside. This one is slower than the rest, the warp gate user explained, gesturing to the biogenetically created being, but it follows orders better than any of the failures. I looked down at the creature, keeping my distance as the door locked shut. Kurogiri watched as the creature perked up slightly, like a puppy called by its owner, and commanded it to attack. I rolled to the side, feeling a sharp sting as the creature's claws grazed my arm, leaving a wound that would need stitches. The creature stumbled forward, struggling to regain its balance. I seized the opportunity to run forward, using its back as a springboard to leap and grasp the bars of the cage's ceiling. Hanging on, I waited for the bioengineered creature to rise and swipe at me. As it raised its claw, I dropped onto its shoulders. Before it could react, I drove my elbows down into its exposed brain, feeling a sense of triumph as it wailed in pain and crumpled to the ground. Didn't stand back up. I had won, defeating a monster and perhaps starting to become one myself. Kurogiri approached the cage once he was sure the Nomu wouldn't rise again. He unlocked the door and let me out. After closing the cage door, he opened a warp gate, seemingly trusting me enough to step through it on my own, likely because he knew I would prefer to be anywhere away from the creatures in the cages. Tamura followed us, grumbling like a child forced to go shopping with a parent, but he didn't return to his own room when we stepped back into the bar. Kurogiri led me to the room where I had woken up earlier. The bartender had me sit on the bed while he left to grab a first aid kit. I didn't really need his help. I had tended to my wounds too many times over the past 10 years to count. So, little vigilante, the blue-haired villain began once Kurogiri had left, what exactly is your quirk? I looked at him, wanting to answer as much as I wanted to be there, which was not at all. What's yours? I shot back, trying to keep the defensiveness from my voice, though I didn't think it worked well. The red-eyed man shook his head. That's not how this works. When asked a question, you answer, not ask your own. I exclaimed in surprise at my own outburst. I just defeated your final boss prototype. That should at least earn me something. My brother hummed, as if he didn't agree but couldn't find an appropriate comeback. Fortunately, Kurogiri returned with the first aid kit. The misted man cleaned the blood from my arm before starting a careful set of stitches with steady hands. The blue-haired villain was shooed from the room as Kurogiri focused on the task at hand, accustomed to the antics of the younger boy and knowing that this required his full attention. Tamura shot a look at Izuku as he left, indicating that their conversation was far from over. Izuku responded with a small, sarcastic wave goodbye. Kurogiri followed shortly after, but not before reapplying the chains to Izuku's wrists and locking him in the room alone. Once the sound of footsteps faded, Izuku pulled out a small set of bobby pins from his jacket pocket, attempting to pick the lock, a skill he had never needed before. As a vigilante, most of his battles took place outside, leaving little room for lock-picking practice. He had even bought a small padlock to learn on but had never found the time. Now he regretted that. After several failed attempts at picking the lock, Izuku lay down, wondering if anyone had noticed his absence yet. He wasn't sure how long he had slept, but he felt somewhat refreshed, suggesting it had been a couple of hours. At home, he often stayed up late after patrols, waking early with ideas for inventions or repairs. However, this moment of peace was short-lived. There was a polite knock at the door, which creaked open moments later as Kurogiri entered. Izuku couldn't read the man's expression due to his quirk, but the slight pause in Kurogiri's step indicated surprise at seeing him awake. Kurogiri approached and uncuffed Izuku from the wall, allowing him to stand on his own. This time, when he created a warp gate, Izuku was allowed to step through rather than being pushed. Though Kurogiri didn't reveal their destination, Izuku appreciated the small mercy. They arrived in a room filled with machines lining the walls, and there stood the man he knew as his father. Izuku, the villain greeted, a sinister smile on his face. So nice of you to join me. Izuku could tell that whatever plan the man had, he wasn't planning on killing him just yet. Not that it would matter much to Izuku. He had people waiting for him outside, even if one of them was trying to arrest him. He squared his shoulders and faced the villain, summoning all the bravado he could muster, though he doubted it was very impressive. The man laughed lightly, as if finding Izuku's defiance amusing. Izuku suspected that Kurogiri was using a quirk to perceive his surroundings, Possibly something akin to thermovision, which would explain why he could sense Izuku's presence in the cold room despite the machinery's warmth. "Ooh, you're studying me," his father remarked, appearing impressed by Izuku's response. "How cute. Maybe you did inherit more of my traits than I thought. You see, I enjoy studying people too." Izuku crossed his arms, aware that if Kurogyari was using thermovision, he wouldn't pick up on subtleties like narrowed eyes. He asked why he was there. "What? A father can't talk to his son," the man replied, his tone unchanged. "You've had 10 years for that, Dad," Izuku said, the disdain evident in his voice. "I think your time has run out." Kurogyari shifted uncomfortably nearby, but neither of them acknowledged him. This was a matter between father and son. The villain laughed, clearly not expecting such sass from a teenager. "Fine," he said, "let's talk." If he could have leaned forward without disturbing the machines, Izuku sensed he would have done so. "Join us." Izuku was taken aback. "Join the family business, son," the villain continued, pressing on as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "You can have a father, a brother, and even some friends once Tamura's group is established. We can be a family again." Izuku thought of his own friends and family, the ones who cared for him. He didn't need more than that, but he wouldn't reveal his thoughts, fearing the villain might harm those he loved to make him comply. "I don't want to be a villain," he stated simply. The truth was, he had always aspired to be a hero, and even if that dream seemed unattainable, he wouldn't abandon the vigilantism that had become his purpose. His father sighed, as if he had anticipated Izuku's answer. "I figured you might say that, which is why I'm willing to offer you something in exchange for joining us." The smile on his face sharpened, more menacing than any injury Izuku had ever endured. "A quirk." Izuku felt a wave of shock wash over him, quickly followed by anger more than he had felt in a year. "I see," he said, his voice unnervingly calm despite the turmoil inside. "You only want me if I have a quirk attached to me. How quaint." The man's smile remained, though it had lost some of its edge. "As I said before, I don't want to be a villain." If the only reason he believed he could claim the title of father was through a quirk, then Izuku would rather remain useless than be of any worth to him. Besides, it all seemed too good to be true. If he wanted to give me a quirk, he could have done it at any time since my diagnosis. Instead, he waited a decade to even make the offer. He wanted something from me, something that I had no intention of giving him. The villain's tone was calm, and his smile was self-assured, as if he would have been disappointed had I given in too easily. He waved us away, but I could sense that he believed I would eventually crack and submit to him. Little did he know, I had held on to my stubbornness for a decade. Hitoshi watched with a glum expression as his phone displayed that the call hadn't gone through. It was unusual for Izuku not to answer his calls or to miss their plans, especially their daily run. They had no other friends growing up, so both were overly cautious about each other's well-being. Hitoshi considered that Izuku might have been called in by the hospital to help his little sister, Eri, and simply forgot to call. It was a better thought than the alternatives his mind conjured. He hoped Izuku was okay. The week continued much like the first day under his father's care. Each day began with a light knock at the door, enough to jolt him awake from a restless sleep. Once awake, and sometimes fed depending on the time, he would be taken to speak with the villain known as All for One. The man tried to persuade him to join his cause, attempting to reshape his perspective. Izuku wanted to tell him that his efforts were in vain. He was one of the most stubborn people he knew, aside from Bakugo, from whom he had learned this trait. However, he allowed the villain to believe he had the upper hand. People were easier to deal with when they thought they were in control. If All for One truly understood, he would know that Izuku was already aware of the flaws in hero society, yet he remained because it once held beauty, and he didn't want to see it destroyed. After what felt like an endless conversation with the man who resembled the father he had lost, the villain instructed Kurogyari to send him to fight the Nomu, just as he had on the first day. As the days passed, the bioengineered creatures became increasingly aggressive, following orders with less precision than before. After defeating each creature, Kurogyari would release him from his latest confinement, only to return him to the cage disguised as his room. If he was fortunate and Shigaraki was bored, the light blue-haired villain would let him out to play video games, though he was not particularly skilled at them. Izuku and Shigaraki didn't converse much, but when they were together, they engaged in playful insults and bickering as they competed in the games. Eventually, Kurogyari would collect him and lock him back in his room, often muttering about trying to get Shigaraki to sleep. But today was different. When Kurogyari came for him, he didn't take him to All for One but directly to the Nomu cages, to the last one he had yet to face. Shigaraki stepped through the warp gate that Kurogyari had opened. He had witnessed the boys' first fight and was impressed by how well he had handled himself with minimal injuries and a swift incapacitation of the failed Nomu. Knowing that today's challenge would be the most difficult yet, he was eager to see how the young vigilante would perform. He also realized that he might not get another chance to observe the boy, whom Master had declared to be his little brother, under such favorable circumstances. Izuku was already in the cage with the Nomu, and the fight had begun before Shigaraki arrived. It was unlike anything he had seen before. Modern heroes typically fought cleanly for the press, saving their underhanded tactics for when no one was watching. But the boy in the cage was no hero. He fought without concern for appearances. Izuku moved with an animalistic ferocity, clawing and striking at the Nomu, seeking any advantage against a creature that was faster and stronger. Shigaraki watched as the Nomu managed to grab the boy, lifting him off the ground and applying pressure. Yet, Izuku wrapped his legs around the creature's arm and struck at its unguarded eyes, causing it to scream in pain. The Nomu dropped him in shock, and without hesitation, Izuku scrambled behind the creature, driving an elbow into its vulnerable spot to keep it down. As the Nomu howled again, Izuku adjusted his stance and slammed its head against the cage bars until the noise ceased. He had won, though it had been a narrow victory. I had no idea what the boy was planning if he failed in his scheme. I guessed I wouldn't have to find out. All for One felt a grin spread across his face as the warp gate opened and footsteps echoed in the room, adding a new layer of sound to the persistent hum of the machines. It was time, if he was willing to accept it. He greeted Izuku, knowing that no one else had come. The boy responded, his voice laced with disdain, and All for One imagined a lifeless look on the teen's face as he gazed at him. All for One expressed hope that Izuku had taken time to consider his offer. The teen laughed, but it sounded forced, a stark contrast to his genuine laughter. He remarked that he hadn't given it a single thought since it was first presented, and he made it clear that he had no intention of changing his mind. All for One felt his smile sharpen at the boy's defiance. He reminded Izuku that he had offered him everything he could ever desire. The only thing standing between him and fitting in among everyone else was the choice to join him. Izuku asked if All for One ever tired of being turned down or if he simply enjoyed hearing his own voice. Suddenly, a body crashed into the wall, and an angry laugh escaped the owner of that body. The teen commented on All for One's violent tendencies, suggesting that he truly had the ability to take and give any quirk he wanted. A wave of anger surged within All for One at the implication that Izuku had intentionally provoked him to demonstrate his powers. If only the boy would give in, he would make a formidable villain. All for One's smile deepened. He knew Izuku would eventually relent. No one could resist the allure of power forever, and he hoped it would be sooner rather than later. He believed that when Izuku came around, he would bring with him whatever secret the old blonde oaf was hiding. He ordered Kurogyari to take the boy home, feeling a giddy excitement at the chaos that would ensue once everything fell into place. Izuku fell out of the warp gate created by Kurogyari and landed softly on his bed for the first time since meeting the Misty Man. He quickly realized he was in his room and that it was already dark outside. His phone lay on his desk, face up in a way he would never have left it. Ignoring the phone for the moment, he scrambled to the light switch and turned it on as fast as he could. He had never feared the dark before, but now he was acutely aware of the monsters that lurked within it. The bruises and cuts on his skin served as reminders of those encounters. He wondered if he was the monster. Perhaps that was why everyone seemed so driven to harm him. Knowing who his father was made the thought all the more plausible. He picked up the phone, fully expecting to see countless missed calls and texts from his mother. Instead, he found only a few messages from Hito, a good text from his mother in her time zone, and the date of the day. Double-checking the date, he realized he had been gone a full week and his mother was supposed to return home that afternoon. He unlocked the phone and went to his messages, unable to believe that his mother would go an entire week without contacting him or that she would be okay with him not reaching out. As he scrolled through the messages, he saw multiple conversations that matched his texting patterns with his mother, but they had not been sent by him. It was clear that one of the villains had created a cover to keep her from worrying and interfering. Looking through the rest of his messages, he noted that those from Hitoshi were not as considerate, lacking any protective cover. Taking a deep breath, he began to formulate a story that would appease Hito, something truthful enough that he wouldn't detect the lie in his voice. He needed a narrative that would hold up if Hito spoke to his mother during one of his visits. After living the way he had for the past 10 years, the lies came easily, but he had never led a life so perfect that lying could be anything less than an art form he had mastered. Pressing the call button, he waited only a moment before Hito picked up. The voice on the other end was small, filled with worry and something else he couldn't quite place. He greeted Hito, silently relieved that his voice had remained monotone since that day on the roof, making it difficult for the other boy to hear any underlying emotions. Hito asked where he had been, and Izuku could almost picture the expression on his face, the furrowed brow and the downward quirk of his lips. It matched the strain in his voice, which was growing heavy with concern. Izuku lied, saying he had been sick. It was a poor excuse, but the easiest one to explain away the past week. He added that he had spent most of the week too ill to move. A heavy sigh came from the other side of the phone, revealing just how tired Hito was of his decisions. Hito suggested that he could have told him, and he and his mother would have brought him soup or something. Izuku replied that they would have gotten sick too, letting the point sink in. Besides, I was barely well enough to remember to text my mother that everything was fine. I don't think I would have been able to answer the door if you had come. The sigh that followed was drawn out and weary. The other teen insisted that I needed to start letting people take care of me, reminding me that they were allowed to worry about me. A chill swept over me as my mind went blank at those words. Worry about me? Growing up, the only person who worried about me was my mother, but her concern always felt suffocating, a heavy burden that stifled my dreams. I understood that she meant well, that people like me weren't meant to have big dreams, that my aspirations could lead to danger. I had never wanted to bear someone else's worry, but Hito made it sound like it was a natural response to care for someone in my situation. Yes, I do worry, he affirmed. I could almost picture the expression on his face as he spoke. It was one I recognized, a mix of concern and understanding, as if he wondered how I could grasp such simple things. But then his expression would soften, reminding him that neither of us was truly accustomed to having someone care for us. I suggested going for a run that night, anticipating the defiance I was sure would come from him. He protested, pointing out that I had just been sick for a week. I acknowledged that I wouldn't be as fast, but I had been cooped up all week and needed to see something beyond my four walls. After a moment, he sounded more tired than usual when he finally agreed, stating that we would go slower than normal. He added, half-jokingly, that if I passed out, he wouldn't drag me home. We both knew that was a lie, but we chose to let it rest there. We continued talking for a while longer, unable to sleep while the rest of the city seemed to be fast asleep. Our conversation continued until the sounds of rattling cages in my mind finally quieted. When my mother returned home a few hours later, she wore a warm smile, one that felt too kind for me to replicate, especially after the week I had just endured. She never expected me to fake a smile or present myself in a way that wasn't true. I was quiet, my voice more monotone than she would have liked, and I often felt uncomfortable with people's touch. Yet, she preferred to see my problems and try to help rather than have me hide them as I had before. That was one reason I couldn't be angry with her for how she acted while I was growing up, for the tears and apologies, for being the first to see my dreams as unreachable. I could forgive her because I knew she cared. I understood that she would still care even if she knew the darkness I was made from. I helped her bring in her luggage, each step burning like a reminder of my struggles. I was skilled at pretending, so I concealed my discomfort. She suggested we visit Eri together the next day, and I agreed, missing the girl I hadn't seen all week, missing the family I had chosen. I mentioned I would pick up a new book while out with Hito. My mother nodded, a small, knowing smile on her lips, as if she held a secret about my friend. I chose not to ask, letting her share stories from her trip, including how the Statue of Liberty was much smaller than one might expect. For once, I was the first to arrive at the park for our run. When Izuku showed up right on time, I noticed a change in how he carried himself. His eyes scanned the crowd, unlike his usual relaxed demeanor. His clothes hung loosely on him, making him appear more like a stray cat than a person ready to run for fun. It seemed as if he had regressed. He had been like this when we first met, filled with worry and quiet words. I knew he had been sick the past week, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was troubling him. I pushed those thoughts aside for now, knowing I would have plenty of time to worry later, especially when insomnia kept me awake. We stretched as usual, and Izuku quizzed me on various historical events he thought I might need to remember for the UA entrance exam before moving on to vocabulary and grammar rules. It was a pleasant moment, but I decided to interrupt him as he went over various algebra rules. I mentioned that he had said he was sick, which caught him off guard. He simply nodded and waited for me to continue, so I asked what kind of sickness he had. The boy before me seemed to struggle with every movement, his gestures less fluid than I was used to seeing. His skin appeared even paler than it had the previous week. He certainly looked unwell, and I was curious about the cause so I could push aside any distracting thoughts before our run began. He replied with a deadpan expression, mentioning something about birds. I raised an eyebrow, repeating his words in a skeptical tone. He nodded, his face remaining unchanged. He explained that he had found some boys trying to shoot a bird out of the sky with a slingshot and had stopped them, but by the time they ran off, the bird was already dead, and he had buried it. He added that he had gotten sick from touching it. I stared at him, blinking slowly, feeling my energy drain even before we had started our run. Of course, Izuku would do something like that. I sighed and ran a hand over my face, suggesting that next time he should let the bird rot. He sighed in response, standing up with a motion that was slightly less graceful than usual. He extended a hand to help me up, stating that he had no fondness for birds anymore. Together, we began to jog slowly around the park. When I got home, I took a shower and curled up in bed for an early night, not caring that it was still too early for my mom to have gone to bed. As I closed my eyes, darkness enveloped me. But it didn't last long. Monsters lurked at the edge of my dreams, each armed with claws and unsettlingly exposed features. They howled and scraped at me, as if I were the monster locked in a cage instead of them. When the cage opened during our struggle, it was the beast that escaped, not me. The scene shifted, and I found myself standing in the park at night with Hitoshi. Instead of our usual running attire, he was dressed similarly to how I did for my vigilante work. He wore a vacant expression that I recognized from my own reflection, holding out his arm toward me. When I looked down, expecting his hand to be empty, I saw a gun pointed at me. Glancing at my own attire, I noticed a sleek black suit with dark green accents, a shade darker than my hair but lighter than the black. I could feel a pull at my mouth, as if my father's smile was reflected back at me. I jolted upright, throwing off the sheets and rushing to the light switch, the phantom pains from class still nagging at my skin. I knew I wouldn't fall back asleep. Whatever awaited me on the other side of the dream wasn't worth it. I glanced at the clock and saw it was just past the time I usually left for patrol. Grabbing my gear, I stared down at the tranquilizer gun in my hand, the same one Hitoshi had pointed at me. I left it hidden in the floorboards of my closet and snuck out through the fire escape. The sun beat down relentlessly as I waited outside the UA gate, tapping my foot against the sidewalk while watching examinees slowly walk through. Some cast strange glances my way as they left the exam, but most were too absorbed in their own lives to notice me. I glared back at each of them, feeling it was far too early and the sun far too bright to deal with more than one hormonal teenager. Looking down at my phone, I scrolled through an article on the latest in quirk technology and support studies. This subject had fascinated me since that day on the roof. The intricacies of support gear were often more captivating than hero work, though even as I read the third article on coding, it felt like a cheap substitute for the original dream I had. Suddenly, I heard a voice filled with surprise, but there was an underlying harshness that set my nerves on edge. I forced myself not to shift into a defensive stance as I looked up at the newcomer. Fiery red eyes met my cold emerald ones. The other boy's eyes widened for a moment at my tone, but he quickly recovered. He demanded to know what I was doing there, expressing his frustration about my sudden change of schools without a word. As he continued to rant, small sparks flickered in his palm. My body instinctively took a step back, creating distance between us, and I didn't try to control the reaction. However, my fear didn't stop me from speaking my mind. I interrupted him, stating that I didn't owe him anything. His lips curled into a cruel smile at my words, as if he was about to respond with a physical confrontation. The day everything changed, the character felt a surge of anger that was almost palpable. They ran their fingers over the thick choker around their throat, a reminder of the past. The blonde with red eyes noticed the accessory, but they both understood it represented something deeper, something hidden beneath the surface. The older teen recoiled, as if burned by the confrontation. The character declared that they had never owed anything, their voice defiant despite the sensation of cold hands tightening around their throat, making it difficult to speak. Finally, expressing the words that had been trapped for nearly a year felt liberating, although they were interrupted when another teen joined them, pushing past the angry blonde to stand beside them. The purple-haired teen greeted the character, maintaining a careful distance, aware of their discomfort with touch. The characters silently appreciated the space, unsure how they would react if the blonde had tried to make contact. They didn't want to find out. The blonde questioned who the newcomer was, but neither of them acknowledged him. The purple-haired boy turned his shoulder to the blonde and motioned for the character to do the same, effectively excluding the other from their conversation. He suggested they go to his place, mentioning that his mom might start missing the character if they didn't visit soon. The character felt a silent laugh escape them, knowing there was truth in the statement. They agreed to go to his place. As they walked away, the character didn't look back, refusing to give the blonde the satisfaction of a fearful glance. Sensed the purple-haired teen casting a glare filled with something akin to hatred at the blonde, a feeling familiar yet difficult to express. While they walked, the purple-haired teen began recounting interesting moments from the exam. The character tuned out after hearing about a blue-haired boy who interrupted one of the explanations, but the other boy continued talking, trying to ease the character's nerves. The character felt a burning sensation where the blonde had touched them, as if every scar was awakening. They instinctively rubbed the skin beneath the choker, wishing they could erase the memories associated with it. The purple-haired teen paused, observing the character's actions, piecing together the situation without needing explicit words. He understood who the character had been pulled away from, even without knowing the full story behind the scars. It felt comforting to have someone who cared. Later, Izawa entered the principal's office after the hero course applicants had left. He knocked lightly, and the door creaked open as if inviting him in. He found a chimera looking up at him with an intelligent gaze that he found troublesome. The principal greeted him and motioned him inside. Izawa took a seat across from the desk, feeling weary. The principal offered tea, but Izawa requested coffee, which was promptly handed to him. The principal smiled in his usual unsettling way before taking a sip of his own tea. They shifted the conversation to a vigilante issue, specifically mentioning Icarus. Izawa maintained a neutral expression as the principal explained his idea for a villain rehabilitation program that had never been implemented due to the age of the villains in the area. Izawa pointed out that Icarus was a vigilante, not a villain, questioning the program's relevance. The principal's smile widened as he explained that he could modify the program to include young, non-violent vigilantes. Izawa asked what he needed to do, and the principal instructed him to catch Icarus, assuring him that he would handle the rest. Meanwhile, Izuku was scrolling through articles on his phone before dinner when a frantic knock sounded at the front door. His mother called for him, but he was already on his way. Only one person usually came to visit, and he wasn't the type to knock frantically unless he had news. As soon as Izuku opened the door, a mound of purple rushed past him, and an envelope was moved into his face. He closed the door before focusing on the practically vibrating teen in front of him. Hitoshi was filled with a mix of anxiety and excitement that I had never seen before. While it was mildly annoying, it was refreshing to see him act like a child for once. He shook the envelope in his hand, exclaiming that it was finally here. I couldn't help but ask if he had opened it yet, already knowing the answer. He shook his head, and I sighed, waving him toward my room. He followed behind me like a lost puppy, pausing only to greet my mother. Once inside, we sat on my bed, the only clear spot in the cluttered room filled with blueprints and textbooks. Hitoshi commented on the mess, saying he liked it, and I redirected his attention to the envelope, urging him to open it. He shot me a pointed look for my impatience but obediently tore it open. To my surprise, a small disc fell out instead of a letter, though I noticed a letter still stuck inside. Just as I was about to question its authenticity, a holographic image flickered to life between us. It was a familiar figure I never wanted to see again. The hologram of All Might appeared, announcing that he would be teaching at UA for the year. I felt a shiver at the sight, but Hitoshi was too captivated to notice my discomfort. All Might began detailing Hitoshi's performance on the written exam, which I pretended not to listen to. I tuned back in when they discussed the practical exam. Hitoshi had scored well enough in the villain points category to secure a spot in the general studies course. However, All Might emphasized that rescue points were also a crucial factor in UA's evaluation process. Hitoshi's face lit up with joy as a smile broke across his lips. I couldn't help but pull him into a brief hug, pushing down my own discomfort. He held the disc tightly, as if letting go would mean losing his acceptance. We spent the rest of the afternoon together, celebrating with dinner and baking congratulatory cookies before he headed home. Aizawa scanned the streets, looking for a flash of green. The nighttime crime rate dropped at the start of the school year, with more heroes around for pre-planning. It wasn't long before he spotted the dark green hoodie he was searching for. As he dashed after the boy, he admired how quickly the vigilante realized he was being followed, leading him to a better position. Aizawa felt a sense of pride for the boy's quick thinking. He had improved significantly over the past months. He thought to himself that if any of the new students were even half as capable as this vigilante, it might finally be a year where he had actual students. The boy stopped on a rooftop, turning slowly, his eyes hidden behind goggles. Despite his slow movements, he appeared ready to fight or flee at any moment, a stance Aizawa understood all too well. Aizawa greeted the boy, taking a cautious step forward, but the boy shifted back. He bluntly stated his purpose. There was a spot for the boy at UA High School, and he could join the hero course to become a proper hero. However, the vigilante took a defensive stance, refusing the offer with a firm no. His voice was steady, but Aizawa could sense the anxiety lurking beneath the surface. As the boy backed away, Aizawa realized he was on the verge of an anxiety attack. When the vigilante ran, Aizawa let him go. Izuku felt a wave of panic wash over him. This couldn't be happening. Just 2 weeks ago, he might have considered accepting the hero's offer, but now it felt impossible after the tumultuous week he had just endured. The realization that he could never be a hero had finally settled in, yet here was the underground hero, offering hope where there seemed to be none. Someone like him, born from poison, would struggle in the light and could be far too dangerous for a true knight. A vigilante was the best he could hope to become. In the end, he just ran until his thoughts faded into pain. Shinso found himself navigating the sprawling halls of the school, feeling a mix of frustration and confusion. If Izuku hadn't mentioned that the principal was a chimera who leaned more towards the rat aspect than any other animal, he might have figured it out on his own eventually, just from the confusing layout. The school was so large that one could easily get lost, especially with the intentionally perplexing turns and vague directions. It felt like he had stepped into a bizarre world reminiscent of the book Izuku had recommended, Alice in Wonderland, where the real wonder was how anyone managed to arrive at class on time. When he finally located the door to Class 1A, he was nearly out of breath from his hurried pace. Distracted by his own annoyance for not arriving 30 minutes earlier as suggested by the green-haired boy, he almost missed the entrance, which was more of a gateway with a door handle that opened outward. It had to be accessible to everyone. As he opened the door and peeked inside, he immediately questioned whether he could transfer to Class 1B instead. The blonde boy who had managed to break through Izuku's layers of apathy and ignite real anger in him was lounging at one of the desks, his feet propped up casually. Another boy, someone Shinso vaguely remembered from the exam, was lecturing him. The explosive blonde remarked with a cruel expression that barely resembled a smile, suggesting he should blow the other boy to bits. The other boy reacted with shock, instinctively rolling backward to create distance between them. That was a wise choice. The boy, visibly distressed, questioned whether the blonde truly wished to become a hero. It was a fair question, his behavior suggested otherwise, but perhaps that was just Shinso's perspective. Hoping to remain unnoticed, Shinso slipped into the room, but he could feel the blonde's gaze settle on him like a heavy weight. The boy called out to him, drawing attention and earning reprimands from a blue-haired teen with glasses, whom Shinso guessed was Ida. He was labeled as the loser who had partnered with Deku, and the blonde wondered how he had managed to enter the classroom. A cold, calculating feeling welled up inside Shinso, and he realized he might have been spending too much time with Izuku. He responded, not slowing his pace toward his desk, which was conveniently 2 seats behind the blonde, leaving a safe distance between them. He simply stated that he had passed the test. As the bell rang and he took his seat, a yellow, caterpillar-like shape rolled into the classroom, unnoticed by everyone else. Shinso recognized it as a sleeping bag, not a quirk, due to its sheen and the zipper down the middle. He had definitely been spending too much time with Izuku. The sleeping bag spoke, noting it took 8 seconds for the class to quiet down. The figure inside, dressed in dark clothing, emerged and introduced himself as Shota Aizawa, their homework teacher. His voice was gruff, contrasting with the seemingly polite introduction. Everyone else appeared stunned at the revelation of their homeroom teacher, but it made sense why he was there. Mr. Aizawa instructed everyone to change into their training uniforms and head outside to the grounds. He produced one of the uniforms from seemingly nowhere and left the room to guide them toward the locker rooms. Just before exiting, he announced that they would be conducting a quirk test, warning that those who placed last would be deemed as having no potential and expelled. That was just great. Izuku heard the doorbell ring, a sound loud enough to cut through the music he had been playing to help him focus on his math lesson. He enjoyed math, but without a physical teacher to guide him through the pre-calculus problems, it was easier to stay accountable when there was some noise in the room. Jumping to his feet, he carefully set his laptop down in a safe spot and went to answer the door, only slightly surprised to find Shinso standing there with his purple eyes. He welcomed Shinso inside and asked how school had been that day. The taller boy responded with a dismissive gesture, dragging himself into the living room, clearly unimpressed by Izuku's attempt at small talk. It was hard to tell if Shinso was simply exhausted or if the tired gleam in his eyes was just typical teenage angst they both shared, but it prompted Izuku to close the door and retrieve the Tupperware container of cookies his mom had hidden away, thinking they wouldn't find it. That was wishful thinking. Shinso took a cookie from Izuku's hand but nibbled at it disinterestedly as Izuku settled next to him on the couch, resting his feet in Shinso's lap. He inquired about the day's events. Shinso replied that school had been less than enjoyable, placing the cookie aside to avoid dealing with it. Their teacher was quite eccentric, the boy remarked, raising a finger as if he were making a list. What did he do to earn that reputation? The other boy asked, casting a dark look in response to the earlier comment. However, he didn't argue further. The quirk test, he replied simply. The student who came in last was supposed to be expelled. An eyebrow raised at the phrasing. Supposed to be? The taller boy rolled his eyes. He called it a logical ruse, Hitoshi said, making air quotes with exaggerated care. Logical ruse. A silent laugh began to bubble up, enough to catch the attention of the other boy. He asked what was amusing, surprise evident in his voice. It wasn't often that such emotions were displayed. That's nonsense, came the response. The last-place student must have impressed the vindictive teacher enough to avoid expulsion. Observing the other boy, he noticed his eyes widen slightly in shock. Ah, so that was you, I suppose? Congratulations. Hitoshi groaned and leaned back against the couch. Why do I put up with you? A casual shrug followed. Because we're both too complicated for most people to understand. That we are, he agreed, shoving the rest of his forgotten cookie into his mouth. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind the teacher if all the tasks weren't so physically demanding. Now I'm wiped out both physically and mentally. Emotionally, came the inquiry as he propped his head up for a better look at the quirk teen. The other boy glanced over, contemplating whether to share something. Eventually, he nodded, gesturing for him to continue. The blonde idiot you were talking to outside the entrance exam, he began, turning to face him, he's in my class and he's already being a JRK. A chill ran through him at the mention of the name. Bakugo, he whispered harshly, but the other boy understood. Yeah, he confirmed, him. He could sense the lilac eyes studying him, searching for any signs of weakness. The rational part of his mind knew that the other boy wouldn't hold it against him if he found any, but it was easier to hide the cracks than to let anyone see the damage. Sorry you have to deal with him, he said sincerely. He truly felt for Hitoshi. Now that Bakugo knew they were friends, life would become even more difficult for him. He understood Bakugo's cruelty firsthand. There was nothing beautiful about the way he tore people apart, and no amount of duct tape could fix the aftermath. His only hope was that, now that Bakugo was at UA, he might tone it down, if only out of fear of consequences. But Hitoshi merely shrugged. Everyone has their own JRK to deal with, we just happen to share one. But don't think he's off the hook either. He recounted an incident where another boy in the class had yelled at Bakugo upon entering, only for their teacher to intervene. It sounded like the other student would be alright, but the guilt lingered every time Hitoshi mentioned Bakugo's name. The first field trip of the year was announced just days after school began. Though it was technically a field trip, they were staying on campus, heading to a new training facility at the edge designed for both hero students and some of the newer heroes in Japan. The facility was something he looked forward to seeing more than participating in, as it was meant for rescue training without any opportunities to use his quirk. At least the girl in his class with the invisibility quirk could help illuminate the darker areas. He couldn't even do that much. Line up in an orderly fashion according to your ID numbers and fill in the seats, Ida shouted, his arm moving robotically with excitement. Does he know? One girl whispered, her brown hair contrasting with her overly pink cheeks, which seemed to be a quirk-related trait. Another girl, dressed in a costume far too revealing for a high school student, easily followed the train of thought and replied, no, but he'll find out soon enough. Everyone piled onto the bus, ignoring Ida's instructions. He yelled in frustration moments after boarding, expressing disappointment over the bus model. A girl with pink skin and little horns patted him on the back enthusiastically, though her attempt at comfort came off as overly zealous. All that for nothing, she remarked. He found himself seated between the girl with the frog quirk and the boy who consumed sugar to gain strength, every doctor's worst nightmare. It wasn't long before the students began discussing their quirks, a topic he tried to avoid to keep attention off his own. However, he listened closely to what others shared, having learned from experience that knowing their quirks could be useful before they were aimed at him. My hardening is great in a fight, but it gets boring, the boy with tall red hair and shark-like teeth said. He raised his arm, showcasing how it transformed into a flesh-toned rock. The girl beside him remarked that it should be more than enough to go pro, her tone blunt and devoid of any sugarcoating. She seemed like someone who didn't bother with pretty lies to make others feel better about themselves. The conversation took a turn for the worse when one of the girls pointed out that heroes needed to have popular appeal. The boy with the navel laser began to boast about his quirk. It irked him when others talked about their abilities in such a self-congratulatory manner. He despised how some kids, blessed with powerful quirks, lacked even a hint of humility. Being around Izuku had made him forget that arrogant individuals still existed in the world. One of the other students chimed in, mentioning that strong and flashy quirks belonged to Bakugo and Todoroki. The girl with the frog quirk, Azui, added that Bakugo was too unhinged to ever be popular, which greatly improved his impression of her. Bakugo, seated at the back of the bus, erupted in anger, yelling at Azui. She turned to him, pointing at Bakugo over her shoulder, as if his outbursts were self-explanatory. He agreed with her observation, fiddling with the voice modifier hanging around his neck. Azui introduced herself as Tsuyu, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Bakugo then directed his fury at him, demanding to know if he had been picking on any quirkless kids lately. The explosive teen stood up, gripping the railing in front of him, threatening to pound him if he repeated himself. He glanced at Tsuyu and pointed at Bakugo, signaling her to see the truth in his behavior. Ida called out that they had arrived, his arm moving in a robotic manner. Everyone exited the bus in a chaotic yet organized fashion, pushing and shoving as their costumes collided. He chose to remain seated, waiting for the commotion to settle before following the last of them into the facility. As he stepped inside, he was struck by the sight before him. They were on a higher level, offering a clear view of all the disaster zones laid out before them. There were floods, rocks, wilderness, fire, and even a small collapsed city. He felt small and inconsequential in the face of such devastation. A new voice broke his thoughts, announcing that every disaster and accident imaginable was represented there. He turned to see a figure resembling a walking astronaut approaching them. The individual introduced the facility as the unforeseen simulation joint. While the girl with the zero-gravity quirk gushed over the space hero, two pro-heroes whispered to each other, which seemed to irritate Mr. Aizawa, whose expression grew more serious. He decided it was time to get started. Before they began, the other pro-hero raised his fingers, indicating he had a few points to make. As the hero explained their quirk, detailing how it could tear things apart, the space hero launched into a lengthy discussion about the dangers of quirks. He tuned out, reflecting on how villains often chose to use their abilities to harm others, despite having the potential to save lives. As someone with a quirk that many deemed villainous, he felt he understood this better than most. The space hero concluded his speech with a bow just as a chill crept down his spine. Mr. Aizawa suddenly shouted for everyone to huddle up and not move. Following his gaze, he saw a swirling purple mist forming in the courtyard, rapidly expanding. A group of individuals dressed in ragged clothing and masks surged out, some wielding crude weapons. Mr. Aizawa warned them that these were villains. The leader of the group was a scrawny man in his early 20s, covered in. Though he couldn't make out everything the man said, he caught the last part, a taunt about All Might, the symbol of peace, and a threat about bringing dead kids to him. Shigaraki scanned the crowd of aspiring heroes, ensuring he didn't recognize any faces. He recalled the intel from their spy, which assured him he wouldn't see anyone familiar, but witnessing it firsthand was different. He wanted to confirm that the brat he was wary of wasn't among the others. However, he did recognize the pro-hero charging toward the mediocre villains he had brought along, taking down anyone who came too close. Watching the hero in action reminded him why he and Izuku admired him. As expected, the students began to flee toward the entrance of the USJ facility. He had anticipated this reaction. In games, players often run when faced with opponents far superior in strength. While he knew these students could hold their own, none of them seemed willing to stand their ground. Their courage and experience stats were nearly as low as they could go without becoming a liability to the party. However, all their running proved futile when a failsafe was already in play, capable of moving much faster than their still-developing bodies could hope to. The command was given, and Kurogiri positioned himself in front of them, blocking their path to the door before they could make it halfway. He exchanged a few words with the students, but when two of them lunged at him in a desperate attempt to strike, it was clear that their efforts were in vain. After a brief moment of attempted civility, Kurogiri sent the students to different parts of the facility where their forces lay in wait. With that, it was just a matter of time before All Might arrived, leading to a decisive victory. Shinso found himself submerged, water flooding into his mouth before he fully grasped the situation. Recognizing the danger, he fought against the instinct to panic, knowing he needed to escape the flood zone. He released a small breath, watching the bubble rise in the opposite direction he had intended to swim. He recalled how disorientation underwater could lead to confusion about which way was up, causing people to drown while believing they were swimming toward the surface. Determined, he began to swim upward, only to feel something pull him back down. Looking down, he saw a villain with a shark-like quirk gripping his ankle, sharp teeth glinting menacingly. Pain shot through his leg, more intense than anything he had experienced from school bullies. Just as the villain's grip tightened, a familiar figure intervened. Azui, the girl with the frog quirk, struck the villain's head, breaking his hold on Shinso. She kicked off him and used her tongue to wrap around his middle, pulling them both toward the surface. They reached a boat in the middle of the flood zone, and she flung him over the side before following him up. Grateful yet pained, Shinso winced as he landed on the floor of the ship, the impact knocking the breath from his lungs and sending a jolt of pain through his leg. Azui crouched down, keeping out of sight from the villains who were slowly surfacing. Peeking over the railing, Shinso noticed the villains hesitating as they swam toward them. He urged Azui to stay calm, explaining that their uncertainty stemmed from not knowing their quirks. She nodded, understanding his reasoning. They needed a plan, and Shinso, despite his injury, had an idea. He asked Azui to trust him, and she complied, making a small sound of agreement as he pulled himself to his feet. He called out to the villains, taunting them and drawing their attention. When some responded, a grin spread across his face as he took control of them, ordering them to attack those around them. Azui looked confused, but he reassured her that they needed to act quickly before his hold on the villains slipped. With her help, they moved to the other side of the boat, and Azui used her tongue to fling them over the side, landing safely on the shore just before the villains began searching for them. Azui pointed toward the courtyard, suggesting they cut through to reach their classmates. Shinso shook his head, knowing he wouldn't be able to make it that far. She then suggested hiding in the woods until the pro-heroes arrived. Although it felt cowardly, he recognized his limitations and agreed. Meanwhile, Aizawa fought valiantly against the villains, but he could feel his strength waning. Balancing his duties as a teacher and hero, he knew he had to reach the villain in charge to bring the chaos to an end. As he spotted the leader, a raspy voice commanded the monstrous Nomu to break his legs and slam his head against the ground, instructing not to kill him. Aizawa barely had time to react before the beast struck, causing his legs to bend painfully and his face to collide with the concrete, darkness enveloping him. As his consciousness faded, he heard the villain's soft words about a little brother, leaving a lingering question in the air. The students watched in horror as their teacher was overpowered, the sound of impact echoing around the courtyard. It wasn't long after the pro-heroes arrived and subdued the remnants of the villain invasion force that the students witnessed the #1 hero in Japan battling a beast unlike any they had seen before, blasting it through the dome ceiling. The hero students were gradually retrieved and brought to Recovery Girl for examination after the intense fights they had faced. Eraserhead and 13 were the most injured among those present, while the other students emerged with only minor injuries, except for Shinso, who required hospitalization. Izuku sat in silence, his head buried in his hands as he turned off the news. The relentless coverage of the attack on Class 1A at the USJ facility filled him with unease. Although reports confirmed that there were no fatalities, the sickening knots in his stomach persisted. He mentally reviewed the information, treating it like a checklist rather than a cohesive narrative. A student had been hospitalized. He hadn't heard from Hito all day. Both teachers present during the attack were injured. One was hospitalized while the other was under Recovery Girl's care. Eraserhead was among the heroes on site. The villains had targeted the school. Tomera was the leader of the invasion. Their attack was orchestrated because of All Might, indicating that All for One was behind it. A Nomu, more lethal than any he had encountered, had been sent to eliminate the symbol of peace. The villains had precise knowledge of when and where to strike, targeting All Might and Class 1A specifically. There was a spy at UA. A frustrated groan escaped him as he processed this conclusion and the daunting work ahead. He could not allow the mole to remain at UA, not only because they had caused injuries to Eraser and the students but also because they could facilitate his father's schemes, which endangered the lives of Tomera, Eraser, and Hito. He wanted to see his father caught before any more harm could be done. His phone buzzed in his pocket with a familiar ringtone. He immediately asked Mrs. Shinso if Hito was okay, his voice laced with desperation and panic. He could sense how frantic he sounded, but he didn't care. "He's fine," she replied, her tone reflecting her exhaustion. "He's in the hospital right now." There were some injuries that could have been treated by the school nurse's quirk, but he was too tired to meet the requirements, so they sent him to the hospital. A wave of relief washed over him. He asked which hospital Hito was in, determined to get there as quickly as possible. Leaving a note on the fridge, Izuku rushed to the hospital, moving as fast as his legs could carry him. As the building came into view, he slowed down. Growing up quirkless, he had never liked hospitals. They reminded him of the times he felt out of place, receiving pitying stares from nurses and staff who knew his story. As he grew older, those stares turned hostile, especially when he faced bullying. He had learned to avoid hospitals, preferring to tend to his wounds at home rather than give anyone the power to hurt him. A nurse directed him to Hito's room after he claimed to be his cousin. It was a fib his mother would disapprove of, but he thought the Shinsis would find it amusing. Knocking loudly to announce his presence, he pushed the door open and spotted the familiar shock of purple hair, confirming he was in the right room. His gaze fell on Hito's small sleeping form in the hospital bed. Without his usual hair products, Hito's hair lay flat against the pillow. He looked pale, with dark circles under his eyes, and there was a haunted expression that lingered even in sleep, one that seemed to have deepened. "There's my other corpse," a voice said from the side of the room. Izuku turned to see Mrs. Shinso sitting in a hospital chair, a kind smile on her lips. He greeted her and took a seat next to her, inquiring about Hito's condition. She shrugged lightly, explaining that Hito had passed out at USJ, and they had given him a sedative to help him sleep through the healing process, allowing Recovery Girl to assist him effectively. "Of course he would have to sleep to be healed," Izuku remarked, finding a hint of amusement in the situation. Only Hito would have this kind of luck. Mrs. Shinso chuckled softly at that. An hour passed as Mrs. Shinso alternated between watching Hito with concern and fidgeting in her chair. Izuku read through his second-year coding textbook on his phone before switching to chemistry. Eventually, she encouraged him to explain the concepts he was studying, and he began breaking down the chapter. "Izuku, if I have to hear another word about pi and sigma bonds, I will buy that book myself and throw it at your head," another voice threatened. Both Izuku and Mrs. Shinso jumped to their feet, glancing down at the source of the voice. "You'd have to get out of here first, you little troublemaker," Izuku joked, earning a playful glare from the taller boy. Shinso had never seen a parent look at their child with such a bright smile before, even though he knew it was a normal gaze. His own mother had always tiptoed around him, avoiding any real conversation, as if he were fragile. She would have been terrified in that moment, not smiling at her son and his friends' jokes. After a few minutes of conversation, she excused herself to go to the cafeteria to grab something for the three of them. Once he was sure she was far enough away, he turned to the other boy who was already looking at him. Hito had a lot on his mind, and Shinso offered a vague invitation to talk, leaving the statement open-ended. He didn't say that he would understand, knowing Hito wouldn't believe him. But deep down, Shinso knew he could relate in a way that Hito didn't realize. The other teen nodded, wincing slightly. They sat in silence for a while, a rare moment of peace between them. Eventually, Hito spoke quietly about the training exercise that had turned chaotic. Villains had appeared unexpectedly, pouring through a purple warp gate, accompanied by a creature that didn't resemble a human at all. Shinso felt his breath catch at the description, recalling the haunting scenes that invaded his dreams. Hito continued, describing a man who seemed barely older than a child, orchestrating the chaos. He recounted how he had narrowly escaped being overwhelmed by one of the villains, hiding in the woods with a classmate because he couldn't walk to safety. After Hito finished, Shinso moved to the other side of the bed, pulling back the sheet to examine the long gash on his ankle. It was covered in gauze, but Shinso knew that even with Recovery Girl's healing, a nasty scar would remain. Shinso teased about how they could have just gotten friendship bracelets instead of sharing such a permanent bond. Hito joked back, but Shinso could see the fatigue in his eyes. They continued to talk until Hito's mother returned, and they shared cafeteria dinners, trading Jell-O cups as if they were currency. As visiting hours drew to a close, Shinso promised to return the next day after lessons if Hito was still in the hospital. As he walked home, guilt gnawed at him. He could have helped the students if he had been there. He had faced more villains than any of them and was the only one to have fought a Nomu before it was taken down by All Might. It was his father who had ordered the attack, and Tamura who had led it. Instead of being there, he had been occupied with schoolwork. Worry for the blue-haired villain crept into his thoughts. Hito had mentioned that the hero had shot him during the rescue. Shinso knew he shouldn't care, but a part of him couldn't help it. He wondered how his father had come to know the man and why he felt the need for him. The relationship between them didn't sit right with Shinso. It wasn't just from the perspective of an abandoned child. It was from someone who had seen too much in the past year to believe his father had pure intentions regarding the man he called his brother. Questions about the bigger plan loomed in his mind. As the UA Sports Festival approached, the anticipation grew. Standing in the waiting room with Class 1A, the reality of the event felt more pressing. The playful rivalry between Bakugo and Todoroki provided a distraction, each claiming to be the strongest in the class, much to the amusement of those around them. Soon, they were ushered into the tunnel leading to the field as President Mike began introducing the first years. The stands were filled to capacity, the crowd's excitement palpable as they cheered for a class that had already faced villains. Shinso felt a mix of nausea and longing, wishing for the day to end so he could retreat to Aiza's room, enjoying cookies and light-hearted banter away from the chaos of the festival. As the other classes filled the field, only Class 1B shared the same determined spirit as his own. All of the others seemed to want to be there just about as much as I did at that moment. This should be interesting enough, I suppose. Izuku watched on the TV as the classes were called out, easily spotting Hito's tall purple hair among his classmates before the screen switched to the hero midnight introducing the first-year student representative. The teacher announced with enthusiasm that the representative from Class 1A was Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku couldn't help but curse under his breath as he watched Bakugo walk up to the platform, initially hunched over like a wounded animal before standing tall and defiantly. Of course, he was the representative. Who else could it have been? Thoughts and emotions that didn't show on his face swirled in Izuku's mind with enough intensity that he almost missed the athlete's oath Bakugo was meant to give. He started with a calmness that surprised Izuku, momentarily making him wonder if Bakugo had matured, but then he declared that he was going to win. There was. The gathered student body erupted into a small uproar, and Izuku found himself agreeing wholeheartedly as Bakugo joined his classmates. He knew Bakugo was arrogant, but he hadn't truly believed he would be foolish enough to show it on live television, where heroes and villains alike would be watching. Bakugo wasn't as smart as he thought. The first task for the competitors was an obstacle course, something Hito comfortably navigated, drawing little attention to himself to keep his strategy a surprise for the final event. This was wise, as a point system was attached based on performance, making Bakugo the prime target, which brought Izuku a bit of joy. The second task passed similarly, with Hito using his quirk to form his team and advancing to the next round while minimizing attention on himself, a strategy they had discussed at length before the festival. It wouldn't benefit him if others figured out his quirk and its activation requirements, especially with the world watching the broadcast. That knowledge certainly wouldn't help him in the one-on-one fights. When it was Hito's turn for his first fight in the final task, he faced a boy from the General Studies course who had peculiar hair that seemed to stick to everything but him. To avoid the harsher drawbacks of his quirk during the festival, Izuku had convinced the other teen not to use his quirk when it wasn't necessary, which it certainly wasn't against someone who didn't even reach half of Hito's height. The fight was swift as Hito skillfully avoided the projectiles thrown at him, a skill he may or may not have honed from Izuku tossing various objects at him over the past week. He maneuvered until he cornered the boy and then sent him out of bounds with a force that some might consider excessive. No one could hear the taunts the smaller teen was throwing at Hito, but Izuku knew they had to be particularly provoking to elicit such a response. During the lunch and game break, which inexplicably involved the girls of Class 1A dressing up as cheerleaders, Izuku received a call. He mentioned that his favorite part was the pink-haired girl from the support course using a robot boy as her personal demonstration. The scene had quickly grown tiresome for the competitors waiting for their fights, but it had been entertaining for him, as nothing like that had happened in past years he had witnessed. There was a small laugh on the other end of the line, indicating that Hito had also found some enjoyment in the hero student's discomfort. They talked for a while longer until Hito was called for his own fight. He was up against a boy from his class who looked like the embodiment of a human peppermint, devoid of any holiday cheer. Most would assume he was just cold, But Izuku recognized the darkness in his eyes, a reflection of his own and Hito's. He wondered if Hito saw it too, if he noticed their similarities, or if he was merely drawing connections where there were none. It didn't matter, as the fight began moments later. The fight lacked the viciousness or flashiness one might expect from Hero Corps students. The two circled each other with clear unfamiliarity as Hito shouted something that none could hear. Ice swept from the other boy's hand, aimed at Hito with an intensity that mirrored the anger he had shown in a previous fight. But then it stopped abruptly, the ice barely grazing Hito as the other boy's body went slack in an unnatural manner. Hito said something to the other teen, who then walked out of the arena boundaries with movements that didn't match his earlier approach. The crowd erupted in cheers, even as none truly understood what had just transpired. All they knew was that the son of the number 2 hero had been defeated by a boy without any flashy quirk. While some were angered, the cheers of congratulations drowned out the discontent. The dual-haired boy appeared neither angered nor saddened by his loss. If anything, he seemed pleased. It became clear that his father was just as difficult as he seemed, even towards his own children. As the ice melted and the next fight was set up, my attention drifted. I had noticed that the quirks of the fighters were becoming more powerful each year, making them increasingly interesting. However, I was concerned that Ida, the engine boy, had not shown up for his fight against Hito. Something felt off. If he was as serious as Hitoshi had described, he should have been there. Something was wrong. But I had no time to dwell on that as the last fight was about to begin, Hito versus Bakugo. Hitoshi watched as the blonde boy stood before him, wearing what was meant to be a menacing smirk on his otherwise attractive face. However, Hitoshi was too angry to see it that way. All he could think about were the scars on Su's neck, carefully concealed by the choker he had given him months ago. The anger was overwhelming, yet it was not so blinding that he couldn't devise a plan to win. As soon as the signal was given, Bakugo charged forward, shouting insults that Hitoshi chose to ignore. He focused on evading Bakugo's attacks while seizing any opportunity to strike back. They danced around each other until the signal indicated that the fight was over. Bakugo looked around in confusion, unable to comprehend how the fight could be finished when neither of them had landed a significant blow. Hitoshi decided to assist him, as any good classmate would. He pointed to the line between their feet, and Bakugo glanced down, realizing he was still within bounds while Hitoshi was not. A sense of victory filled Hitoshi's chest. Bakugo was a prideful boy, one who would despise losing without a proper fight, but that was precisely what had just happened. It didn't take physical blows to damage one's pride, words and actions could suffice. Bakugo yelled at him and anyone who would listen, demanding another fight, but Hitoshi simply walked away from the scene, leaving Bakugo to throw a tantrum. He had won. After the awards ceremony, Hito joined Izuku just in time for the first round of the second-year fights. Izuku returned to his room to find clothes that might fit Hito and allowed him to shower while he watched the rest of the second-year sports festival. When Hito emerged from the bathroom, his damp hair hung just above his shoulders, and he wore an oversized hoodie and shorts that were almost too short, but neither of them commented on it. "You were amazing," Izuku said sincerely as Hito settled onto the couch beside him to watch the beginning of the third-year festival. "Don't get all mushy on me now," Hito teased lightly, in a friendly manner that felt different from what Izuku had experienced with Bakugo in the past. "I wouldn't dream of it." They watched the remainder of the third-year sports festival, munching on snacks while making occasional comments about the fighters on the screen. One thing stood out to Izuku, a blonde boy who had struggled in the festival for the past 2 years, despite being in the hero course. He was memorable for unintentionally SRNG at the festival due to his quirk in previous years. This year, however, Miro Togata's fighting style was entirely different, relying on strength instead of permeation. It was as if he had acquired a new quirk altogether. The thought might have seemed bizarre 2 months ago, but it felt closer to the truth now. Internships for UA students began swiftly after the news of the hero killer being in Hosu City during the sports festival and the incident involving pro-hero Ingenium. Izuku felt immense relief when Hito informed him that he planned to intern with a hero in the UA area rather than near the city in question. He knew Hito would never actively seek out the hero killer, as he wasn't that type, even if some in his class were. However, trouble always seemed to find people like them. Izuku had to admit that he was seeking it out this time. The ride into the city was cold as he leaned his head against the window, watching the buildings blur past at a speed he knew he could never achieve on his own. He had no intention of seeking out the hero killer, a former vigilante turned sinister. However, he was aware of someone who likely would and could be in danger if he didn't reach them first. Idiot children. He pushed aside the thoughts reminding him that he was the same age as the hero course student. Acting like an imprudent child who believed themselves invincible would only lead to being seen as foolish. Since the start of internships earlier that week, he had been taking the bus to Hosu every night, lurking around the area and waiting for the other shoe to drop after reading an article about Tenya Ida taking an internship in the city. It was easy to understand the boy's motives for choosing such a small-time hero over more experienced options, especially knowing that the hero killer preferred to stay in one city until he had claimed several victims. This was the boy's only chance at what he believed was justifiable revenge, regardless of the consequences. Someone had to ensure that he didn't get himself killed. Barely 3 steps off the train, an explosion shook the ground, accompanied by screams of terror that pierced the night. Every instinct urged a rush toward the chaos, the flames, the burning buildings, the inhumane cries, but everything I knew about the hero killer warned me how reckless that would be. The man was arrogant, viewing his insanity as an art form, something to be executed quietly and appreciated only after the damage was done. Wherever the noise was, he would be in the opposite direction, and so would the boy. The streets were eerily quiet as I ran through them. Normally, this silence would be a welcome break from the usual sounds of the night, but it felt heavy, as if something was about to happen. Then it did. An anguished cry erupted from an alley further up the street, followed by the sound of a body hitting the ground with a force that suggested serious harm. I sprinted toward the source of the noise, horrified by the scene that awaited me. A man in tattered clothing loomed over the crumpled form of the very boy I had been trying to stop, a long blade poised in his hand, ready to strike. The other teen lay on the ground, while a pro-hero was slumped against the alley wall. They both appeared lifeless, save for the slow rise and fall of their chests. A quick glance revealed that the boy's legs were injured, rendering him unable to move. The paralysis quirk, then. My gun was in my hand before I even came to a stop, a bullet flying through the air and narrowly missing the hero killer, striking the wall behind him instead. The shot echoed in the stillness of the night, but it was never meant to hit anyone. I knew better than to shoot when someone was about to use a weapon on another. One wrong move could mean death for the potential victim. My aim was to draw attention to myself, and for the most part, I succeeded. The hero killer glared at me with a look filled with hatred, reminiscent of the disdain I had faced from Bakugo before I switched to online school. He sneered that I should leave if I wanted to live. Having long abandoned my survival instincts, I shrugged at the man and adjusted my aim. I had a strong aversion to people trying to harm children. Though my voice remained emotionless, the hero killer could sense the disgust churning within me as he argued that the boy was just another fake hero who needed to be eliminated. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. Those who were mentally unstable often had the most convoluted viewpoints, and negotiating with someone like him was always a challenge. "He's 15, I countered, my tone sharp. "Just a misguided child seeking revenge, believing it will make him feel better." A manic smile spread across the man's face, as if he thought he was winning the argument. He was likely indulging in this exchange because I had yet to show my hand. "And yet he still calls himself a hero," he taunted. "He's a child. He hasn't had the time to earn that title." The hero killer swung his katana between us, narrowly missing the wall. He demanded to know why he should grant the boy any mercy. Something absurd bubbled up inside me, and I almost laughed, realizing how ridiculous it was to negotiate with a mass murderer on behalf of a boy I barely knew. Yet I felt compelled to intervene, knowing the boy would likely do something reckless. "Because he might become a model hero after this," I pointed out, letting the man ponder my words before I ped the tranquilizer with a loud click that echoed through the alley. The sound drew the hero killer's sharp gaze to the weapon aimed at him. "And because I'll stop you before you can do anything else." The manic laughter that had been stifled earlier erupted from the vigilante as the teen on the ground groaned in pain. He remarked on my bravery, questioning what gave me the right to threaten him. I realized he had made his choice against me, which was expected, but I had hoped to delay the inevitable for just a moment longer. I'm my father's son, I declared, allowing the weight of that truth to settle in. The man was a killer, but I understood that every trait I had held onto, especially over the past year, had come from him: quirk analysis, a calculative personality, level-headedness, and indifference. I no longer had my mother's shyness or warmth. A coldness lingered, one that refused to fade away. The protagonist observed silently as the hero killer contemplated the problem presented to him. The protagonist interjected, noting that whatever the hero killer was considering, the situation was worse than it seemed. The villain was the source of the chaos. Those words settled heavily in the hero killer's mind, his expression shifting to one of suspicion and surprise as he reached a conclusion. Whether it was the correct one didn't matter. The idea forming in his mind was enough for now. The hero killer's smile deepened, taking on a sinister quality, tinged with a hint of amusement. He mused about a child born from evil attempting to do good, lowering his weapon away from the boy. He inquired what the protagonist wanted him to do. The protagonist coldly instructed the hero killer to mark the boy, ensuring he would remember this lesson, but not to take his life. Complying swiftly, the hero killer sheathed his katana and drew a small hunting knife, typically used for intricate woodwork. The protagonist approached, crouching beside the boy and pulling aside his armor to expose a sliver of skin at the nape of his neck. The hero killer examined the area like an artist surveying a blank canvas before pressing the blade against the boy's skin, a small bead of blood forming from the slightest pressure. The hero killer began to carve a slow, deliberate letter into the boy's skin, engrossed in his task. As the vigilante's focus deepened, the protagonist seized the moment, raising their arm and firing a shot at the hero killer, who collapsed to the ground, away from them. A gasp echoed from the far wall of the alley, reminding the protagonist of the presence of a fourth person. The protagonist reassured the pro-hero native that the hero killer was not dead, only unconscious. They quickly gathered every blade they could find, holding up their gun for the hero to see, explaining that they were tranquilizers. Turning back to the boy, the protagonist retrieved his phone, ignoring the tears streaming down his face. The boy questioned why the protagonist had intervened, insisting that this was his fight. The protagonist sighed, opening the phone to find it unprotected. They stated that if the boy wanted to die, that was his choice, but they wouldn't allow someone else to perish because of it. The boy's expression shifted to one of guilt as he clenched his fists, indicating he was regaining his strength. The protagonist scrolled through the contacts until they found a suitable number and dialed, sitting cross-legged on the ground, gun ready to fire at the sedated hero killer if he stirred. A voice answered, sounding breathless as if they had just been running, asking why the protagonist was calling. The protagonist dismissed the question, feeling frustration toward the person on the other end for their previous attempts to capture them. When the voice recognized the protagonist, surprise colored their tone. The protagonist cut off the inquiry, noting that the hero killer was beginning to regain consciousness. A quiet shot rang through the night, and the hero killer fell back to the ground, unease settling in the protagonist's gut. The protagonist informed the caller that both the boy and a pro-hero were injured, glancing at them in the dim light. They assessed that both appeared stable but expressed a desire not to be left alone with the unconscious hero killer. The caller reacted with alarm, clearly unsettled by the information. The protagonist confirmed the identity of the hero killer and explained that his quirk was interfering with the sedatives, urging the caller to hurry. A familiar sigh echoed in the protagonist's ear as the caller requested the location. The protagonist quickly sent the location before returning the phone to the boy's pocket and moving to the pro-hero's side. Crouching down, they discovered a serious stab wound that could be fatal if not treated soon. They knew the caller was likely already arranging for help to arrive. Moving swiftly, the protagonist tightly wrapped the man in one of the rolls of bandages kept for emergencies. The hero inquired if the other was one of Eraser's students, drawing a conclusion based on the connection to Ida. The protagonist already knew the answer but found it more complicated than desired. A nod confirmed the suspicion. The protagonist responded sharply, indicating that the situation was far from straightforward. Ensuring the bandages were secure, they pulled out another roll and approached the other teen, discovering only superficial wounds instead of the life-threatening injuries that could have resulted if they had arrived moments later. After cleaning a mark on the back of the boy's neck, they bandaged it for good measure. It wasn't as deep as it could have been, and with proper care, it might not even scar. A few moments later, hurried footsteps echoed through the city, almost muffled by the approaching sirens. The protagonist's head snapped up in alarm at the noise, recognizing the smaller figure at the alley's entrance. Hito and Izu were familiar names, and it was clear that the boys were friends, comfortable enough with each other to use nicknames. Before the protagonist could voice their thoughts, Izu, the vigilante, interrupted, expressing mild annoyance at the situation. He acknowledged that this was typically the moment when the protagonist would try to apprehend him, but he insisted that there were injured people and a killer that needed attention. The protagonist watched in shock as Izu nudged the sedated hero killer with his boot, showing little regard for his own safety. Satisfied with whatever he observed, Izu shot the man for good measure. The other teen gasped at the noise, but Izu simply shook his head, explaining that it was just a modified paintball gun with sedation bullets. He then moved to comfort the purple-haired boy, who nodded hesitantly. Taking the opportunity to let them converse, the protagonist moved the third boy to the alley's entrance for easy pickup by the EMTs, returning to do the same for the other two immobile individuals. It was clear that Shinso was unaware of his friend's activities, but that was no longer the case. The hurt look in Hito's eyes was evident when the protagonist stopped in front of him. The protagonist understood that Hito had every right to be upset, having kept secrets that were never asked about. It pained the protagonist to know he was the cause of Hito's distress. Hito questioned if the protagonist was a vigilante, his tone bitter. The protagonist shrugged, throwing caution to the wind as he had done for nearly a year. He explained that vigilante laws did not cover someone like him, keeping the details vague in case the pro-hero was listening. He didn't want to be treated differently, even if it meant enduring the constant attempts to catch him. Hito let out a quiet laugh, something soft and sad that only those who had experienced pain could understand. He remarked that only the protagonist would find such loopholes, almost sounding like a compliment. In that moment, everything felt okay again. Not long after, the boys emerged from the alley, a rare smile on Shinso's face, which brightened the usual deadness in their eyes. 3 ambulances arrived shortly thereafter. Typically, the police would accompany them, but they were meeting at the hospital. Out of the corner of the protagonist's eye, Icarus began to slip away back into the alley, avoiding any questions, but the protagonist let him go. They had to accompany the ambulance with the hero killer to keep his abilities in check in case he woke up during transport. However, Icarus never got the chance to leave. A sudden roar pierced the air as a monstrous creature swooped down and grabbed him before anyone could react. Only once they were airborne did the protagonist realize what the creature was. A Nomu, Shinso managed to say, fear evident in his voice. Grabbing at his scarf, the protagonist prepared to swing it at the flying Nomu, aiming to ensnare its ankle while it was close enough, but the effort proved unnecessary. They watched as Icarus twisted in the creature's grasp, freeing one arm to strike at its eyes. The pain caused the Nomu to screech and instinctively release the child, but Icarus had anticipated this. He dug a blade into the Nomu's shoulder, using it to climb onto the creature's back before driving another blade into its exposed brain. Every movement Icarus made was smooth and precise, executed with the confidence of someone who had faced such creatures before. It was as if it had become instinct and muscle memory. I belatedly thought that the way the teen moved was suspicious, but all thoughts faded as the duo began to plummet back to the ground, the bioengineered creature no longer able to maintain flight. They fell and struck the ground with a sickening crack, leaving me uncertain of which of the two it came from, only able to pray that it wasn't Icarus. The boy lay unconscious when I reached him, blood smeared across his pale skin and dark clothing. He wouldn't wake up. When Izuku regained consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar room, the overwhelming chemical smells assaulting his senses. He lay in a bed, the stark white sheets almost matching the walls around him. As he attempted to sit up, he realized he couldn't move far. The familiar coolness of metal against his skin was unmistakable, but a part of him hoped to see it, to confirm it was real. Lifting his head, he looked down at his sides and saw silver cuffs tightly wrapped around them, the other half securely locked to the bed, holding him in a firm grip. Suddenly, the room felt as dark as the night sky, the only light seeping in from the crack under the door. Memories flooded back from a time when he had no concept of time's passage, only vague guesses that he could never confirm. The cries of monsters echoed in his ears, reminding him of the aches from too many battles. He struggled against the restraints, the sounds of approaching wails growing louder, the cage walls rattling in his mind, ingraining themselves so deeply that he felt he would have to die to forget them. He knew he couldn't go back there, he would perish if he did. This instinct was as primal as an animal's understanding of predator and prey. Even if he survived the endless beasts, a greater monster lurked behind them, clinging to life as if it were immortal. Pain throbbed in his wrists, but he ignored it like a child hoping a problem would vanish. Someone was calling his name, a familiar voice that felt distant amidst the chaos. Then, something touched his shoulder, jolting him from his trance. The grip, though seemingly friendly, felt unwelcome from someone he couldn't see in the dark room. His hands remained bound, the metal pressing into his skin, but pain was a familiar companion he had held longer than any other. He snapped his teeth in the direction of the stranger, feeling like a cornered animal. The voice pleaded again, sounding closer and more urgent, filled with an emotion that didn't fit its owner. Despite his confusion, the darkness around him began to fade. The world returned slowly, the noise that only he could hear replaced by ragged breaths he realized were his own. His throat burned as he slumped back against the bed, exhaustion overtaking him. He felt a wetness at his wrists, but he didn't need to look down to know the sheets were stained. He didn't need to see the metal still lying there as if it had any right to do so. He managed to utter the name of his friend, Hito, his voice gruffer and softer than intended, but the purple-haired boy heard him. Hitoshi wanted to remain angry with Izuku. He had lied to him for months since they met. But seeing the pure terror on the smaller teen's face made it impossible. It was the most emotion he had ever witnessed from Izuku, more than he thought him capable of expressing. He never wanted him to feel such fear. Silence hung between them, both aware that something would inevitably disrupt it. Luck had never favored children like them, a lesson learned far too early in life. The other shoe dropped when the hospital room door opened, revealing a stranger stepping in from the hall. The man wore a tan coat that enveloped him like a protective shield, though it had no connection to his quirk. It was merely a piece of clothing that people wore as if it were armor. His tired face bore a hard look, even as he tried to soften his expression. Izuku recognized the man long before he introduced himself, sensing the way he carried himself, which sent a chill through him. Following the man was a peculiar sight, something that momentarily halted Izuku's racing heart. The creature was small but exuded an aura that felt distinctly different from that of the man before him. It was the air of someone with power, used in a different way than the adults in the room, to build rather than capture and imprison. The creature was a chimera, embodying aspects of multiple animals, yet he was more than just one of them. He wore a small suit that fit his unique stature, a scar running down the left side of his face, a testament to the challenges he had faced in life. While he was intriguing, the chimera wasn't my primary concern at that moment, even as he regarded me with an intelligence that seemed beyond mortal comprehension. The detective was my focus. The detective looked at me with a raised eyebrow, his expression betraying his surprise. He attempted to regain his composure. He asked if I knew who he was, trying to gauge the conversation as the chimera observed with keen interest, his curiosity evident. I replied that I did not know who he was, but it hadn't been difficult to guess. The detective nodded, seemingly unaware of his own reaction. He introduced himself as Detective Tsukachi and explained that he was there to ask me a few questions. I fixed him with a hard glare, feeling my wrists throb in time with my racing heart. I questioned him about the absence of a parent or legal guardian, my tone slightly mocking. The detective regarded me as if I were already testing his patience, a fair assumption. The chimera laughed heartily, as if the misfortunes of humanity amused him. The detective assured me that I was not under arrest, his sigh reminiscent of a certain pro-hero, suggesting they might know each other. The other teen in the room watched silently, trying to remain inconspicuous. I matched the detective's sigh with one of my own and asked what he wanted to know. He inquired about my full name. I told him it was Izuku Midoriya. He nodded and then asked my age. I replied that I was 15. Another nod followed. He then asked if I was a villain, to which I answered no. The detective nodded again, but when he asked if I was a vigilante, I replied no once more. The detective's head dipped slightly, then froze as he processed my answer. He seemed to know I was telling the truth, but my response puzzled him, just as I had hoped. He then asked if I went by the name of Icarus. I confirmed that I did. Frustration crossed his face as he asked how I could not be a vigilante. It was amusing to watch him struggle to find the missing piece of the puzzle right in front of him, as few ever considered that someone like me could be dangerous. I explained that the law wasn't designed with someone like me in mind, leaving him with a half answer to ponder. I glanced at the chimera, who was happily observing from his chair, and addressed him directly. I suggested that he already knew this. The principal of UA grinned at the attention, clearly enjoying the implication behind my words. He confirmed that he did indeed know. I stated that Eraserhead was one of his, implying that the offer he had made was also Nizu's. The chimera confirmed this, strumming his claws against his legs with delight. I then asked where I had gone wrong, feeling a nagging sense that I should know but had overlooked something more pressing. Nizu answered pleasantly, pointing out my illegal use of support weapons. The tranquilizer gun, of course. Nizu's smile widened as he realized I had pieced it together quickly. I conceded that he held all the cards, observing how the creature grimaced at the reference, perhaps not a fan of cards. I wondered when we would be leaving. I was not foolish. I recognized when I had been outmatched, faced with someone far more skilled than myself. I knew I couldn't trick him out of his assured victory, as he was well-versed in all the tricks of the trade. The principal's eyes gleamed at my behavior and easy compliance, noting how I acted differently compared to most children my age. He informed me that a doctor would come in to heal my wrist injuries, and then we could leave once I was dressed. I sharply refused, catching the attention of everyone in the room. Their gazes shifted, as if they were seeing someone entirely different from the child they had just been speaking with. I insisted that no one would use another quirk on me. I noticed the detective's brows furrow in confusion, but I chose to ignore him. "Why would you refuse treatment?" he asked, but the gaze of the creature before me held the same question. Those eyes resembled my own a little too closely. "You know what it is to have all your choices taken away, don't you?" I addressed the strange being sitting beside me. He nodded, understanding that my words went beyond the present moment. "Wouldn't you want control too?" Control was the essence of the marks on my body, whether I had placed them there or someone else had. It all revolved around who held power and who did not. Right now, I had none except for this choice. I wasn't going to let anyone else touch me. Eventually, I received what I needed to bandage my own wounds, wrapping layers of bandages from my wrists to my forearms to keep the marks concealed and protected. My body, once a blank canvas, had transformed into a chaotic tapestry of angry lines. Dressed in my own clothes again, I was taken to UA. In the following days, everything moved swiftly as the legal documents were finalized and my enrollment was confirmed. My mother was led to believe that the principal of UA had taken an interest in me after hearing about a chance encounter with one of the heroes. The meeting with Eraserhead hadn't occurred as the creature had described, but my mother was too stunned to notice the inconsistencies, just as the chimera had anticipated. This led me to stand in the principal's office, clad in the UA school uniform, with my new teacher beside me and the principal himself seated behind his desk like a king on a throne. Once again, I found myself with cuffs around my wrists, pressing lightly against my wounds, protected only by a thin layer of white bandages. Quirk-canceling cuffs, no less. He asked if they were really necessary, his monotone voice revealing his displeasure. The chimera understood his meaning without needing to see his expression. "They are," Eraserhead replied, his voice firm and devoid of room for argument, embodying the authority of a stern teacher. In that moment, Something deep within me stirred, something visceral and foreign yet familiar, trying to consume me from the inside out. I hadn't looked at the pro hero since he had placed the cuffs on my wrists at the school gate, claiming I might try to run. I knew he noticed the bandages, they were hard to miss. I could tell from the way he hesitated with the metal that he had been informed of their origin, yet he had proceeded anyway. I could forgive unintentional harm, but this was different. "Now, Mr. Midoriya," the principal began, redirecting the room's attention to himself. "I assume you remember all the rules you must follow as part of the vigilante rehab program." There was a strange gleam in his eyes, as if he awaited my response. Yes, the extensive list of rules. No fighting outside of hero training, no leaving campus during school hours, no deadly weapons on campus, and other similar regulations that followed. A long list of what I had assumed was common sense, yet the being felt the need to document it. I didn't want to know why. I nodded to the chimera, dismissing the flicker of dissatisfaction that crossed his face before he dismissed the pro-hero and me. The walk to class was tense as Eraserhead continued his futile effort to catch my eye, seeking anything beyond my blank stare. I doubted he understood what he was asking of me through that gaze. Emotions could be lethal, and for the first time in a year, I felt almost overwhelmed by them. "Wait here," he instructed before slipping quietly into the classroom just after the bell rang. I barely noticed the noise from the other side of the door until his presence silenced it completely. The door was tall, accommodating those with mutation-type quirks that granted them unusual heights. Yet, despite its size, it did nothing to muffle the chatter from within. "We're getting a new student?" one girl exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement that seemed excessive for the occasion. The students began whispering among themselves, creating a buzzing sound that slipped under the door like a swarm of bees. "But why didn't they join earlier?" one asked, their tone mirroring my own. "I'll let him tell you that himself," the hero replied after a brief pause, which I assumed was filled with a sigh. Then louder, he added, "You can come in now." With determination, I pushed the door open and walked inside, closing it with enough force to convey my mood without slamming it shut. The maneuver was more complicated than necessary, especially with my hands restrained. Eraserhead seemed to feel guilty as he glanced at them once more. As I entered the classroom, all eyes turned to me. The children present were familiar faces from the recent UA Sports Festival, but one pair of eyes stood out among the rest. Those fiery red eyes tracked my movements as I walked deeper into the classroom, stopping in front of the desks. The gaze was intense, lacking its usual anger, replaced instead by an emotion I couldn't quite identify. I chose to ignore it and focused on the lilac eyes that eagerly awaited mine. Hito smiled reassuringly, reminiscent of the teacher standing behind me. I introduced myself, stating my name clearly to prevent any immediate questions. I noticed Ida's expression shift as he struggled to recall where he had heard my voice before. It was almost amusing to see his realization dawn on him. I explained that I was part of a subsection of UA's villain rehabilitation program, specifically the Vigilante rehab program. The students absorbed the information, a hint of fear visible on many young faces, except for Hito, who already knew everything, and Bakugo, who seemed confused rather than scared. I bitterly added that I was neither a villain nor a vigilante, prompting a sigh from Eraserhead, who appeared weary of my words. Ida's eyes lit up with recognition as he finally connected my voice to a past encounter. He instinctively touched the back of his neck, wincing as if expecting pain. He began to protest, but I looked down at him, my eyes reflecting a darkness inherited from my father, an abyss that rejected light. I warned him not to finish his sentence, mentioning engines for legs. Confused murmurs spread through the classroom as he shrank away from my gaze, staring down at his hands in his lap. Eraserhead intervened, cutting off the whispers. I agreed dryly with his statement about my actions, turning to meet his gaze directly for the first time. I reiterated the charges against me, emphasizing the illegal use of a support weapon I had crafted and the incident involving the Nomu. My tone grew more intense as I expressed my frustration, raising my arms to show the cuffs that had restrained me, forcing him to acknowledge their existence. Eraserhead sighed, trying to mask the guilt that threatened to show on his face. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a key. I told him it wasn't necessary, smoothly rolling my wrists to unlock the cuffs with a snap. They fell to the ground and I kicked them into the air, catching them before they hit the floor. I approached the surprised hero and dropped the cuffs into his outstretched palm, stating that I would have behaved just fine without them. I walked past Bakugo's piercing gaze to the boy sitting 2 desks behind him. Hito's eyes sparkled with pride as I reached him, and we bumped fists. He commented on my trick, his tone a compliment only someone who knew him well would recognize. I wanted to explain that such skills came from long nights spent awake, trapped in my own thoughts, but I decided against it. He didn't need to know the full story yet, though a part of me wondered if he already sensed it. I simply replied that I might teach him someday. Class began shortly after, but Eraserhead struggled to keep the students focused. The day dragged on toward lunch, but no one could truly concentrate on the lessons, their minds consumed with questions about the new presence in the room. They all observed how Midoriya and Shinso appeared much more familiar with each other than any strangers should be. The shorter of the two slouched in his chair, resting his head against the desk of the brainwasher, while the other boy absent-mindedly played with the tufts of green hair. No one else in the room understood the journey it took for them to become so comfortable around one another, especially after every previous touch had been marked by violence and trauma. Yet, they could see the undeniable bond that had formed between them, something untouchable even if the pair themselves were not fully aware of it. What drew the attention of everyone else in the class, aside from the unbothered duo, was the complete lack of reaction from the resident explosive blonde. He sat silently, staring out the window. For a moment, Kirishima wondered if he was even breathing, but he noticed the teen twitch at the sound of the vigilante's voice and realized that he was indeed alive. When the bell rang to signal the start of lunch, the pair managed to slip out of the room before any of the other students could corner them with questions, much to Mina's dismay. Bakugo, reflecting on his childhood when he still held the innocent belief that all children seemed to share, had once wondered what it would be like to see a ghost's spirits lingering when they should not exist. He had outgrown such thoughts after the world began to see him as a hero for his power. Yet, watching the 2 familiar figures walk away to lunch, their sides pressed closely together, he felt he understood. Perhaps he always had, which was why the thought had lost its wonder. The green-haired teen, though his features resembled the boy Bakugo once knew, wore them differently, devoid of the lingering light Bakugo had tried so hard to extinguish. It was as if the world had taken something from him, leaving behind a spirit in a man's body. Bakugo had always been confident, and today he thought perhaps he was the world. He had never thought much of the boy after their past encounters, but now that he found himself in such a familiar setting with him, the difference was too stark to ignore. The pair walked to lunch together, their voices dropping into a conspiratorial whisper as they navigated the line, collecting food from the food hero and finding a table. Hitoshi, picking at his rice, casually remarked that they would inevitably be asked questions. Izuku shrugged, looking as lifeless as the other boy's mother had once described him. He acknowledged that they would be the center of attention, but suggested they could make it interesting. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Izuku's words, losing interest in his bowl of rice. The green-haired boy twirled his chopstick with an emotionless gesture, but Hitoshi recognized the mischief behind it. The rest of Class 1A, aside from a few quieter members and the notable blonde, gathered around the pair, taking the empty seats nearby. Kirishima asked where Izuku had gone to school before, curious if there was a connection between him and the boy he considered a friend, even if Bakugo wouldn't admit it yet. Izuku replied that he was homeschooled, a hint of innocence creeping into his voice, which brought a smirk to Hitoshi's lips. Mina, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, asked how he became a vigilante. Izuku explained that he had simply been walking when he witnessed someone being attacked, his gaze fixed on Hitoshi. Hitoshi playfully questioned if that was the story they were going with, crossing his arms in a way that might have seemed bratty if not for the carefree smirk on his face. This was the most alive they had seen him, even if they didn't quite understand why. Izuku agreed that it was indeed the story they were telling, his posture relaxing slightly. The rest of the class seemed to come to a silent agreement that they would likely never understand the dynamic between the two. Kaminari excitedly leaned across the table, asking about Izuku's quirk. Just like that, Izuku's demeanor shifted, and he responded with a cold tone, questioning the personal nature of the inquiry. Hitoshi, protective, stood up, and the smaller boy followed suit, pressing against him once more. Despite knowing that Izuku was bothered by the question, Hitoshi felt a small surge of joy from the encounter, recognizing the emotion in Izuku's voice. When the time for hero studies arrived and All Might did not show up, Eraserhead sighed, resigning himself to the fact that he would have to teach the class. Though he was secretly pleased by the fact, Eraser wanted to be near the newest addition to the class in case something were to happen. He thought that if anything were to occur, it would be now. If he were thinking of any other child, he might have been right. The students were all gathered in one of the gyms, each dressed in the unfortunate gym uniform that Eraser wished he could burn every time he saw it. He was convinced that whoever designed it had to be a villain of some sort, or at least that was the theory Mike had suggested enough over the years that Eraser was inclined to believe it. He blamed it on prolonged exposure. The kids had already stretched out and were set to spar lightly with their quirks, all except for one. Eraser called Icarus over, watching as the boy reluctantly left Shinso's side and made his way toward him. The boy's stony expression seemed permanently affixed to his face, and his nails absent-mindedly scratched at the bandages on his hands. Or perhaps it was a purposeful reminder of what had happened. Eraser could never quite tell when it came to Icarus. Eraserhead addressed the boy, reminding him that he should call him by his name now that he was one of his students. Icarus shot back that Eraser should call him by his name as well, showing none of the hesitation that the rest of the students would have had the decency to hold. Eraser reminded Icarus that he couldn't allow him to keep most of his weapons, feeling a twinge of guilt at the fact that the hero now possessed almost everything the boy had created or modified. Icarus insisted that the gun was non-lethal, wanting to end the conversation. Eraser looked down at the boy, understanding the unspoken frustration. He suggested a compromise regarding the beads. Icarus agreed, holding out his hand impatiently, eager to reclaim the orbs. Eraser pulled out the bag and placed it in Icarus's hand, watching as the boy shook it to reacquaint himself with its weight. Eraser expressed confusion over why Icarus seemed so angry, not realizing he had spoken aloud until it was too late. He couldn't understand why the boy would be upset about being at the hero school. After all, Icarus had become a vigilante and was now being given a chance to use his skills to become a true, legal hero. He didn't need to know about the blood that flowed through Izuku's veins or the feeling of betrayal that surfaced every time he saw the hero's face, reminding him of promises broken soon after they were made. He didn't need that. Icarus simply replied with a vague response before walking back to the purple-haired boy, leaving Eraser to ponder the complexities of the situation. Time passed quickly in Class 1A, and before Izuku knew it, the end-of-term exams had arrived, bringing with them a wave of anxiety among the other students that he had not missed while being homeschooled. There wasn't a single sane person among them. Hito had his head buried in a book when he wasn't sleeping, while the other kids were running around to various houses for study sessions. Izuku felt a twinge of sympathy for those who chose to rely on Bakugo for their academic futures. While they might get good marks, Bakugo was anything but kind. Kirishima's hardening quirk would have been useful during middle school or any time before this year. Momo was holding her own study sessions with some of the other students, which had turned into something resembling a tea party. Izuku supposed it was a rich people thing. Even Eraserhead had joined in on the madness, stating that those who didn't pass the exams would not be able to attend the training camp. Izuku was tempted to call out the obvious lie, but seeing how the others scrambled to study even harder, he decided it wasn't worth ruining the effect Eraser was aiming for. It still seemed absurd that so many would willingly believe a hero school would punish students for poor grades by denying them a chance to learn. There would probably just be remedial lessons. Izuku didn't mind the idea of exams, though. During his online schooling, he had already covered almost every topic that would be tested while still in middle school. All he needed to do was refresh his memory, which being in class had already accomplished, so studying and stressing weren't high on his list of priorities. But that didn't mean he would let Hito stress himself out for him. He groaned, dragging Hito away from the school and toward the post office, insisting they could study until Hito truly dropped dead once they were at his mom's work. Hito protested, digging his heels into the ground, longing to stay at UA to prepare for the practical exams. He felt unprepared and couldn't afford to fail. Izuku insisted that Hito wouldn't fail, wondering how he had ended up in the position of babysitting his best friend to ensure he took care of himself when he hardly did the same for himself. He reminded Hito that it wouldn't do him any good to stress his body just days before the exam. Hito opened his mouth to argue but quickly realized it was a losing battle. Finally, he relented. The other teen admitted his frustration, finally moving forward. The response was met with a teasing remark about how he must always feel that way. A light slap on the shoulder felt deserved, and instead of flinching away, he found himself feeling lighter from the contact, a sensation he wished would last. The paper exams were easy, so much so that he dozed off for part of it after finishing early. The practical exam, however, was a different story. Hito and he shifted nervously on the bus as Eraserhead drove them to the test site, a wicked smile on the hero's lips revealing his excitement for what lay ahead. It wasn't every day that a hero student, and a former vigilante got to run wild through a miniature city. He suggested they escape, and Hito agreed, expressing his discomfort with the idea of trying to capture a hero known for his capture scarf. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. They moved through the city as quietly as possible, sticking to the well-lit streets to make it harder for the hero to sneak up on them. As it turned out, their caution was unnecessary. Eraserhead awaited them at the exit of the miniature city, the scarf in his hands and that same mischievous smile back in full force. The two teens exchanged glances before quickly moving apart, forcing the hero to choose whom to pursue. The capture scarf was thrown at him while Eraserhead backed toward Hito. He dodged swiftly, retrieving the beads he had brought along. The scarf struck his wrist, knocking the beads from his hands as if they had burned. Eraserhead taunted him, but he responded calmly, his hands still raised, empty where it had once held the beads. A dark purple gas began to fill the area as the chemicals from the orbs reacted. He relished the surprised look on his teacher's face before the smoke thickened, obscuring his view. Moving silently within the smoke, he stayed on the outskirts where it was thinnest, leaving Eraserhead engulfed in the dense fog. He felt a sense of triumph as he thought about how well he was doing. Suddenly, Eraserhead went completely still within the smoke, resembling a puppet with its strings cut. Mind control and persona chords brilliant. Hito and he dashed toward the gate, each on opposite sides from where they had started, having switched places during the encounter so the hero wouldn't realize it wasn't him speaking. They made it through the gate just in time. The bus ride to the training camp marked the first time he had a friend to sit next to on a school trip, someone who would care if he started feeling sick and someone he could tease when he tried to sleep. Hito had his earbuds plugged into his phone and silently offered one to him, both wanting to be as quiet as possible, as if they wished the other students would forget they were there. In any other situation, that would have been a welcome reality, but now it was just a habit. He held up a finger to signal he needed a moment and dug into his pocket, pulling out a small adapter that allowed two pairs of earbuds to connect to one phone. Hito accepted it without a smile, and he didn't smile either. Perhaps some people would always feel broken that way. With identical music streaming through their ears, they adjusted themselves in their seats for the rest of the ride. He curled his legs protectively against his body, leaning against Hito's side, his head resting on the other boy's shoulder. Injuries to the stomach always hurt the most, as those muscles were used in nearly every movement. It had become a habit to protect his core, but it was also nice to shield someone else for a change. When the bus finally stopped, he hesitated to get off, feeling more inclined to stay put than to rush to the front like he might have on any other field trip. Hito's persistent poking at his side wasn't helping him pretend to be asleep. Shooting a dark look at the taller teen, he pulled away and walked to the front of the bus, allowing Hito to catch up. However, when Hito did, it didn't take long for him to regret leaving the bus. Pro heroes from the Wild PP Cats appeared moments later, their wild expressions revealing the chaos that was about to unfold. The ground beneath them suddenly gave way to a landslide, dropping them at the edge of a thick forest, where mud monsters began to rise before them. Without thinking, he crouched down and quickly undid the latch on the bottom of his shoe, pulling out the collapsed bow staff with a swift movement. The staff stood tall as it opened, about the size of myself, but the metal was strong enough to defeat the mud monster charging at Hito and me. The two of us dashed through the woods alongside our classmates, taking turns battling and distracting the monsters that appeared around us. One of my favorite moments was when I scaled a monster, and Hito tossed the staff up to me, allowing me to skewer it like a street food delicacy. By the time we reached the camp clearing, the distinctive sounds of explosions echoed in the distance. They didn't concern us much, as we knew the source would arrive soon. A part of me hoped the woods would delay him. The training camp passed with familiar discomfort as Eraserhead instructed Hito on using his scarf while sending me off to practice stealth and combat by sneaking up on students from both classes. Hero students enjoyed being ambushed about as much as common street thugs did. It was a refreshing change when one of the heroes announced a test of courage, even more so when they revealed we would be the ones trying to scare each other. Unfortunately, I never got the chance to participate. Hito and I strolled along the forest trail at a leisurely pace, unfazed as Class B employed their quirks to try to startle us. The only sign of discomfort from either of us was the way our sides pressed firmly against each other, a contact neither of us could have imagined a year ago. Then, an unnatural heat radiated from up the trail, prompting us to exchange glances and run toward it. We knew no one from the other class would intentionally damage the woods like this. The flames were blue and too hot for us to approach, but we understood their meaning without needing to speak. Villains were nearby. "There's a kid," I whispered, gesturing to a spot on the mountain where I had seen the hero's child before. "They might not know what's happening." Hito looked at me skeptically but nodded, as I knew he would. We were a team after all. We began running, Hito keeping pace with me much better than he had just a few months prior, navigating through the woods and up the mountain path. We paused only when we heard a gruff voice that clearly did not belong to a child. "That hat is pretty cool, kid," the voice said, causing us to exchange glances before slowing our steps. "Why don't you trade it for this lame mask?" "I'm new to the operation, so they made me wear this silly mask." We heard little stomping noises, suggesting the child was trying to escape. Hito moved as if to charge in, but I grasped his wrist to stop him. We would only endanger all three of us if we rushed in blindly. A loud crashing noise echoed, resembling a small avalanche, but I recognized it as someone striking the mountainside. "Strength-enhancing quirk," I whispered urgently. I noticed Hito's purple eyes widen before he masked his fear. He quietly asked if I knew what we had to do. I nodded in response. When Hito smiled, it was sharp and fierce, a look I found exhilarating. We moved forward, leaving self-preservation behind, not that I had ever truly embraced it. The quirk user attacking the child towered over us, easily twice our height and 3 times our weight, with something grotesque in place of an eye. Between him and us stood the small child wearing the red hat. "Hey you!" Hito shouted, his voice trembling with fear, though I was the only one who noticed. The villain turned toward us, and I gestured to the child while the attacker focused on Hito. "Where did your eye go?" "Why you?" The villain froze, but we didn't pause to celebrate as the child rushed into my arms. "Go into the cave and stay there until you're told otherwise," Hito instructed firmly as the villain began to comply. We ran together, taking turns carrying the child. It wasn't until later that we learned the attack was part of something larger. A wave of coldness and claustrophobia washed over me, and I realized I was a piece of something more significant. There was an unnatural heaviness in my body as the mental fog began to lift, replaced by a stiffness that took hold. "And go to hell." The words, along with the voice that shouted them, echoed in my ears, making me want to squeeze my eyes shut and pretend to be unconscious again. But I didn't. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a place I recognized from both nightmares and dreams, the bar. Tamara, father, and many unfamiliar faces. No one seemed to notice I had woken up. Everyone was too absorbed in the chaos caused by a screaming blonde boy tied up next to me. This gave me the advantage of observing them before they realized I was awake. A man in a full-body black and gray suit covered everything, including his face. Behind him leaned another figure against a counter that held a television showing only static. The person had a masculine build but carried themselves in a way that suggested otherwise. I couldn't be sure without interacting and didn't want to make assumptions. Behind the bar stood a blonde girl with her hair styled in buns, her crazed eyes matching the small fangs in her smile. Perhaps she had a blood-related quirk? Nearby, Kurogiri, the warp gate user, looked just as he had the last time I saw him, resembling the Nomu-like figure I remembered. Seeing him sent a sick feeling through me as I recalled too many trips to a factory that I could never find on the map today, even if I wanted to. Sitting at the bar was Tomera, the same lanky figure I remembered from countless hours spent in the older man's room playing video games. However, today, there was a severed hand attached to the younger Shigaraki's face, a look that truly made him resemble the villain he had been shaped to be. Alongside him was a heavily scarred man and another with a mutation-type quirk that gave him reptilian features. Heavily restrained, with his hands bound in front of him, was the blonde boy who had been yelling only moments before Bakugo. It would be a lie to say that some part of me wasn't enjoying the sight. The heavily scarred man rudely announced that the other boy was awake. My gaze shifted to him, and I glared as all the eyes in the room turned to me, sizing me up as if I were the latest item on display. In many ways I was. I asked no one in particular if they were going to let me go, knowing that the pale blue-haired man would get the message. This was a game I had played before. The scarred man scoffed at my question, but it wasn't him who spoke next. Bakugo hissed a warning, telling me to be quiet, but I ignored him, keeping my focus on the man who had called me out. A familiar voice then commanded that I be released, surprising almost everyone in the room as multiple villains protested. Tomera's tone was more annoyed than before, carrying a dark undertone that I couldn't quite place. The one in the full-body suit approached excitedly to comply, expressing how bad an idea this was before quickly changing his mind. Once my bindings were removed, I stood up steadily, rubbing my slightly irritated wrist as I walked past the villains to Tomera's side at the bar. I leaned over to grab a bottle of soda placed among the alcohol. The blonde girl watched with a wicked smile, clearly entertained by my familiarity with the bar. It was the kind of chaotic energy that should send everyone in a 50-mile radius running. I liked it. Bakugo shouted in disbelief, a sentiment shared by the others, though they kept their thoughts to themselves. I took a sip of the soda before placing it on the bar at the villain's elbow, stepping back to invite the girl on the other side. She eagerly accepted, leaping over the bar with a knife raised in her pale hand before her feet even touched the ground. The knife pressed against my throat, just as my gun was aimed at her head. The girl cooed excitedly, expressing her interest in me, while most of the other villains prepared their quirks or drew weapons, ready for any potential conflict. I told Tomera that I liked this girl, watching with satisfaction as the others reacted to my use of his name. The blonde smiled at my words, clearly pleased. Tomera then instructed Toga to put the knife down, while he told me to lower my gun. There was a sharp intake of breath from the chain teen at my name falling so easily from Tomera's lips, but any protest he might have made was drowned out by the complaints of the scarred man. He sarcastically noted that we had another little psycho among us. I decided not to defend myself against the accusation, instead remarking that it would be nice to have one family reunion that didn't involve my kidnapping, directing my pointed look at the two villains who had been most involved in such situations. Tomera shrugged, while the man made of mist began washing a glass behind the bar, now that the commotion had settled down. Tomera assumed it would be useless to ask me to join them, not really posing it as a question. I scoffed at the idea of dealing with dear old dad. The man accepted my response, indicating he was done with the subject, even as others in the room struggled to process the new information. Bakugo growled that I didn't have a father, clearly tired of being ignored. I glared at the still-chained teen, finding a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. I told him he didn't know anything about my family and to be quiet about it. A low whistle ran through the room at my words. The scarred man, sounding much less hostile than before, remarked that he liked me too, holding out an unlit cigarette as if it were an award or a peace offering. As the protagonist walked to meet the man with dyed black hair, he felt the weight of the blonde boy's gaze on him with every step. The villain lifted his finger, a small blue flame dancing at its tip. The protagonist brought a cigarette to his lips, igniting it until it burned steadily on its own. He nodded at the older man before stepping away to sit next to his brother, a thin trail of smoke filling the room. Smoking had become one of the many skills he acquired while playing the role of a vigilante. After a moment of silence, the other boy asked about his well-being, his voice carrying an unusual heaviness. The protagonist felt a heat rise in his neck at the question but responded with a truth that would likely earn the blonde boy several hostile looks. It was mostly his fault. Days passed quickly as he spent time with Tomera in his room or with Toga in his own, while the villains awaited the press conference that was sure to come any day. Originally, this time was meant to convince the angry boy to join Tomera's group, but that offer seemed off the table now, not that he would have accepted it anyway. When the press conference finally arrived, Toga and the protagonist were too preoccupied to pay attention, moving around each other with blades firmly gripped in their hands. They moved with a speed he hadn't experienced since being taken off the streets. Even without listening to the broadcast, he could sense that reporters were inquiring about Bakugo and himself, highlighting Bakugo's villainous rage and his own troubled past. He could hear Eraser defending both of them, even while acknowledging the validity of the criticisms. It felt nice, a sense of protection he wasn't accustomed to. Toga's dagger flew across the room as he pressed his own blade to her neck, mirroring what she had done to him just days before. Despite the small cut on her neck, she smiled, perhaps because of the thrill of their sparring. Suddenly, a sultry voice broke the tension as the bar door creaked open. Purple-pink smoke filled the room, and everyone froze, bodies hitting the ground as darkness enveloped his vision. The child was safe, and relief surged through Aizawa as Icarus was rescued from the villains and taken to Recovery Girl. Though the child bore bruises as if he had been fighting for days, he was alive. The nurse had wanted to keep him while he recovered from Midnight's quirk, but that would mean Bakugo and Icarus waking up in the same room at the same time, which would likely lead to conflict. Neither boy seemed to like each other much. Icarus was jumpy around the blonde, glaring at him when not on edge. Bakugo often clenched his fists, trying to control himself in Icarus's presence. Aizawa didn't like the dynamic at all, knowing it was limited to just the two of them, as Icarus was close with Shinso and tolerated everyone else. Keeping them apart seemed the most logical course of action. Thus, Icarus found himself waking up on the couch in the teacher's lounge, while Aizawa faced the situation that had unfolded. The teen awoke with a start, his breathing erratic as he scanned the room, as if expecting an attack. It was the most emotion Aizawa had seen from him, but it quickly faded when their eyes met. Though he appeared calm, there was still a frantic look in his eyes, making Aizawa regret what he had to say next. He softly called Icarus's name, drawing the boy's attention. Icarus greeted him weakly, and Aizawa asked if he remembered what had happened. The boy nodded slightly, shifting to sit up properly, studying Aizawa with an intensity that hinted at something off in his demeanor. It was understandable, given what he had endured. Aizawa began to explain that it might not be the best time for a conversation, but he needed Icarus to maintain his composure. When Icarus asked why, Aizawa explained that Nizu deemed it essential for them to have this talk before the boy met the rest of the students. Icarus's voice suggested he already knew the answer but struggled to accept it. Aizawa didn't respond, simply opening the door and returning to his chair. No sooner had he sat down than the youngest villains of the league entered the room, each hesitant as they stepped inside. The protagonist felt a wave of bitterness as he observed the trio, but that worry melted away when he saw them. A grin spread across his face as he rushed across the room, ignoring the calls from the hero who was now witnessing the unfolding scene. He reached out, grabbing the sleeve of the pale villain, relief washing over him as he uttered Tomera's name. Tomera responded in kind, and soon thin yet lethal hands landed on his shoulders, their owner jumping with excitement. Toga's exuberance was infectious, and he couldn't help but mirror her energy. Chop liver? The third member of the group grumbled, clearly annoyed at being left out, even though it was evident he didn't care much about me on a good day. I quipped back, saying it was an insult to the liver. He called me a brat, and I responded with a playful remark about being crispy. The banter continued with mentions of broccoli and burnt toast until one of us exclaimed for everyone to stop. The atmosphere shifted as Eraserhead approached our little group. His eyes glowed a fierce red, and his hair lifted off his shoulders, ready for action. It was an understandable overreaction. He demanded to know what was happening, his gaze fixed on me as if he expected me to vanish into someone else entirely. But Toga stood right beside me, making that impossible. I glanced at the older villains, noticing Tomera nod slightly. He must have known, just as I did, that Bakugo would have a lot to say once he woke up. There was no point in hiding the truth. I stated plainly that Tomera was my brother. The hero blinked slowly, his hair settling back as a look of disbelief crossed his face. He asked if I was a villain, as if saying it would make it real. Dabi laughed, and Toga giggled, only adding to the hero's confusion. Dabi remarked that while I might be a mini-boss, I was no villain, and I agreed, saying the family business wasn't for me. The hero sighed, his exhaustion evident, and said we would discuss this later. I nodded, a soft expression crossing my face as I thanked him. He instructed us to follow him. Eraserhead led us through the halls of Yua, reminiscent of how he had guided me weeks earlier when I was admitted. I didn't need to be told to wait outside. I had already positioned myself against the wall, signaling for the others to be quiet, aware that some members of Class 1A had exceptional hearing. It wasn't long before we were called into the room. I entered first, acting as a barrier between the villains and the seated hero students. The fledgling heroes looked anxious, clearly puzzled by the situation, except for Bakugo, who was already rising from his seat by the time the others stepped through the door, causing the room to erupt in angry whispers. He shouted at me, demanding to know what I was doing back in with them. Sparks flew from his hands. In a swift motion, I drew a sedative gun and pressed it against Bakugo's forehead, growling for him to sit down. Though it was only a sedative, only 3 people in the room knew that. The teen froze, glancing at Eraserhead for support but finding none. He slowly returned to his desk. My gaze shifted to Hito, who was watching me with confusion. I realized I owed him some answers too. I announced that they were meeting their new classmates. In the weeks that followed the villain's arrival at UA, many things transpired. Izuku found himself having difficult conversations, explaining the kidnapping that had occurred 2 weeks before the entrance exams. This revelation finally helped Eraserhead understand his students' reaction to restraints and knowledge of Nomus. Shinso was not pleased that Izuku had kept such a significant secret from him for so long, but he understood that Izuku had been unable to share it. All for One was found dead in an abandoned city, and shortly after, the number 1 hero retired from heroics, having been hospitalized in critical condition. Since few knew the details about the villain, only those aware of the connection could draw the necessary conclusions. Many others speculated when the former hero was reported dead after suffering for over 6 years from an unknown medical condition. While the country mourned the loss of the hero, the villain's successor grieved for them. Yet Izuku struggled to feel sorry for either, knowing both had caused him pain. However, he was finally beginning to piece himself back together. On a sunny day, Izuku walked to UA, holding a small hand in his own. The little girl beside him had light blue hair styled in 2 pretty braids, and her horn had grown larger since he first met her. Her bright eyes took in the building before her. She had only been released from the facility a few days ago, and today marked her first opportunity to go outside since coming home. As they entered UA, 5 people were waiting just inside the gates. One of them was a teen who squealed happily upon seeing the small girl, while the others cringed at the noise. Another was a hero there to assist in case the girl became uncontrollable, but he was also eager to meet his student sibling. A scarred man was dragged along by the teen, though he offered little resistance. The last 2 were the only ones actually invited. A boy with purple hair who had been waiting to meet his partner's sibling and a man with the same hair and eyes as the girl. Izuku smiled at Eri when they stopped in front of the group. They were forming a new family, one that would finally help them each heal.